We are right side home here. Effing Todd. Oh. DJ, you gotta learn to keep your bleeping mouth shut. Seriously, Todd, 24 hours hasn't started yet. Give me a break, will you? Come on. We are right side home.
Good morning, home theater nerds. How you doing, Todd?
God, where did you get those bed sheets? Please tell me that's not a reality.
What?
Awesome.
You don't have Star Wars bed sheets, comforter, pillow shams?
I think I'd be sleeping in those out on my back deck.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my God. Yeah. No, I got that was a purchase. Amazon has it. I couldn't find it. Peek behind the curtain, and I'll get to the curtain in a second, but peek behind the curtain, that's Queen said I have a king size bed. So yeah, I kind of finagle that. And then I showed my wife the video and she goes, seriously, she goes, you bought a shower curtain too? And I was like, no, that's the bed sheet. She goes, oh my God, that's so great. I go, hey, the magic of Hollywood.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Oh,
but that is real toothpaste, though.
That was wonderful.
I did actually brush my teeth. I think that, yeah, that was, it was a Wednesday. That's how I know. That's the day I brushed my teeth. So, so how you doing this early Saturday morning there?
I'm doing great. I'm always doing good early in the morning. So,
yeah. Yeah, yep. You texted me last night, get your Z's. I'm like, yeah. I was in bed at 8. I wanted to make sure my biggest fear, other than tech, which I've said to everybody, I'm just afraid that this things. I mean, we're all into home theater. We love home theater, and what happened? I mean, everything goes wrong when you don't want it to. You get a bunch of buddies over to watch a big game. You're like, oh yeah, I need a new bulb. My projector died.
Right, exactly. Right, yeah. Internet goes down, cable goes out.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that always happens.
Oh, yeah. So, I mean, 25 hours, what can go wrong? Right? But, yeah, my other fear was I would oversleep, and it'd be like, everybody sitting there going, where's DJ?
That would have been funny.
No, it wouldn't have. It's like, how you supposed to make it 25 when you can't start? So, but, oh, my God. Without giving anything away, you've seen the schedule.
Yeah, I have.
It's a good one. And do you see why I'm confident I can make it? It's like,
yeah. I'm pretty sure that I think you're going to be okay.
Yeah. I had a couple of listeners on last night to try and try and figure out StreamYard, and we tested out a few things, and they hadn't, one of them had been, one had never been on before, so we were working through some stuff, but they met and they talked, and obviously they'll be on later today, and I'm sitting there watching them talk, I'm like going, this is going to be easy. They were having a blast. So the crossovers I'm really looking forward to. The chat we have, oh man, look at this. So we've got Johnny Speakers. Good morning, buddy. Ryan, Eddy, yeah, my buddy, my newest buddy, Eddy. PK, he's in India. PK Hamu, 2005.
Yeah. Wonder what time it is there right now.
They actually go by the half. The last time I checked, or when I had him on, he's actually got the half hour difference. So whatever it is, and a half hour. Okay, you know what I mean? So it's 6. It is 6:04 here. It is like something 34 there. We got Neil, Double A, John, Ryan again. Pal, I think, is new. I don't recognize them. Steve's the one. He's the one that's really good at this stuff. And we have Steve. There he is.
I see Steve.
Steve, let me know who's new in the chat. You're better with that stuff.
Wow.
Yes, it's
Don't
finally
roll it.
happening. It is finally happening. So yeah, I can't. I'm excited that it's here. I'm excited that it's happening. I got a funny reference for you for I thought of yesterday. I'm like, am I Louis Gossett Jr. from Digstown? Keep sending another listener at me. Let's go. Let's go. By the time you come back tomorrow morning, I'll be like, one more round, Todd. One more round.
I think it's going to be more like, cut me, Mick.
Cut me. Yeah, exactly. Cut me. Oh, man.
Man, well, I got to tell you, and DJ, before I leave this morning, I have a little game I want to play with you.
Oh,
Called
geez.
This or that. So that's really what you should be afraid of.
Oh, what? People giving me games to play? What, entertainment I'm afraid of?
Well, I don't know. I'm a little gun shy now that Steve's on here. I might not really play the game.
Why?
But yeah, no, I cooked up a little thing.
Are you going to test me?
Maybe. We'll see.
We'll see. Okay. One of the things that I was thinking of building up to this, and how long ago did we come up with this? For one, it had to be like 6 months ago, right? It was like and you said it at like the 3 hour mark. It was like 2 hours and 50 minutes. You wanted to make 3 hours, and I think you just said this off the cuff, like as a joke, right?
Yeah, I believe so. I think we had hit like 3 hours and 30 minutes or something like that.
That was later, but you said you wanted to. You had never gone the 3 hours, and you wanted to get the 3 hours, and we were just trying to stretch it and trying to chat to 3 hours, and we ended up going like 3.5 because it's me.
Yeah, I actually last night I put up a little article on our homepage at AV Nirvana.
Okay.
Pumping your show.
I might have missed it. I was maybe asleep.
Yeah, you were already asleep. I think it's right around the time I texted you.
Oh, okay.
Get your Z's. And,
Yeah.
I was trying to remember if I could remember the month because I was going to put a little link to that show in there, but
yeah,
I couldn't.
Yeah.
I couldn't dig it up. But
I should have honestly up and hey, look at this. There we go. What is she doing up?
She's planning out a fun 25 hours.
Good morning, everyone. Enjoy the chat. That's my wife.
Somebody's sleepy still.
Yeah, that's my wife, the English teacher. Right now, she's going, "Oh my God."
Yep.
So she actually said, quick segue from that. She said she was so sad. Yes, it's like you're going away for the weekend. I'm not going to see you. I'm like, I'm right here. I'm in the house. I'm going to come up, get some water.
Just pop on.
That's what I said. I go, well, you can just come on down. You can see me in the chat whenever you want. You can talk to me. You can open the door if you'd like. It is your house. So, but anyways, yes. Good morning, babe.
Steve is in here. He's referencing my challenge to him to make a rap. I'm not sure if it was a challenge or a suggestion, but yeah, he made a rap.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, that was fantastic.
No, I am not doing a rap. Now I would be nervous. Like, DJ's got to do it. Hey, I made a video of me in my PJs. So.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, so.
For all the world to see.
There we go. She made good. Made good. See? She made good. Nobody got that. Crickets. Damn it. Crickets. No, so yeah, we were talking like months and months ago. I should have looked that up because I have it here somewhere. I can look up which episode that was. But you just thought of it. Did you just think of that like off the cuff at that exact moment? Like, what the hell?
Yeah, it
like,
was more of a, it was kind of, I was joking. Obviously, I said, I think I was getting exhausted. Yeah, I think you were tired too. I mean, it had been a long.
It was late. Yeah.
It was getting late at night, and yeah, I think I just it was off the cuff.
Yeah, and but the thing is like we'd done that conversation. I've had many conversations with other listeners that go until late at night because that's when we have time and to do it, right? But that's after work. So doing this is like, okay, I just get to talk to all these great people all day long. It's like, it is the work. And then by late tonight, it'll be like, okay, I've been doing this all day. You know, I've got some, lifesavers here for my throat. I got water, and I got, you know, I got a couple little snacks. You know, it's going to be fun. But the other thing I was thinking is us being at, meeting everybody at Cedia, right? Meeting you for the first time, meeting all those people, and doing that all day long. And then we had thought of this long before then, and we kind of knew, even you and I had said we would do this. Like once I think privately we came up with the idea, when I get to 1,000 listeners, that can be our kind of a goal. Oh yeah, because remember, for a little while we were trying to do it for charity, and then just trying to organize it and turn it into that big thing. Then we decided, let's just do it this year, and then we'll see what we can do next year.
Yeah, which a lot of that falls on me. It's, you know, very time consuming. You know, a lot of things are time consuming. So it just became something that had to be cut. It's a shame that there's not a way for folks to just throw in donations for a charity right now.
Right.
I mean, is there?
Well, we are going to have one later today. We do a charity every month. So that, you know, this is a great way to kick it off. And I have somebody coming on later today, and we're going to talk about that. He's during the prime time hours. So it's so funny. But yeah, so we are going to be doing that, but actually putting it all out to, you know, and calling it that it's only for this, that would be something different than maybe we can do in the future. But but yeah, it's, I mean, just everything. It's my preparation for this was to get everybody on board. And then it's like, well, what are you going to talk about with the people have asked me that? Do you know what you're going to talk about? No, you can't do that kind of preparation. Right. And it's like, you've got to work, especially something like this, you've got to be able to just go off the cuff. And what's funny is, it's like, I actually used the example the other day, is like at Cedia, I walk into the SVS room, and there's a rows of people. Did you go into the SVS room?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. So it's like 3 rows of people sitting in there, and then you have Larry up at the front of the room, and I hadn't been in there yet, but Larry had been in that booth for what? I don't know how many days by the time I got in there, maybe 2 days. And he does his thing, and he doesn't have a kaleidoscope, which I thought he should get, but he doesn't. And then I watched him work, and I'm like, he doesn't need it. He is so good at what he does, right? So he's like spinning those discs. Well, he sees me like sneak in and sit at the back of the room. Never met this guy in person in my whole life, right? It's like everybody I've met is through this at that time.
Right. Right.
He's like in the middle of doing one, and he goes up, and he's like, and he worked it right in, and he puts the disc in, and he goes right to the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles scene that's at 1 hour, 9 minutes and 33 seconds. And he goes, and this one is for DJ there at the back of the room or whatever. And I was like, and I like felt honored, and I'm like, I've never met him. I've only talked to him on here through like what I'm seeing you through right now. Right. And you're just like, and it's like, that's where it's like, when you do run into people in real life after being on here, you're like, hey, like when you and I run into each other on the sidewalk, you're like, there he is. The only thing we don't know are our heights. Other than that.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we've talked about that before. It is always funny when you meet somebody for the first time after talking to them through Zoom or StreamYard, is the height.
Yeah. Yeah, because you could be like, all right. And you're either, oh my God.
Right.
Or, oh my God.
Right.
So, but yeah, it's like, I mean, luckily you and I was just like, okay, well, everybody's seen the picture of me, you, Travis, and Brett. Right. And I'm like the little guy on the end. And I'm like 6 feet tall. I was like, what the hell? And that's why I was like, when I put that out.
I think Travis is probably the tallest, right?
Is he? Yeah, he might be. So. What are you, like 6'2"?
6'2", yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's why I said, I'm like, when you put that in perspective, I'm like, I'm 6 feet tall. It's like, look at me on the end. Uh, so funny. So, so what are your expectations for today?
Oh gosh.
Do you
For
have
me
any?
personally or for you?
Yeah, like yeah. What do you think is going to be the most difficult for me? Let me try you with that.
Oh, honestly, I don't know because everybody is just built differently. For me, if I was in your shoes, it would be being able to talk beyond maybe 4 or 5 hours. I think I would probably run out of just kind of the social energy. But that's
Okay.
just how I'm built. Like I've said before, I'm more on the introverted side. I'm not like a hardcore introvert, but I definitely have that kind of line that once I hit it, my social battery kind of drains down and I need like downtime. I just need to be alone to be able to recharge and,
Yeah.
that's just kind of who I am. So I think I would be mentally exhausted maybe after about 5 hours. And it would have nothing to do with who was on the other end of
Right.
the camera, so to speak. It would just be me personally. I would need maybe 4 or 5 hours to kind of shut down, recharge, and then come back. So that would be the tough part. But like you say, everybody coming on is new, and you don't really know what's going to be discussed. So
Right.
yeah,
Yeah. It's a, you see. It's funny you say that. It's like I I I think I get energy from people.
yeah,
And it's like you sit down or you meet somebody, you start talking. And I've used the example on here, like when we do the Takeover Tuesdays and I have somebody come on, I said, these conversations, I just want them to be open and fun, just like if you ran into somebody at Walmart. And the reason I use that is I've done that. Like you'll run into somebody at Walmart and then stand in the aisle for like an hour talking. It's because like, especially if it's somebody you haven't seen, not your neighbor who you see all the time. Oh boy, Johnny Speaker's a new member, I think, new member of YouTube, our
oh,
YouTube
cool.
channel. So yeah, you can become a member. Thanks, Johnny. Thanks, buddy. That's awesome. So I feed off of that. I get that energy from people, and it might be part of because of, I don't know if that's how I was built or if it comes from the fact that I work alone all day long. So when somebody comes up to me, it's like, please talk to me. It's like, I'm just alone. But you are too, though, right? Doing what you do.
Yeah.
It's not like you have people around you all the time. You're doing what you do.
Yeah, not unless my wife is working from home, which,
Right.
During COVID and for a couple years after, she was home a lot, but now she's back to traveling and visiting various offices either in Baltimore, DC, or out in Virginia. So she's gone quite a bit now. So it's kind of back to the quiet house, just me and the dogs during the day.
There you go.
So unfortunately for
it's
them, they hear a lot of me talking to them.
But that's not an easy it's not as easy as it seems. It's like just getting up, going to work and going to a place with other people, and it actually adds to your energy, I think. And so and that's why I think this, for me, it's like, yeah, will I be fatigued? Of course. I mean, I know my throat and my voice. I didn't even think of that until just sitting down now. It's like, oh yeah, I've had like my throat go a few times when I'm talking. So let's see how I go. Let's see how I am by the
always
end.
resort to sign language.
Oh yeah, that ought to be a great podcast. That ought to be a great stream.
Just sit there like,
I got to get that little guy in the corner just doing the. I think I talk too fast. It's like,
that's really funny.
I couldn't do it. I probably end up swearing at somebody accidentally.
Right.
It's not what that finger's for. Oh man. But yeah, and then the other thing I think is going to be interesting is where it's only an hour's time with each guest. So
Right.
that for me is like, okay, we could get rolling and then be like, oh, sorry, gotta go because the next guest is coming in.
Well, that's definitely the thing about your personality where you like to get onto a topic and really dissect it.
Mm-hmm.
So, and you're good at that, which could be a detriment, like you say, to the 1 hour thing, because you might talk about something for 40 minutes and then say, but I really want to talk about these other things, and then boom, out of time.
Right. Well, I learned that a long time ago. I doing this podcast is like I would prep for things to have people on and stuff, and especially guests, like somebody like I don't know, well, Chris Deering, right? So I do all this research and reading and being like, I just want to be able to keep up with them and stuff.
Sure.
And then you get on, and I didn't do this with him, but I did it early on, but with other guests. But then you get on and start talking, and nothing comes. It's like a river. It just goes, right? And you just go wherever the conversation takes you. And I feel like if you have a list of things to say, it's going to seem forced. And it's better off that sometimes you'll get to some of those things. But I've found that, especially for me, is that if I do all this preparation, like 90% of it never makes it. Because it's just just let the conversations go where they go, and that's what's really worked for me, so I don't even prep anymore. I just be like, oh, okay, I these are the people I want to talk to.
That?
No, I mean, I'll have and even with movies, if I do a movie, like when we're doing our show, I'll have like my notes of like if I did a timestamp or something. But if I don't timestamp, I'm just going off of my memory. And sometimes I won't timestamp just because I just was like enjoying the movie and I just let it go. But yeah, mostly it's just let it ride. And just like our conversation right now, I don't have any notes. So I'm just like, let's just have fun. And I actually kind of depend on, usually the listeners bring the notes. So if I have notes, right? And they'll be like, I got a list, I've got a list this long. And by the end of it, they're like, we only got to like a quarter of it. All right, you got to come back. So,
well, that also makes it easier on your end, that you don't have to sit down and do prep notes.
Yeah.
Because that takes a lot of time. I mean, these things can easily, what hour are we in?
The first.
The first, yes.
Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, what hour are we in? So we're only in the first hour. We have 25 hours to go. Scruff Kingman comes in. What hour are we in? Oh, what hour? Okay. Maybe he means what time zone? I don't know. It's 6:23 here. And
in the morning.
I have my first faux pas. I have to text my wife. I'm like, can you bring me my glasses? I forgot my glasses. I just went to open my case and they're not in it. And they're next to my bed. So I just got up this morning. You saw how I got up and I didn't put my glasses on.
Right. Yeah, you're going to end up needing like 4 pairs of those glasses.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, but yeah, I only bought one to start because I want to see how much I like them.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, you said it's mainly for reading, right?
Yeah, but it helps here too, because I could see the chat better and stuff. Cause I noticed you know what it really helped with, and here we go back into old man home theater. What it really helps with is that the more I wear them when I actually need them, the better my eyes are throughout the day for even when I don't have them on. So, because I've been fatiguing, because I have a astigmatism, so I'm actually powering through if I don't have them on, and that actually fatigues my eyes and it or my head. So if I wear them as much as I need them, then by the end of the day, I'm like, oh wow, my eye, I don't feel completely like exhausted, visually. So,
yeah, no, I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah. So, no, what hour are we in the stream? I just woke up. Well, you haven't, Scruff, you haven't missed much. You missed the first 26 minutes. That's it. You missed a fantastic open, by the way. I mean, if I do say so myself. So you can always go back and listen to that.
Props on that.
Yeah.
See, PK is asking here about the Ascendo sub.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Why
Let's
is it
see.
so difficult to install? It basically has to do with the fact that it is being crossed over in the 20 to 25 hertz range, and that marriage with the rest of the subs in the system apparently is going to be difficult to do. So that's why I need the guy that created it and somebody from Storm Audio to be able to be together with me while it happens. But unfortunately, one lives over in Germany and one lives in Nevada. So it's just been difficult to schedule everybody together. But it's in the works. I've been saying that for about 5 months. It's in the works.
Yeah. Well, you've had, when did you get it at the house? 4 or 5 months ago?
Yeah, I can't remember. It originally came into the country back in I think December, but it was damaged.
Oh,
it was damaged in transit. I don't know. If
because we've been talking. You told me about this. It was after CEDIA last year, wasn't it? We talked about it on the show. Even I thought maybe you and I just talked about it.
Yeah, I think I had told you that it was in the works. It took a while. It maybe it arrived more in January, February. Thanks, but when it arrived, so it's a pretty cool story. It was all hand built. They hand build these subs over in Germany. All the components, everything is hand built, and they shipped it over. It weighs, an ungodly amount of weight. It's like, I think the shipping weight's like 475 pounds or something like that. And when they got it here in New York, a forklift operator, I guess, dropped it a little bit too quickly.
Yeah.
And the sheer weight of this thing cracked its base. The feet got punched up through the bottom of the sub, and it was shipped in this elaborate crate package. So it must have been dropped fairly hard. So it sat at a distributor in the New York area awaiting repair, and they did a fantastic job repairing it, but they had to repair it and then confirm that it was in fact still sealed after the repairs were done. And if you saw it now, you'd never know. You'd never look at it and say, oh, that's been repaired. And they did a very professional job getting it looking 100%. Then it got shipped here, and then, like I was telling you the other night, we just kind of ran into construction in my home, and then the CEDIA, and then after CEDIA is when the construction of my house really took place. It was super loud and dusty in here for 8-9 weeks. So, we weren't, in fact, even living in our house. So it's just kind of been waiting, and now we're trying to link everybody's schedules back up together again. So I can't wait. I cannot wait to get that thing rolling. So
I heard somebody say, I don't know which podcast it was, but how much content actually goes down that low?
It's quite a bit, apparently.
Is it something that you can't manufacture it, right? You can't take a disc. You couldn't take something that doesn't go that low and just and pull it out of it. No. Yeah. So have they all these discs and stuff, like the LFE channel, is it actually going that low? Is it are they doing
well, you heard it.
Frequency?
You heard it at CEDIA with A Quiet Place at the Trinov.
Yeah. Yeah.
Demo. Did you hear that demo? Did they play?
Oh yeah. I heard, and that's the one that I always question, because maybe that's why they do. That would be the answer then, because it's an odd choice to use a movie that's so quiet on the CEDIA floor, right? Because it's you actually hear the floor, and you're like, oh wow, because it is so quiet in there. But then to your point, it's to extend. I mean, how many movies actually extend down that far? And that might be one of them. And that is the experience right there, because they are showing off how smooth that bass is.
Yeah, and the other thing that these subwoofers do exceptionally well is from that mid 20 hertz range down into the teens,
Yes.
where we do know there's a lot of content. And while your subwoofer may be reproducing in that range, it could be littered with distortion and all kinds of things, right? It's not
Yeah.
easy for our subwoofers to play that low, but something like this Sendo sub, they have that mastered. They can get down low and keep it super duper clean, which unfortunately they didn't have one hooked up in that Trenov room. That was actually the effect of all their, I think they were 22-inch subs, all 24 of their 22-inch subs. So distortion was obviously extremely low there, because those speakers weren't probably having to work very hard to get that output going. But is it designed to as a Sendo? Yes, their subwoofer, their infrasonic subs are. Yes. They also manufacture speakers, though. Regular speakers.
Yeah.
What is
the Ascendo is designed to sit on the LFB. What is the price range from Blue Wave?
$37,000 for this 32-inch. This is not inexpensive.
No.
Equipment.
No.
But and I talked to them about the price range. It like I said before, they hand build these things. So it's not like they have a big manufacturing line where they can support high volume to help get prices down.
But like getting back to the even going sub 20, even if you're only using it for the quick 5 hertz to get to 15, right?
Yeah.
Like you and I had talked. Steve, how you doing, buddy?
Morning,
What's up,
fellas.
Steve?
Good morning,
hey, man. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Look at you. The sun's out. Suns are shining.
I know,
Birds chirping.
I've got pajamas on.
Yeah.
Not Star Wars ones.
No.
Which is, very disappointing indeed. Where can I get those Star Wars pajamas and shower screen sheets?
Shower sheets. Yeah, all on Amazon. The links will be in. I'm just kidding. We're not.
Oh, you should totally do that. You might sell about 1,000 pairs of Star Wars pajamas.
It's pajamas. Yeah, exactly. These are the same ones DJ wears. Who the hell's DJ? And why do we care what he wears?
I just wanted to jump in and say hi and just, say hello. I know I'm not due for a little while yet.
Yeah, you're doing about what, 23 hours, something like that. You're doing
something like that.
Yeah, and it'll be light out then too, and I'll greatly appreciate that. So I'm really looking forward to. Steve, how are we going to keep it to a tight 1 hour?
I mean, we could start now and still be going.
I know. It's like
I should have extended that challenge to the both of you guys.
I have many people on here that I could probably do this whole thing with the entire thing. No problem. Todd, you're one of them. You're the only one that you'd be like, I got to go, Deej. I'm almost at work. Because I know Todd is one of the people, I've said it to his face. I have friends that do it to me. They'll be like, they only call me on the phone when they're 5 minutes from their destination. They could have an hour-long drive. He'd be like, I've got a day. All right, I got an hour to get. All right, I'll call Deej just as I'm pulling in the parking lot so that I can say, oh, I got to get going. I got to get into this meeting. Because I know, I'm like, I'll text Todd at like, say, 10 a.m. 10:55, I'll get a call back and be like, yeah, oh, I got to get into this 11 o'clock I got to get to. And you're not the only one. Everybody does it to me because they know when they get me on the phone, it's like, I can't hang
out.
Yep.
25 hours of DJ. DJ, I'm actually looking at the schedule you sent me, and I love the fact that you have a start time with your time zone, and then you have the local time for all your guests.
Yeah, because I want to know where they are.
That's really impressive.
Yeah,
thank you.
We're at 25 to 11 here. So it's only 4 hours at the moment because of the clock's
time change
back. So yeah. So it's not too bad, but it's all good. But I just want to reassure you there'll be no rapping, Todd. Okay, once was enough. We don't need any more. And also just to publicly thank you for the candy. I haven't forgotten. It was very, very cool.
Oh, come on now.
Oh, that's right.
Amazing. It didn't last very long. It was eaten very quickly, but it was
I'm
fantastic.
really
So
glad.
thank you for that.
Of
And anyone
course.
wondering who's come along since, Todd, being an absolute legend that he is, sent a care package that was sort of more of a crate of because it should have been sort of delivered by a C2, just dropped over the thing by parachute.
Right,
Although that might have been
that would have been awesome.
in fairness.
Yeah.
So Todd sent that to me, and all American candy, which was amazing. And goodness me. But as I said, didn't last long. The concession stand in Cinema George took a battering that week.
Oh, I'm glad.
Yeah.
So thanks so much for that.
Yeah, of course,
that was
definitely. Awesome. Yeah, I'm glad they could get over there.
Yeah, that was great.
Text, like, be at certain rendezvous point, 0600, and then you get there in a pair, like a C-130 flies overhead, drops out a crate with a parachute with a flare going.
That's it.
Yeah, that would
got to be done. Got to be done. Oh, Paul's just saying in the chat, this first appearance on Daylight. No. When Deej and I used to do our little interstitial, what did we used to call it? What was it? It was going across the pond, wasn't it?
Across the pond, we go across the pond or whatever.
Yeah, we used to record those on a Sunday afternoon. So there was daylight there. Hence, when you look at the opening, Paul, you'll see that there is, I am in daylight, not in semi-darkness. I'm not a vampire. I can come out during daylight hours.
Oh, wait. In the opening sequence, there's light coming through your window?
In a couple of them. Yeah. In one of them,
It's
all in daylight. I am a creature of delight as well as dark, honest.
Yeah.
even if Blade is a perfect film.
Perfect. I love it. I don't know about perfect.
Wait, Steve, I gotta ask Steve a question. You've obviously watched Smile.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, what did you think?
Yes. Loved it.
Yeah.
Loved it. Now, John saw it before he saw it before I did, John Circone, and John did not like it. It didn't sort of do much for him at all, but I loved it. From the opening, kind of that very creepy doctor's office, kind of, is it behind you, and you think she's crazy, and then it cuts to behind you, and wow. So what did you think of it?
I loved it. I watched it on Halloween night.
Oh, nice.
After the trick-or-treating was all done, and the kids had sucked out, I don't know, we handed out like 370 pieces of candy. Ridiculous amount.
Great neighborhood then. That's awesome.
Yeah. Well, in fairness,
really
Todd,
awesome.
You do the best candy, and I can
Candyman.
I'm not saying it 3 times in the mirror.
What color's your van?
I also handed out 20 puppies, believe it or not.
Yes,
No, I hunkered down and I loved it, and I really liked the ending. I thought it didn't have your typical like, oh, everybody's happy. Kind of reminded me a little bit of the Blair Witch Project.
Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
In that way, the way that ends. Not to spoil this for anyone, but yeah, I'm a huge fan of horror when it is able to execute 100% of the film. It seems like a lot of horror movies to me get 80% there, and then the ending just kind of, they just kind of, it just kind of falls apart. But I liked it. I am looking forward to watching it again.
Yeah, me too. I've only seen it the once, but I really enjoyed it, and and I'll definitely circle back to it. It's there's a sequel on the way. I mean, it was a huge success.
Oh,
did you
really?
Talking of Smile, did you see any of the kind of the viral ads they did at baseball games? Because I know you're a baseball fan. They had people sat behind, is it home plate? What's the plate? I know very little about baseball, but behind a home plate, they had people sat there like actors, just smiling, just with that kind of rictus grin on their faces. Just sat there. If you type it into Google and that, you'll see them all. And at various games, literally, so where the camera is more often placed, there's just people just sat there with a rictus grin on their face. And it was a viral advert for Smile. Yeah. So it's creepy as hell when you see it in real life as well. It's even kind of worse.
Yeah.
So
yes.
Yeah. But there's a sequel on the way. It was a huge success. It only cost them a few million, and it made hundreds. So they're going to be they're doing another one for sure. It'll become like Insidious and stuff. There will be multiple versions.
We'll be on Smile Part 10 for GDA's 10th anniversary of the 25-hour podcast.
26-hour
world record podcast, attempt.
Yeah.
It'll be a matter of time. It'll be measured in weeks, not in hours. It's the only way. The thing is, Todd, you say it from your lips to his ears. You say it, he does it.
Well, I can't even get this one done, and Todd the other night in what's supposed to be the preview of the 24, which became the 25, and Todd's like, "Do you want to go for the world record?" I haven't done this one yet. It's like,
well, it's confidence,
baby steps.
It's a vote of confidence. It's showing how we know you're going to do it.
I was in college. It was never a vote of confidence when you asked the one kid, is like, "Can you fly off that cliff?" Let me try. It's
right.
The other one I would recommend, Todd, if you haven't seen it, then we're talking horror. I mean, Deej, this is where Deej tunes out. I mean, obviously, other than Evil Dead Rise, which is
my favorite film ever.
We all agree it has to be seen immediately.
Yes.
If you haven't already, see it again.
Excellent.
And have you seen it?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I loved it.
Oh, did you enjoy it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Deej, mate, get on the bright side of history, Deej. Come on.
Right. Creepy.
Yeah, I think John inadvertently with that phrase came up with
my wife and I.
Slogan.
I see what I didn't find creepy is everybody. I guess you actually have to be like that kind of a horror fan, because my wife and I laughed more than anything during that movie. We didn't find it creepy. I didn't even think it was that gory. And yes, there's a lot of blood, and I got a lot of people. What do you mean it wasn't gory? There was a ton of blood. I'm like, it's red paint for one, but yeah, I didn't get sucked in, and we were laughing the whole time. We're like, what the hell?
You have to, I mean, with horror, you really do need to be able to ignore the obvious and let your mind. Right. Yeah. And that whole check your brain at the door.
Yeah.
You really need to do that.
Yeah. And that is, and like, I think Steve can appreciate this, because Steve sees Spain in the background and it ruins one of the greatest movies of the year.
But Spain's best film of the year, Covenant. Yes.
Yeah, The Covenant, because he knows it. But that's a great point, Todd, because that's how I feel like with my art background, and like John and I, we talk all the time. We used to try to duplicate that stuff. So it's one of my favorite things to do, is to try and see how they do things in movies. And in a horror movie, if I'm not sucked in emotionally, like you would be with like The Exorcist or something, where you're just like, and then, or a jump scare where they set you up. I didn't even feel like, did Evil Dead Rise even have any kind of jump scares? I think, Steve, you said it's not that kind of movie. I don't remember any.
It isn't really that kind of film. Not really.
Yeah.
There are some where it'll cut back to someone standing in the doorway. You kind of where the character is the jump scare. There's one when the character's looking through the peephole of the door, and then Mum appears. So there's some, but they're not your traditional cat jumping out of the thing.
So brutal.
Drain all the noise, that kind of stuff. But it for me, it's the visceral nature of that film. It has a kind of just a feeling of dread and terror and just guts and gore and it's pervasive. We were talking, weren't we, on Tuesday? It's pervasive. It's not like there's a comedy relief. You don't have that little character that comes in and makes a joke of it all. Everybody is petrified in that film, and so that pervasive creeps through. But only if you're going along for the ride. If you're not,
but you know what I just thought of too is, and I think, Steve, you kind of just nailed it. It's like, this is one of those things that's like, some movies, they'll bring you up to a certain point, they bring you down, then that jump scare goes boom. And so when you see the pacing of the movie, it's very dynamic, right? And that's the way like a horror, like the quiet scenes of Friday the 13th or Halloween, and it's setting you up for the big scare. So you get that, dynamic feel through the movie. Evil Dead Rise, boom, right to the top and all the way across.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But if everything is great, and I'm not picking up the movie, but you need evil to have good. If everything is great, then you have no, you know what I mean? So it's like, even though it's the best and it's all the way across, you have nothing else to compare it to. So is it up
what
there?
You're saying
do you get what I'm saying?
The Evil Dead should lower, then rise. Lower, then rise. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. Because to be fair, you can't rise until you lower. Uh-huh.
But then it's a longer title. You know, you'll never fit that on the poster. Evil Dead Rise.
Evil Dead Rise and
I
Lower.
got 25 hours. I could fit it in.
So, by the way, just so you know, guys, I don't steer every conversation I ever have to Evil Dead Rise. Just so you know,
no.
okay? I'm not at court addressing a
But,
judge. And then
Your
saying,
Honor, my client
seen?
has seen Evil Dead Rise.
It does feel a bit
Now,
like
if you'll note.
Yeah, it does feel like I steer every conversation around to it, but I promise you I don't. Honest. Scouts on it.
Are you going to be back in the
one-
next hour, too?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Evil Dead Rise, guys. Let's just talk about that. Yeah, the one thing I was going to recommend, Todd, we got off to Evil Dead Rise again, was Talk to Me. So if you get a chance to see that, if you haven't seen that yet, that is very, very well done. It's an A24
No, I've not
movie,
seen that.
fact.
Let me make a note here.
Yeah.
It is.
You guys talk amongst yourselves.
That's it.
You know.
Yeah. That's it there, Todd. That's the film there. It's out.
Talk
it's out
to Me.
over there.
Yeah.
Same as it is here. Yeah.
It's
Talk
on
to Me.
Kaleidoscape. I already grabbed it on
yeah.
Kaleidoscape.
Yeah. It's
Okay.
It's
So,
it's
I
an
haven't seen it
A24
yet, but-
release. Yeah, it's creepy as heck, and that something happens in the middle of it that will make you wince and make you kind of just look away and then kind of look back and think, "Oh my God, did they really do that?" It's very, very good, and from a movie that is evocative and creepy from minute one, that is one of them. So yeah, either next Halloween or if you like me, tonight.
Right away.
Then,
Thanksgiving.
As soon as you get Christmas Day, you know, Valentine's Day. Well, we've already got my bloody Valentine for that. So it's all good. Right. Okay, guys, I don't want to impinge on your chat time. So I was just literally jumping on to say hello and to say thanks to Todd publicly and
Awesome.
and talk Evil Dead
You
Rise,
could-
obviously.
Yeah, exactly. I'll see you next hour for more Evil Dead Rise.
I'll
All
be
right.
there on the dot. The Evil Dead shall rise again.
Thanks, Steve.
Okay, guys, have a great one.
Later,
okay,
buddy.
guys, all the best. See you later. Bye-bye.
Awesome.
Cheers, Todd.
Bye.
All the best, mate. Bye-bye.
All right, what were we talking about? Ascendo and
Ascendo.
that 5 hertz. No, we had talked. What I was going to say is we had talked about it on the show before. In that, even if you're using it just for that 5 hertz, it's the idea that, like the same idea where we came up. Well, not we, but they came up with the subwoofer in the first place. Take that heavy load off of your speakers. And then, and that was the original plan, right? The original idea was to take the load off of the speaker and let the speaker just do like, you know, like 100 hertz, 80 hertz and on up, and let your subwoofer take care of the heavy lifting down below. And then it wasn't until 25 years later, we were like, well, actually, this enables us to place the subwoofers more appropriately in the room. But had we not tried to take the load off the speaker in the first place, we would have ended up, we never would have got to that point either.
Right.
You know? So who knows where this could lead, but it's like, take that heavy load off of the subwoofer and go to the, you know, I guess, well, ultrasonic, right? Is what you'd call it. So.
Yeah. So I you know, at one of my CDA videos, I interviewed Jeffrey Hoetzl, who's the owner of Ascendo, and I asked him that, you know, do you see this as kind of like the new frontier of you know, speaker manufacturing? Is this a new avenue that a lot of people are going to start going down? And surprisingly, I thought he was going to say yes. He said no, simply because of the expense of manufacturing these things. And, you know, he may have a point. I do know that there are other manufacturers over the next year that will be coming out with their own infrasonic models, but these are not manufacturers that are mass producing speakers either. So we'll see. I think that it's still possible that, you know, it could catch fire. And we all know once an industry finds a new way to generate revenue, they really go for it. So
what about what? I'm sorry. I was going to say, what about going in the other direction? And you go to, and I think I talked about this a couple of weeks ago, the idea of instead of going for the low frequencies, you go to the other end and you do tweeters. And instead of having to put full range speakers around your theater, you would actually put tweeters, and you'd be able to do more around the room. And then all the tweeter is doing is pulling that higher frequency to allow your brain to think directionality, right? So now you're locating a sound, because we know, like, we can't locate the low frequencies, but it's those low frequencies combined with the high frequencies in the room that make you think that explosion came from the right rear of your room. Right. So what if all of a sudden, and tweeters are cheaper to manufacture than a giant subwoofer, and you start placing these all around your room, and then even, like, imagine, instead of local dimming on your screen, you get acoustically transparent, and you have just tweeters all behind it, and now the sound is actually moving around your screen. That's stuff that guys like us would eat up. Be like, oh, can you hear the difference? But then to be fair, you'd be like, you don't need that. No kidding, you don't need that. But wow, how cool would that be to just have, like, tweeters around your room, and then you'd have your...
It could be an acoustics nightmare, though. Cancellations. I don't know.
It
sure
could be.
that
Yeah,
somebody has thought about that. That's beyond my pay grade.
yeah. I can't work it out. I just come up with the ideas, Todd. Come on.
All right, DJ. Well, speaking of ideas, it's time to play our little game show.
Okay. Yep, we got
This
9
or
minutes
that.
till the next guest. If the next guest shows up on time, I'm talking to you. I don't want to say who it is, but I know who it is.
We got a little background music. Actually, no, I'm not going to play that just in case you got flagged. We don't want you to get flagged. So, DJ, this is a game show where you have to make a choice, one or the other, and I'll pose the question to you, okay? And
Okay,
you have
back
answer
to
this
bed or move on to the next guest.
Okay. And we got to do this quick, so you can't dawdle on your answers, all right?
Oh, okay. I
DJ,
never dawdle.
You have to get rid of one, and you can never get it back. Your disc collection or your kaleidoscope system.
Disc collection.
Okay. Definite?
All definite.
That would be out the door.
By the way, I'm not a big fan of these games on Twitter, but go ahead. But yes, out the door. If I had to choose between one or the other, you told me not to dawdle, so I was like, okay, here's the answer. You want me to keep going on why? I'm like, come on.
Okay. All right, DJ, you've been granted time-altering powers, and to save the world from imminent destruction, you must wipe one of these films from theatrical history, and they can never be made again. The movies you must choose between
Did you write this yourself?
Star Wars and Die Hard.
Die Hard.
Oh my God. DJ.
The one that's the one I'm wiping away.
Yeah. Really? Over Star Wars?
Star Wars? Oh yeah. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for Star Wars. You saw my bed sheets. They weren't Die Hard sheets.
That's right. Actually, when that was playing, I was thinking about that. That's hilarious. Okay, so there you go, Star Wars. All right, DJ.
And I know it's still early in the morning. We aren't into late night, but Die Hard sheets would be kind of awkward.
Okay, so the weight of the world is on your shoulders, and you have to take one for the team to save it. In order to do so, you must watch the movie Super Babies, Super Genius 2, which has a 0% Rotten Tomatoes score for 24 hours straight. But while you watch it, you must endure either repeated and varied audio dropouts or constant video blocking and sparkles due to HDMI issues. And by the way, subtitles are not an option. Which do you choose?
Wait, I didn't even get there was 2 movies there?
No, just one movie, Super Babies, Super Geniuses 2.
But that would have been pristine, right? Is that what you're saying? Okay, so that's pristine, or watch a movie of my choice.
No. You have to watch that movie. But while you're watching that movie, you either must endure one of the following: repeated and varied audio dropouts, or constant video blocking and sparkles due to HDMI issues.
Audio or video quality issues. Which do I choose out of the 2? Oh my God, video quality.
You'd rather put up with screen blackouts and sparkles and blocking over the audio.
Yes, because and I mean that to me is your brain will fill that stuff in and everything. As long as the audio is consistent, you'll actually think it's more consistent than it is. If you take the audio away, it actually affects the video too, and it's true. So like if your video keeps dropping out, your perception of what you're seeing will get worse and then come back. But if the audio stays consistent, the video, your brain will compensate for it. That's a little podcasting trick too. They do that on in videos to make it seem like you put a bed layer on there to make it seem like everything's consistent.
There you go.
So, hey,
all right.
I have a reason for all of them, but you told me not to dilly dally. So,
okay,
are there more? Are there more?
We're learning a lot about you here.
Really?
We're learning a lot.
You should listen to my podcast, Todd. I'm on twice a week.
Okay, DJ. Once again, your life is on the line, and to save it, you must sacrifice one of these things for eternity. Twitter and all other social media platforms, or your camera and podcasting gear. Which are you choosing?
Oh, Twitter. That's super easy. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I built all of this on Twitter. Not built, but you know what I mean? This is how I met a lot. That's when you start a podcast, you're literally, a tree in the woods that nobody can hear, a tree falling in the woods. So the only way you can get out to people you don't know is to put it out on Twitter. So I did that. But I look at when I had Brent Butterworth on, he's not on any social media, right? He's just, but he used to be, I mean, he is somebody, so people know who he is. But now that I have this, it's like, and we've had that. We've thought like, oh, Twitter is going to go away. We thought this, and people are jumping. I'm like, I always felt lucky that I at least have this. So people that know, and you can email me and oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. Are you ready for the fifth one?
Yes. How many are there?
This is it.
Okay.
5.
All right, good. Sorry, I expanded on that one too. So whoops.
This is a tough one. Not to put you on the spot, but you're on a bus bench.
Yes, I am. I got to lose one of my co-hosts?
With your co-host, John and Steve, sitting on either side of you. And you just happen to
Sophie's
look up
choice?
a 19-ton public transportation bus barreling toward you, and you only have time to save one. Will you use your cat-like reflexes to grab John and dive to safety, or will you jump into action and push the world's most famous legal home theater enthusiast out of harm's way? Goodbye. I'll see you later on.
Oh man, you got I can't even have a show now. Well, so
sorry, Steve.
No,
I can't. When Steve came on, I'm like, I can't.
I got it for you. I got it for you right here. So, knowing the two of them, right? I know John's build. I know Steve's build. So what I would do, and luckily you placed me in between them.
Okay.
I see the bus coming. I jump up with all of my might. I dive towards Steve, but kick John in the head. John being knocked out from the temple shot, if it didn't kick him hard enough to get him out clear of the bus, he would be knocked out and he wouldn't know. And then when he gets hit by the bus, it's like being that person that falls asleep in the car. They're okay. So he would survive. And then I would dive Steve to safety. I'm not letting my guys go.
Great non-answer.
That's the answer. That's how you do it. Hey, Spider-Man did it on the bridge. So he saved them both. I don't have web shooters, so I got to resort to kicking John in the head, which, hey, let's be fair. I've wanted to do that for a long time, but it saved his life.
I love it. Well, thanks for playing, DJ.
No problem. Well, I don't have my next guest yet. Where is he? So
the lawyer lives again. That's awesome.
Yeah. Let me see. So now this is where we do the crossovers. Where is he? Oh no. You know what? Did I? Yeah, I did. I sent him one. Let me see where he is. Are you? Who's my
He's
buddy?
in our time zone. He could be
I know.
sound asleep at the moment.
But I put a little check next to it, so I know I emailed him. So
you almost need everybody's text also, so you can just
a lot of these people I do, but but yeah, this is where it gets fun. So, because this is what I expected. I expected like some people to be late. I expected some people to, let me see did I send him the right one?
Were you expecting me to hop on at like 6:10?
No, I figured
Honestly?
you'd be on time. Yeah.
Yeah.
I knew you'd be on time today.
Well, luckily I had things set up from the other night. I just left it all kind of where it was. And
no, that's a good setup though. That's a nice podcasting setup though for you. It looks good, sound good. What are you using for a mic?
It's just this shotgun Rode mic.
Oh, okay.
I'm not that complicated. Does it actually sound good? I mean,
no, it does. It sounds really good.
Okay.
Yeah, it sounds really good. Come on, buddy. Now this is one of those like, all right, so I'll go to the chat.
If you want me, I can hang with you here while.
Yeah. We'll just hang out here and see. I'm like, I just texted him and said, "Where are you?" And he's probably panicking, which is pretty funny.
So the joke is, DJ, that this hour will go by, and then the next guest won't be ready. He'll be like, "Todd, can you hang with me?" And then all of a sudden, it's 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah, none of these people are lined up. None of these people are lined up.
Movie.
Right. But now I'm just like, now the guy that shows up next, he'll be like, "Where were you?" Everybody, he's late. So he'll be here. I hope. I just texted him, "Where are you?" And he, anyways, so why seriously on that, the Die Hard, let's go back through the questions then while we wait.
Oh, sure.
So, and now I can expand on them. What was the first one? Because I answered them all pretty quickly.
Kaleidoscape versus disc.
So that's easy. I mean, that's easy. It's, I mean, if you have, I mean, what's the future look like, right? And a lot of things are going, I mean, physicals pretty much. Why would I get rid of the one that's probably going to be gone in the next, 5-10 years? I would say 10 years, and then Star Wars Die Hard.
If you just said, why would I not get rid of the one that's already irrelevant? But you didn't go there. So,
Oh man, he said my email says 8. Oops. He goes, "Let me put on a shirt and I'll hop on." He said my email says 8. So somehow I screwed that up. So
hopefully that's not the case all the way down the line.
No. I'm pretty sure I checked. See, he might have been. I might have actually used the other person. Hopefully that's not the case, but pretty much everybody's. We'll see. Hey, maybe I'll have an hour where I talk by myself, and then maybe another hour I'll have all these people.
You have like 10 people trying to get on all at once.
I think I can host 8. Maybe it's 10. I think I can host 8. I'm not sure.
That's a lot. That would be maybe too much.
Oh yeah. Once you get past, I mean, even anything past 4 is really hard. You have to really organize it and have somebody, like when we do the Thanksgiving one where we have 6, it's like you need somebody to MC
Moderate.
it. Yeah. And that way it's like, because everybody would just be like, "Oh, you can't really have 3 people." I think we do the 3 of us do a decent job of like, okay, just, and you don't get we try not to do a lot of the, "Oh, I'm sorry, you go," or, we just have a normal conversation, So, but yeah, that's funny. All right, here we go. He should be, how long does it take him to put on a shirt? No, I did worry about that, but I thought I was pretty good with my emails. So I was a little concerned with that because I had to send out all those emails to every single person. And like, I sent you the quote unquote form email, and then I just change and make sure what I was really concerned with was the link that I gave them. Make sure everybody got the correct link, so.
I mean, and the instructions are really good. The one thing about StreamYard is it doesn't allow Safari to work with it. That can be a bit of a bug.
It does on the phone, though. That's all you can use on the phone.
Oh, really? Oh, that's odd.
Yeah, if you try to access StreamYard on your iPhone, it'll tell you to go to Safari. Mm-hmm. It'll say to open it in a Safari browser. So that's why I put that in there. But yeah, Chrome. I've used it on what's the other one? Edge. I've used it on Edge before. Mm-hmm. What's the Firefox? Is that the Firefox? Yeah. I've used it on. I had an issue once that in it I was on with StreamYard help, and they were like, "Oh, try this one," and we did a bunch of different ones. So, but yeah, they said I think Chrome is the most consistent, is the best one for them. So.
Yeah, I'd love to know the reason why that's the case. Why Safari does not allow it to work.
Yeah,
but
Van Gool in the chat, getting ready for work. That's funny. That's what I was just going to ask you. What are you up to today, Todd? During the middle hours. I know you're going to sleep tonight while I'm going, but
gosh, I don't know what's going on today. To be honest.
Nice.
My wife just got back from a long business trip. So probably hang out with her some of the day. And I might try and sneak in this movie that Steve recommended. Talk to me,
yeah.
Yeah, maybe,
it sounds pretty
if
good.
I watch it, and then I wake up at 2 a.m.
Steve will have just been on. Oh, yeah, you could wake. Oh, yeah, it would be... What, your time, it would be 2 a.m. You could wait until you're on at 5, and I'm sure Steve would jump on then.
Yeah, because that would actually be midday for him.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Yeah, well,
because once I get up, I'm up.
5 a.m.? No, it would be 10 o'clock. He's 5 hours ahead of us.
Right.
So he'd be at 10 o'clock when you're at 5 o'clock.
And the clock's set back at 4
Well, I do.
Or is it midnight?
Typically what happens, I think your iPhones go at 2 a.m. It'll go back to 1 a.m.
2 a.m. Right.
So that's why on my schedule here, I have 12 a.m., 1 a.m., 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., and 5 a.m.
That's tough. That's like running a marathon. You get to mile 24, and then you just see the signs start flipping.
Yeah.
23.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
I talk about that. It's like that. I did a half Ironman, and you train a certain way for each mile, and especially on the final leg of running, it's like, okay, I'm saving my energy to do this final leg, and I wanted to sprint the last mile. Okay. And I'm like, I am ready to go into my sprint. I'm like, here we go. I'm like, just ready to open it up. And all of a sudden I come to around this corner, and it's supposed to be the beach. And you got a mile to the finish, and there's a guy with a sign, and they took you and put you onto the beach. So instead of running down the street where I thought you would be running, and you're in sneakers, right? And it's like, so I'm ready to sprint and go all out, and they send you onto the beach, and I'm like, are you kidding me? It's like trying to sprint. I mean, you run on a beach as an exercise because it's so difficult. Not it's like not at the final mile of a half Ironman, and you're like,
really tough.
Yeah,
were you able to run on kind of the wet sand, so it was a little harder? Or, okay,
yeah,
so
I figured that out about like 20 yards in. I'm like, what am I doing? And I just went down to the water, and I just went, and I just sprinted down the beach. But I was so angry. It's just like,
I'm imagining Chevy Chase in the desert in vacation. You have your shirt wrapped around your head.
Yeah.
Yeah, boy, that is tough. And sometimes running on that hard sand is hard because
It's sloped.
yes,
It
can be
it's
really painful.
uneven. Oh
Yeah.
yeah, that's not cool. Here's my boy.
I just got out of bed.
Yeah, sorry about that. Martin, Todd, Martin.
This
Hey,
is
Martin.
Martin Ferretti. He runs the Nerdy Legion. He's the one
I
that
don't run
runs
it.
my. Sometimes.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah, he runs the network that makes all of this possible for me.
Something
So,
like that.
yeah, something like that. Honestly, to be fair, it's like, and while Todd's here, I can say this. I don't think we'd be doing home theater if it wasn't for Martin, because he made
That's true. You're welcome.
Yeah, it is true. It is true because Steve, yeah, John and I were doing Brightside Chat, and they invited us on to the Nerdy Legion, and we had been doing that podcast for like 8 months, and we were like, yeah, great. And John and I thought it was awesome. We're getting asked by a network, and we're like, cool. And they have a ton of podcasts there, and we were like, all right, this is cool. And then I was like, all right. And I'll tell you, I'm not putting this out to anybody else because I would tell you to charge other people. He doesn't charge us anything. I just upload cool. And so I was able to, because of that, I'm like, all right, well, I asked him, I'm like, can I do a home theater one? And Martin's like, yeah, do whatever you want. More the merrier. And I think he's regretting that now. Because but yeah, it's like he allows it to happen
when you send me messages and I'm traveling. That's it.
I know, but I don't mean to. I don't know when you're traveling, but we'll get more into that.
No, it's not your fault either.
Yeah, I'll let Todd go. Thank you for extending with me. I appreciate it.
Definitely. I'll pop in
My
and
bad.
say hi at some point today.
Great. Yeah, you got the links. Pop in. I look forward to it. Have a great day.
DJ. Good luck, Martin. Nice meeting you.
Thanks for this day, Todd.
All right. That's right. I'll check in soon.
Later, buddy. Bye.
All right. Bye.
Martin, sorry, buddy.
Hey, do you get like feedback from my microphone?
No, I'm not getting anything. Sounds great.
Okay.
Sounds great. What are your let's go over this because I expect to be doing this with people anyways, so I don't want anybody to feel bad. You got echo cancellation, automatically adjust your mic. I'll leave it alone for now. You got no other noises going in the background, but
no, the reason I ask is I've got my earpods on, but the audio is coming out from my laptop because for some reason the audio is garbled in the headphones.
Oh,
so I had to switch it to my speakers.
Oops.
But the microphone I'm using is from the AirPods.
Okay. Right. Yeah, no, cool. You have echo cancellation on, which works really well. So like I can't hear myself back. It does that automatically. That's another feature of StreamYard.
So look, I'm drinking this thing that's been in my fridge for a week.
I hope it's not milk. It's orange.
No, it's like flavored juice, basically.
Are we sponsored by them?
Weird.
You and Nick do that all the time. Sponsored by.
Somebody sent me an email to be here at 8, and so I was sleeping, and then I get a text, and I'm like, oh, maybe the time changed last night and not tomorrow night.
No, I screwed up, and like Todd said, I wonder how many others I did like that.
Everybody's going to be an hour late.
Yeah. And there you go. You're back.
Uh-oh.
There you are.
Oh, there you go.
There you go. Hey, that's like I said, tech. Things are gonna happen. We're used to it. What did you speaking of that, we'll get back to the Nerdy Legion in a little bit. What did you and Nick record with last time? You both sounded great.
Trim my mustache.
It's
the same exact
it's a
setup
camera.
I'm using right now.
Is that new?
Happened. I need to see what's going on. Yeah. No, it's been the same for a while. The only thing I changed is the software. I added some plugins.
Okay.
I use Audio Hijack on the Mac, and so I added some plugins that do some like real time sound audio effects.
Oh,
on the
okay.
recording. That's it. Listen, on this one, literally all I did was what I told you to do on our text. 2 tracks into a single track, truncate silence, put it out.
Yes. I know I know. I used to do that 2 to 1. Reduced down to a single track with John. Oh wow, you're getting. Now I'm hearing myself back. Are you there?
Yeah, that's weird. Let me check my internet here.
Are you hardline?
I am
or are
in
you
the
Wi-Fi?
closet. If you couldn't tell, I'm in the closet.
Yeah. So, oh yeah, look, you actually have the files in the background there. You couldn't even get like a black sheet or something to put over it. It's like, come on,
listen,
illusion is everything.
So, funny story. I was setting up a room upstairs. So our oldest just moved out, which I was going to talk to you about this. So our oldest just moved out. So I'm setting up this room upstairs as a theater room.
Nice.
And so I was going to record up there. But because it's not 8 o'clock, it's 7 o'clock. I didn't even get to do anything upstairs. And so I'm just recording in the closet. Okay. I literally brought my laptop in here because the charger for the laptop is still in the closet.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
So you are on Wi-Fi then, right? Are you on Wi-Fi or a hardline?
Yeah. I mean, there is a router like 3 feet from me.
Okay.
I'm not sure what the deal is.
That might help.
Real. It's been kind of wishy-washy for a couple days.
Yeah.
Ever since the Apple announcement, how convenient. My Mac starts.
The new MacBook.
When they announce new processors.
I just bought my MacBook too. I just got it this summer. Yeah, I got all the bells and whistles because I knew I'd be doing all this stuff on the road and stuff. So
yeah.
And now they come out with the M3 chip. I'm like,
M3, yeah.
Do they have an upgrade process? Do they have an upgrade system?
Yeah, of course they do. You buy one every year. That's the upgrade process.
Oh.
Yeah. Or you upgrade when you purchase.
I know how to upgrade. I'm trying to do it cheaper. I know I could just walk in and buy another one. Look, upgrade.
You can upgrade cheaper. I got you, buddy. You don't buy a Mac.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So let's talk about this theater that you want to build.
Man, yeah, I've been
let me tell the listeners, you and I actually recorded about this, like a year and a half ago? And we never put it out. So I was like, because you called me with an idea and I'm like, let's do a show. So we got on and we did a show, but I can't remember why didn't we put it. I still have it. It's still in my computer. And I'm like,
listen, it was not like a show to put out to the public. It was literally like 2 dudes trying to figure out how the hell to make this happen.
That's my show. What do you don't listen? Like, what the hell? That's what Brightside Home Theater is. Like 2 dudes trying to figure out how to make this happen. And it's I think that was the working title.
But
I was the only one, so the title didn't work.
So I still have the same problem. I don't know if you recall, but I have this stupid fireplace in my family room.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like 6 foot wide and it's got this like brick base. The problem is it's got like 2 brick columns going straight up, right? And so what fits exactly in between these 2 columns is my current 55-inch TV. Literally perfectly in it. There's like a hair on each end, right? And so for years, I've been talking to my wife about upgrading, especially when you started doing the home theater show. I was like, what in the hell? I got to get something better. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I did get a new speaker. I bought some, what do I have? The Sonos, whatever that sound bar is. I did buy one of those.
What is it? The Edge or the Beam, the Atmos one? No. Or is it just it's the little one? Oh, you got the Arc. It's called the Arc. The big
beam. That's what I got.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I was like, okay, if I'm gonna do like a surround, I don't even have surround sound. Okay, listen, home theater friends, don't hate me. Okay, I use TV speakers. I've been using them ever since we got this TV. Okay,
Hey,
so but hey,
it's not about the speakers. It's not about the TV. It's the desire to want more. That's all this is about. Yep.
So, I mean, I've never had time to like sit and watch movies, like tons of movies, like I would want if I had a theater. So, anyways, so for years I've been trying to figure this out, and my solution, which my wife hated, was to flip the room on its side. So, get like couches on each side of the fireplace, and put a big TV or a screen or something on the opposite end where the couch is now. This is a big room, right? The room is like 15 foot wide. No, it's 22 foot wide, long, 15 foot wide.
Okay. Which end the fireplace is on the 15 wall?
Yes. On the 22.
Oh, okay. All right. Oh, I see what you're doing. So you're gonna have couches, like the fireplace would be behind you, but it would be like you would kind of split it.
My wife said it was dumb. So I was going to get 2 single chair, like theater chairs on each side of the fireplace, and then put like 2 love seats across the room. So if people come over, they can hang out and whatever. But I don't care if they come over. I just want to sit and watch movies, right?
Steve's, look at this. I'm sorry about this. Steve in the chat. Okay, I've jumped. Coffee in hand for how long, Ling? Yet to be determined. Steve, I think he messaged me last night. I think he emailed me last night. He's at somebody else's house. He's on vacation, and he's like getting away from the people he's supposed to be visiting with just to take this in. I'm like, thanks, buddy. Appreciate that. I mean, the home theater people, Martin, are crazy passionate people. It is amazing.
I don't have a home theater yet. But I listen to all your shows. Sometimes it takes me like a couple weeks, but I did listen last night to the Blade one because I saw Blade show up. I was like, I love that movie. I got to watch. And I watched it on YouTube.
There you go. Thank you very much.
Like and subscribe. Also, hi, Carl. Carl's my best friend. Did you tell him he's my best friend yet?
Oh, yeah, Carl. Carl, the Tesla guy. Yeah, Carl loves his Teslas. Yeah.
I also love my Tesla, Carl. So shout out to you.
You sent me a picture of yours. What is it with Tesla people? And they're just like, it's like, okay, you're allowed to like your car. Not everybody else has to too.
Dude, it's so cool. You like go charge it, and everyone's just like taking selfies with their cars.
It's so funny. I heard you talking about it with Nick, and I'm like, you canceled the self-driving feature or whatever, and then you grab the subscription again. And I would too. It's not cheap, right?
No,
isn't it like?
Yeah, because I didn't even do the first upgrade because you can do like the enhanced autopilot. I just got like the basic autopilot. I was like, I'm never gonna need this self-driving thing.
What is basic autopilot? What does that mean? I'll miss the small children.
No, smart cruise control. Right, so it's cruise control, but it like follows traffic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I got it, and then I was like, yeah, this is cool, but like it's not that cool. I mean, I can't tell the story as well as when I do Nerdy Legion because that's like trademark secrets over there.
Yeah, exactly. So go listen to Nerdy Legion podcast. It's much like mine. You guys just sit there and chat away. It's fantastic.
Except you guys are PG-13. We are not.
Yeah. True. Very true. Very true. But you're not too bad.
So I did this, and then I did it for a month, and then it ended. So I was like, I'm not going to renew. It's not that good. And so I drove for like 2 days, and I was like, maybe it wasn't that bad. And so I had to resubscribe.
Yeah.
And it's great. I love it.
And you love it. Paul in the chat, you can be a home theater person without a home theater. It's allowed.
Thanks, Paul. Your dog is beautiful.
Oh, see, you do follow along. Yeah.
Yeah, I assume that's his dog.
Yeah. Mika. Was his dog's name? Yeah.
That's a good husky name.
Oh yeah.
We almost just got a husky. It was a half husky, half Pomeranian.
Oh yeah. Fluffy.
Is that right? Yeah. So it was like a husky, but like this big.
Yeah. Oh geez, like a mini husky. Yeah.
But somebody got it before. My mom wanted to go see it, and they're like, "Well, we can only adopt it out if there's another dog in the house." She's like, "Okay," and so I said, "I just left work. I can go get the dog and bring it up there." She's like, "No, we'll come back tomorrow." What happens tomorrow? Dog's gone. So
yeah, you can't like. We went to adopt my shepherd back in 2002, and my wife's like, "Let's just go see her." And we'll see, like a test drive. I'm like, there's no such thing.
Yeah.
You take it. You're either going to get it or it's like, unless it bites me, and she actually did. But yeah, well, I was playing with her, and it was actually kind of sad. She was a year old. Her owner realized he couldn't keep her because he started to travel for work. His wife was traveling for work, and they lived in town closer to Boston, so they didn't have a big yard or anything for her. And they wanted to give her a good home. So we went to visit her, and we went to they had a little park across the street, and he and my wife are talking, and she's still on the leash, and her and I are laying on the ground playing, and she's biting me, and I'm putting my hand in her mouth. We walk back across the street. I open the back of we had a Jeep Grand Cherokee. I open the back. She jumps right in. Dave, the owner at the time's like, can I take her inside and say goodbye? I was like, come on, girl, go with him. The poor thing. I mean, we just me and Gabby, we just fell in love like that. And she was like, she followed me everywhere. Brought her home that day, drove home. I sat down on my couch. She laid down right next to me on the couch and just sat. And it was like, where you been all my life? I feel like that's what she was saying. Like, it was great.
Listen, we were ready. I was going to name this dog Bruce Wayne because his name was Juan. Like, who names their dog Juan, right? So I was going to rename him Bruce Wayne, and my wife had the bright idea of naming him Walter White because we have a miniature American Eskimo, and her name is Betty White.
Oh, so, Walter White. There you go. Oh,
but it didn't happen. Sadly, too bad.
Yeah. Oh, that sucks.
Yeah. Anyway, so back to the strip.
Anyways,
so for years I've been trying to figure this out, right?
Yeah.
And my wife hates every idea I throw at her. So finally, I was like, "What if we just shift the TV over, right?"
Yeah.
Which I hated the idea. Like after I set it up, because there's plenty of room. That's like another 15 feet on this wall, right?
Yeah.
Shift it over and then move everything over. But then I'm thinking it's not going to be centered. That's like super weird. And what if I do surround? Like, I can't do surround on like the side of a room. You know what I mean? It's got to be in the middle.
You can. People do it. I know what you're going for, but it's like, I know it's go ahead.
Here's the moral of the story. Fireplaces, if you have one, just get rid of it. They're useless. Okay. I live in the South. We don't turn it on. Okay. I pay $25 a month for gas. I never use it. It's been like 3 years since I've turned it on. Okay. But it's fine. My wife wants it, so I have it.
Right.
So she's
like, up here, they're big. I love mine.
I'm sure.
I have a wood stove, and it's I heat the house with it. Yeah.
Yeah, you would need it.
You're in the South.
Power in the wintertime, I just like throw a sweater on,
Right.
But so she's like, well, why don't you move the room like sideways, right? You can get like an entertainment, like a corner unit entertainment center and do it that way. And I'm like, this is done. We're not doing this anymore. Because if the room was square, maybe, right?
Yeah.
But this is like, it's twice as wide as it's long or long as it's wide.
Right.
Whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm not doing that.
You'd have, what you got to do is send me the dimension, like send me a sketch.
Nope.
Why?
I was going to do that.
Why? Well, now why aren't we doing that?
But then something happened.
You lost your hands? You can't draw?
Sat down and I meditated. And the universe came to me.
Let's not go down that road again.
And said, our oldest child is moving out of the house, moving in with a boyfriend. So now we have a spare room. You see?
There you go. See the evolution of the conversation. I should have known that's where we were going because we started there.
All you gotta do is ask, my friend.
That's true. It's very true. Look at that. Well, if you wait long enough.
Yeah, they've been talking about it for a year. So she
How
finally
old
moved
is
out
she
this
now?
time. She'll be 21.
Oh wow.
She's 20.
I've known you a long time.
Yep.
I know it's only. I mean, it's wow. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
It's crazy,
Yeah, I
huh?
was thinking that the other day.
Yeah.
Like Nick
What
and
when
those
you get
guys,
the text?
known, like
This
10
guy's
years
been
probably.
bugging me forever.
Nah, it's cool. So now I have this free room upstairs, which I haven't been able to do anything in because she moved out and then had a stomach flu. So was in bed for 4 days, poor thing.
Oh
So the room was a disaster. But
yeah.
they were here yesterday cleaning up, so now it's free. You
Nice.
see.
And what are the dimensions of this room?
So this is a
And,
15 minute.
and where are you put? Okay, and where are you putting the fireplace?
In the trash. This is the perfect room. Let me tell you why.
You're so
15 by
aggravated with
15,
me.
perfectly square. Okay. There are no windows in this room. There is a door that has a window on it because there's a balcony there.
Oh,
But no windows. The only downside, which I don't think is going to be a problem at all, is it's upstairs, and so actually it is the perfect room, to be honest. One wall is flat,
okay.
but the other room is the other side is kind of sloped. Right, so the wall goes up maybe 5 feet,
Okay.
and then it
Yep.
slopes up to the ceiling. Okay, so what's the ceiling? 10 feet, I guess, something like that.
Yep.
Um,
I don't know.
so that's the only thing that's kind of weird. Is
So
this
which?
back wall?
Okay, the back wall is sloped. Now
I mean,
this one.
It could be any wall, but it's
How?
the back.
Let me ask you this: how detailed do you want to get? What's the how evasive do you want to get with this room? Because technically, square isn't good for like sound. You want rectangle, okay? So, but what that could do is you could put up a false wall. You could build a false wall, and then you could run, like, if you have to run cables or something. So whichever one. Now this one here, you should send me, and you said it's like 15 by 15.
Yep.
Something like that. So what if, now again, how detailed do you want, how much fun do you want to have in this room?
Also,
And like that's a good size, because you could do a couple of rows of seating. How many people do you plan on being in there? You could do one row just for you and your wife.
one chair for me.
One chair. Oh, it's a screening room. Okay.
No, I'm kidding. It's got to be probably 2 or 3, I would think.
Okay.
I thought about doing 2 rows, but I don't like clutter, as you know. And I feel like if I did 2 rows, the front row might be too close to the front wall.
That's okay. And you said you have a 10-foot ceiling.
Yes.
So
and
what
there's
I'm
a large walk-in closet in this room as well. So all my media stuff is going.
Stuff can go in there.
NAS box and all that. That's going all up there.
Yep. You could do. I mean, there's so much you could do with this. It's like I'm envisioning my room. And if you have a 10-foot ceiling, you can put in a riser for your second row. And then your first row is literally, if you have the, if it's in the budget, my first row is there for ambience, because I want to feel like I'm in a theater, and so I'm risen up behind it, and I have that 2 seats. I have 3 seats in this theater and 2 in the front. And it's like, I mean, yes, when we have like a Super Bowl party or something, people use them, but most of the time it's just there for me to have the experience of looking over seats at my screen and getting that in theater experience, So, it's not clutter. It's actually part of the experience.
So do you do that when you go to the movies also? You purposely pick a seat that's got a seat in front of you?
Well, all my I never sit in the front row of a theater. Nobody does. They're psychos if they choose that.
No, I know. But what
Sorry, everybody, if you're
all right. So like when my wife rarely goes to the theater except to go see Taylor Swift.
Brought out a lot of people.
Yeah, it was packed. I got a Go Travis shirt to wear when we went to see Taylor. Yeah, it was cool. Anyways, but with the kids, I go all the time. Well, not all the time. Like once a month, maybe, or every other month now. More than we used to, for sure. And we always pick the same seat. We sit dead in the middle in the row behind the handicap seats. So there's like 6 rows, and then
I see.
aisle where the handicap seats are, and we sit right behind it. So there is nobody in front of us, and they're still elevated enough where somebody walks past you, they're not going to block your view.
Right.
So,
good question.
So that's what I like. I don't like anything in front of me.
Oh, okay. So yeah, if that's the case, then yeah, just go with that's what you, because a lot of people, most home theaters, the front row is the prime seating position.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like I'm the odd duck, and every now and then I'll have a listener that'll be like, "Oh, I do the same thing," or they'll say, "I never thought of that," and then they want to do it, which is pretty cool. Yeah. But yeah, if you don't want to have that, obviously you don't have to have it. But that's just I don't think of mine as clutter. I think of it that's part of the experience for me. But when I go to a theater, I'm like now I'm trying to sit kind of middle of the room and middle back so that I can get the better experience of the room.
Interesting. Yeah. I'm not sure. There is a ceiling fan in this room, which I think I'm going to take down.
You don't have to. You don't have to, because even if we did a projection system, which you don't have to do that, but if we did a projection system, it would probably be mounted low enough where you have a 10-foot ceiling. You'd be dropping that thing down. It'd still be shooting way high anyways, but you'd be shooting way under the fan. You may want to leave that in, because if you have a projector in your room, those things get hot in there. So a fan isn't the end of it would be nice to circulate some air in there.
So I was, I had I wouldn't say an argument, a discussion with my 13-year-old about a projector this past week.
Oh, geez.
Because I picked her from school, right? We get home, and she's like, "What are you doing up in Reagan's room?" And I'm like, "I'm gonna do a theater room." And she's like, "Oh, can we get a projector?" And I was like, "I mean, yeah."
Yeah.
She's like, "Cool." She's like, "Can we go get it now?" I was like, "I gotta plan the room out first. I'm not just like go buy a projector,
Right.
She's like, "You can get the one that we saw," because she was looking at a projector for her room, right? She's like, "You can get the one that we saw on Amazon." And I was like, "Listen, if we're getting a projector, I'm not getting a $200 projector. You know what I mean?"
From Amazon, right? But it fits in your pocketbook.
She's like, "It looks fine." I said, "I'm gonna make you listen to DJ."
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's like, but what's funny is like when I was obviously in the 90s, they didn't have what we have now, and you had to do something like that. I remember thinking like, how can I get a bigger image on the wall? And it's like, maybe if I get one of those projectors they have at school or something, and just the cheapest, crappiest, because like the theater projectors back then were the CRT projectors, and they were super expensive and everything. And you're like, there was no hope, right? There was no hope back then. I mean, so much so that it was written up in home theater magazines. Like, if you have a 32-inch television, that's a home theater. And you're like, and a lot of that's because you couldn't get much more than that back then.
That's funny that you say that, though, because that's a lot of times that's how I watch movies anyway. What size TV is this? I think this is a 39 or a 42, but I use it as my secondary monitor on my laptop. Yeah. And so I'm like 3 feet away from it, right? So it feels big when I watch stuff. Whereas in my family room, that TV is only 55, and I'm 14 feet away from it, right?
Right.
So it's like watching a 20-inch TV. I'm like sitting in binoculars.
Whoa. Yeah. Well, what's funny too is I just thought of this. I don't think I've ever mentioned this on the show. The 32 inches, like a 32-inch television back in the 90s or a tube TV back in the 90s. Remember the curved screen? And it was curved in both directions, but you felt like if you got the Sony Trinitron, which it wasn't flat, but it was only curved in the one direction, you felt like that was more cinematic. And it even looked more cinematic. You were like, it felt more like a flat screen TV because we didn't have flat screen TV. It wasn't until like the mid 90s that Sony came out with the flat version of that same TV. But yeah, even that was like, look at that's a home theater television right there. 32 inches, bad boy.
Dude, I remember when this came out. Sony was like super hot for a minute because when they came out with the
still pretty big
Bio laptops, they were like beautiful, right? Same with the TVs, the Trinitrons. They were these like weird gray industrial boxes, but they were so cool. You're like,
and heavy. Oh,
they were. Oh God, everything was heavy though.
Everything was heavy. My plasma. I remember I gotta hang this on a wall. I was like, I'm gonna tear my house down. It's like,
dude, and that's the other thing. So this TV is a 55, right? But it's 10 years old, probably. I don't know, 8 years old. No, we upgraded since we moved here. All right, maybe it's 4 or 5 years old. So if you look at it from the side, it's like that thick. Right.
Yeah.
And it's hanging from the wall. And I was like, I'm going to take it out and like make sure the mount's still secure and whatever. Because it's been sitting up there for years. And I went to go move it. And, I got to climb up on this little ledge in front of the fireplace. So because the TV sits, it's like 7 feet up in the air, basically. I get up there and I go and try to lift the TV up and said, I'm too old for this crap. So I just left it alone. I wiggled it, make sure it was still tight.
I remember when we upgrade our TV in the living room, I usually take whatever was in the living room and put it up in our bedroom. And our first plasma, my kids bought me for Christmas. I think this was way, way back. The kids and my wife all got together and they wanted to get me a new TV for the living room. And it was the new plasmas when they came out, when they dropped enough that we could afford one. And that actually replaced the 32-inch Sony that we had that we took from our apartment, and then that came down here to the kids' room down here in the basement. I still had my theater. I think even at that time I had a projector in the theater, but we just had the 32-inch Sony Trinitron in the corner in the living room. Well, anyways, when that went on, the plasma was probably only a 42-inch plasma, but that was huge in that living room after a 32, right? When we eventually upgraded to something, lighter, more modern, and I took the plasma and I brought it upstairs to put it into my bedroom, and it took 2 of us to get that thing on the wall. And I was like, what the hell? It's like, and then all the new TVs, you're like, I don't even think they weigh 50 pounds. They're just so light. And you put your brackets on the back, one person, you can pick it up and look behind. Oh yeah, there we go.
Yep.
Hang it right. Yep. It's like hanging a picture. It's so easy. It's like,
so easy.
You remember trying to put a CRT TV on the wall? I had one in my bedroom. I remember it's like, yeah. It wasn't 32. I think I had like a 20-inch on the wall with the VCR in it. And it was huge, but you had to buy that arm, right?
Yeah,
that would come off the wall. The things that they had in school and stuff. You had to make sure you hit the stud on that. Otherwise, you're screwed. But yeah, we had actually the final one that we had a DVD player and a VCR in it in our room. I think that's what I took off the wall.
Fancy boy.
Hey. It was either that or I'd have to have a DVD player and a VCR on that rack.
That's true. Yeah. No, I hear you talking. You're like, you're buying your media for every format, starting with I guess Betamax is not a video format, huh?
VHS.
Since they made movies on vinyl or whatever, that's you.
Vinyl. Well, actually, Paul's in the chat. Paul Hurt, he had the comment earlier. Paul I think he has the vinyl of Star Wars. I think he has a few different copies of Star Wars. Yeah. When he was on the show, he was telling me he's got some crazy stuff that you like.
I gotta listen to that one then. That's sweet.
Yeah. Yeah, he has. Yeah, and what's funny is I always thought like I had like almost every copy, or I had every copy of Terminator 2 or Star Wars. And then when I started this podcast and people start writing in, and you start seeing something like I'm seeing people are following me on Twitter, so you get to see more and more. And I'm like, there's like dozens and dozens of other versions around the world that people collect, right?
Mhm.
Steve George, my co-host, he's got the Die Hard poster, the Japanese Die Hard poster in his theater. And it's like, so like when you're in your own little bubble, me in Massachusetts, I'm like, I've got everything. No, buddy, there's a world out there. It's like, there's stuff beyond the ocean, you know, you don't just swim in that thing. So there's so much out. And there are people that collect them all. And it's crazy. It's like, yeah.
I see that with comics, right? As you know, I spend way too much money in comic books as well. So, yeah, you can never have it all. You know what I mean? Like I would be like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna get this series, right? So I go and I buy the whole series, and then someone's like, oh, do you have like this and that? And I'm like, what are you talking about? And they're like, yeah, like, you know, so and so made it and this and that. And so finally I had to be like, look, I just want like a full readable collection, right? Because if I start buying like every cover and like every international version, I won't have room for like a single series in my whole house, right? So I started being a little more selective.
Yeah.
But
that's
dude,
Paul
like,
right there.
There's always something to collect, you know what I mean? Like there's stuff that I would love to have, like especially now that I want to do this theater, I would love to have some like original like TV show or movie like props in the room. But I'm thinking like, what exactly would it be? I don't know if you saw Nick. He posted there's like an alien queen statue that just came out.
Oh,
no,
I didn't see that.
I don't think it's out. I think it's about to come out. But it's like a whole set, and you have to like piece the statue together because it's you know like 6 foot wide or whatever.
Yeah.
Alien queen, and there's like a bunch of xenomorphs underneath her. And I mean, for what it is, it's not bad. It's like $2,000. But I would love to have like an actual replica, like alien queen head on my wall. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Or like something from the Predator movies. Like those are my two favorites, right?
Yeah.
In terms of like franchises.
So
I like Terminator better, but not as a franchise.
Oh, I see that. Yeah, I can see that. I always wanted to have that kind of stuff outside my room, but in this theater, I wasn't able to do that. So I put my stuff in the back of the room, the knickknacks, and I've got all my memorabilia back there. I think I'm actually probably going to leave a lot of that here for my son and keep it in this room. And then in the new theater, the theater itself will just be the theater. I don't think I'll put any real memorabilia in there. Maybe, you never know. But outside it, I want to do all the stuff that I've always wanted to do, like in-wall stuff that you can, like I had a design and I'll probably take it with me, but like the Terminator arm, right? Yeah. And I always wanted to build that into the wall with the blue lights on it and have it and even have that. I wanted to have that in the theater. And then when the lights dim, that would dim as well, you know, but now maybe I'll just put it on the outside. So who knows? I don't know. I mean, so many more possibilities now.
Yeah, that's true. You were talking about like wiring or something the other day. I think one of your listeners has sent an email in about how to wire a switch or something.
Okay.
But I was thinking about that because so right next to me in this closet, there's a server. And on the server, I run a lot of automations for the house. But never have I had to, like, I want it to be like perfect, right? Where like if I walk in the room automatically, like depending on the time of day, there's like a certain light setting in there, right? Because like, what if I just want to go in there and like say read a book or something, right? Instead of watching. So it's like sets the mood that way. And like if I turn the TV on or the projector on, then it knows that like, hey, I'm about to watch a movie, so let me turn the lights down automatically. And so I've been like trying to figure out how to do this exactly. Because, you know, I also have a lot of Hue stuff in the house. I know you do because you were talking about it. Hue's fantastic. And I think it helps for a lot of that stuff. But there's some stuff that, number one, I don't want to use in this room. And two, like if I want to like automate like tiny things, Like, how do I get the TV to turn on and know that I'm in the room? You see what I mean?
Okay. Yeah.
Like,
Well, they have systems like that, but it wouldn't. It like a Control 4 can do that. A Crestron can do that. It's right.
much.
That's too much. Right. You want to do it on your own. You like us.
So
Yeah.
with the way this
There
is
are
set
ways.
up, originally I was going to get like a LG, one of the the WebOS TVs, the smart TVs. Because I don't know if you know this, DJ. My favorite phone of all time, still today, is the Palm Pre. Okay, and
I have mine. I should run to the garage. I have one too.
I
Yeah.
have it. It's in a drawer. I still have it.
Yeah. Mine's in my toolbox.
The first WebOS device. Okay. It's like this.
Yeah, it was tiny, but it had a QWERTY keyboard.
Like you flipped it up.
Yep. And I used to use it at work to get the weather because I work outside, and I'd be able to go on and I could get a screen grab, not like you can today where you can actually get the motion. And on some of them you can get Futurecast, and you're like, oh, this is what it's going to be doing in 12 hours. But back then I used to just you'd go on to like, I think it was Intellicast I used, Intellicast.com, and you'd pull up the screen and it would just give you it was just a picture of the radar. And I'd be like, it's about to rain here. Cause I would know, and I would be watching it all day long, because to see a picture doesn't mean anything. You have to know where it was before to know the direction of it. Right. So I would have to do that like 9 o'clock in the morning. If there was any chance of rain, I would start looking. And then as soon as I start pop up, I'd be like, all right, it's going to skirt by us. And people used to ask me all the time. They're like, hey, when's it going to rain? I'm like, well, it's raining in Springfield right now, but it's heading this way and it should be here in about 45 minutes. And they're like, if 45 minutes later it start raining, they'll be like, how the hell do you know that? I'm like, I'd be like, I could smell it. It's like, but my job depends on it. You know, it's like I could finish painting a car, and if it rains an hour later, the car's getting ruined.
That's true.
You know what I mean? It's not even just like, oh no, you'll get it done. I'm like, no, you don't understand. And like, any of that stuff, the first, oh man, you're taking me back, Martin. Where'd you go?
Dude.
Oh, there you are.
Listen, I don't like to keep old stuff. Okay. I'm not a hoarder. My wife is a hoarder. I don't like old stuff. Like once it's like run its course, it's gone. She likes to keep it for sentimental value, right? Which is fine.
I'll let the listeners know this is the speech he's going to be giving me when he kicks me out of the Nerdy Legion.
No, dude, you're welcome. Forever.
I don't like old stuff. You got to go.
But I do still have my Palm Pre. I think I've got my first my first iPhone that I got. The Pre, the iPhone. I think what else? I might still have my first laptop or something. Because that was like an achievement, you know what I mean? Like when kids don't know these, but when we grew up, we had big old TVs, right?
Yeah,
that was the computer, right?
I
think my dad still has my first Mac.
Oh wow,
I can't remember which one it is. It's not a 2E, but it's like around that era. Because that's got like good sentimental value. You know what I mean?
I still have all my stuff. It's been the attic, but I still have all my.
I don't like to keep stuff.
Yeah.
But anyway, so LG. This is how the Nerd Legion works. You see this? We just do whatever the hell. So I was going to do this LG WebOS TV because I can control it from my server.
Okay.
But if I do go to the projector route, it's a little more complicated. So I found these like Shelly relay. Have you heard of the Shelly relays?
No.
Okay, so they're like little relays, and they have connectors on them. I don't know what the website is. I don't have it pulled up, and I know my connection's crappy as it is right now. But just look up Shelly relays. They have like a whole line of products, and they're little relays. They have like built-in Wi-Fi. I think they're on Zigbee, if I'm not mistaken. They have Zigbee radios on them.
Okay.
So you can put them on like HomeKit or Google Home or whatever. I use Home Assistant in the house, and they have little connectors. So like if I wanted to, instead of getting like a whole new switch, right? Like getting a Lutron switch or something, whatever, $100 for that.
Yeah.
Buy this like $4 relay, right? All you do is you snip the wires, and it's got instructions of where to go. You just plug them in, put it back in the wall, right? And then you set them up on like, there's a web interface for them. So they give you instructions on like which website. See, Eddy knows.
Yeah. Eddy in the chat. Shelly relays are awesome. And he's an integrator too. So he does these.
Beautiful.
Yeah, so he knows this stuff. Yeah. So that's cool.
Yeah. So and they're like dirt cheap. You can buy like 100 of them for nothing. So I'm thinking, instead of like buying more stuff, why don't I just reuse the stuff that I have and just drop Shellys everywhere? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So this is an older house. So I'm like limited on my choices because there's no neutrals on the switches, for example.
Oh yeah.
You know, the house is as old as me, buddy. You know, it's 40 plus years old. So
look at you. You're still saying that 40 thing. That's so cute.
Listen, Grandpa.
Grandpa. No, but that conversation we were having, though, that you're talking about the switches, because I have one on the wall right here, and it's like this. I'll show like everybody. This is the switch on the wall right here. All right, that switch is literally just screwed to the plate. There, it's not wired.
I see that.
Right, and you just go like this, and now look, all the lights in my room come on.
Mm-hmm.
So like, that's the whole room. But then I go to the lower switch here, and now with all, you see it's 3 switches if you're watching. If you're watching on YouTube, it's the only place you can see us right now. This is off. See, so now I'm off. Now I go full on, and then I have 2 podcast settings. This is my Halloween setting from the other day, and now I'll show you. And then the lower one is the one I just did that I have for today, and it's And that's what I was trying to tell. I think it was Gurinder, who had written in. He's like, he was trying to put stuff in his theater, lights in his theater. And he's like, oh, do I wire a switch across the room? And I'm like, wait a minute. And that had come in at the beginning of the month, and I had done this later in the month. So then when I went to do the Takeover Tuesday, I was like, holy crap. I'm like, this is a great answer. But they are. I could put one of these in my bedroom and turn these lights on, because this is now connected to my Hue switch, so I can just tell it and on my phone I have Hue. My entire theater is done with Hue lighting. This is done with Hue lighting, and then I have Hue lights scattered around the house, which is on a completely different hub. But this hub here has the podcast and the podcast studio and the theater on it, and you just pick it, and I can adjust my lighting. I can do whatever I want. So it's super easy.
So in one of the bathrooms, in the closets, and in the laundry room, I've got the Hue motion sensors too. So when you walk in, it just pops on.
Yeah. I haven't utilized those yet. Yeah. I haven't utilized motions yet.
People come over, they just freak out.
They work good.
And the lights just come on.
Yeah.
The only problem is you have to set like an interval. You know what I mean? Like I wish. And the smallest interval is 2 minutes, right? So like if I go in the bathroom to pee, I'm not in there for 2 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Bada bing, bada boom, in and out. But yeah, that's why I only have it in like this hallway bathroom. I'm not going to put it where the showers are, because where am I going to put the sensor? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I probably have to mount multiple sensors. So
what's cool about this one is I actually added. I have a fluorescent light bar up here, which isn't Hue, but you get the little plug switches for the walls, and so it's a plug based. It's not a hardline fluorescent light, so it's a shop light. You plug it in, put that in line, and connect it to the Hue, connect it to that system, and now that comes on. It's part of the scene. So I can add it and turn it on. So like right now it's not on, but when I go full lights on, that one comes on with all the Hue lights. Yeah. So, there's so many things you can do with it. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. Well,
right, we're coming up.
But sorry. Go ahead.
No. I was saying we're coming up on 8:00, so our next guest should be coming any minute. Hopefully, both of them were in the chat, so hopefully they'll show.
DJ 8:00.
I don't know. Oh, there we go. Now I can hear my echo again. So, but yeah. So who knows? Let me see. I'll text the next one I have. The next few I have texts on. So for all I know, let me see.
Nope, that's Sprite.
That's Sprite.
It's gross.
Let's see. Joining.
I'm telling you, I bet you're going to have everyone off by an hour.
I shouldn't because, like, for instance, some of them, like, let's see. Let me get on the. Oh, there he is. See, he's not off by an hour. Nelson, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you?
Good. This is Nelson Martin.
This is great. Good follow up. My dad's name is Nelson. It's not a joke.
Cool.
Yeah.
See?
Now I feel like I should have worn my home theater bright side shirt.
There you go.
I'm wearing somebody else's podcast hoodie.
Oh, who's that one? Who's that podcast?
My buddy Tyler does. He does it's like true crime, but it's like weird, like magical true crime guys.
Yeah,
and like dudes that think they're wizards, but then they go kill people. That's his.
Martin, you want to talk memorabilia? Hook you up with Nelson. This guy's got some amazing memorabilia.
Holy cow.
Yeah. He actually, that fish tank that's on behind his left, our right, that fish tank replaced I'll send you the pictures of it because I was there. He lives an hour away from me now. He used to live in New Jersey. But that fish tank replaced this huge cabinet of like all Star Wars memorabilia. It's all glass cabinets. It's similar to the cabinets that are behind John on the show, the little square cubes. Where did you move that, Nelson? Did you move that into your office?
To the side entrance
there you go.
here on the left. Yeah,
that's sweet.
Yeah,
yeah, you can see it there. That area right behind him, Martin. That's just the entrance to his theater.
That's freaking sweet. Yeah,
it is. It is. It is. It's awesome.
Huh.
So yeah,
see, I can't do anything that long, but there is a landing area in front of that room. I could do something similar to that. I like that.
Yeah, in his place Nelson's one of my oldest listeners, not age wise, longest in the podcast. Sorry, Nelson.
Probably age wise too.
So he sent me. If you go on to brightsidehometheater.com, he's like, are you the first theater that I featured? That I put the pictures in for?
One of the first, I believe so, yeah.
Yeah. You go on there. That's his house in New Jersey. And his waiting room is when he sent me the pictures, I didn't know him and I was showing him, I didn't know him yet. And I was showing my wife, I'm like, this is what I've always wanted. And it was like, he had his theater ropes, those theater ropes that are behind him were there. I was like, he's got theater ropes. She goes, you want theater ropes? Oh, we're getting theater ropes. This was a couple years ago before we even had a house coming. She doesn't know where they're going yet, but she knows we're getting them.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. All right, I'm going to jump off.
All right.
DJ,
thanks, Martin.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
If you need me to DoorDash you some coffee, you let me know, okay?
Yeah, will do. Thanks, buddy. Thanks for everything. Later. Bye. Oh.
How's it going so far?
Good. Yeah. It's funny you coming on. I'm like, we're heading into hour 3. I had banners all made up that I was going to have scrolling. I keep forgetting to do that. Mm-hmm. But let's see. That was 24. So there we go. That's this hour. Only 23 hours left. So
not bad.
Yeah. No, I'm excited for it. I really am. I'm like, it's going well. Obviously I have my first snafu where I screwed up Martin's time. I told him 8 o'clock instead of 7. So I made that mistake. So who knows how many other people I did that with, but
I'm sure they'll figure it all out, you know?
Yeah, we'll figure it out. But, but yeah, let me, actually, we were supposed to have, let me see. But yeah, okay. So, how have you been?
I'm doing good, you know.
Like I said, one of my oldest listeners. I've been to your home, been to your theater. Amazing.
Thank you.
Great lighting today too.
Oh, good. Because what I did was I made a little portable like desk in my lobby area, so that I can get better lighting than I do. And plus, I'm doing some work in the office too. So,
okay.
I decided just to set up here. It gives you a better background to look at anyway.
Yeah. You framed those. That looks, it looks nice.
No,
so
thanks.
let me, I don't think I've ever asked you this. We all love to tweak our theaters. We love to, mess with stuff in there and, go with settings. And you and I have talked about that ad nauseum. How often do you tweak your memorabilia?
I'm always like, there's always like something I want to get. Like I do like the Sideshow collectibles. They're based out of California, and I go through it sometimes. I try to restrict myself from other things. Like I just do Star Wars.
Right.
So all my memorabilia, all my statues, all my collectibles, my 1/6 collectibles, everything Star Wars. So the other day they came out with an Ahsoka statue to match the Mandalorian in this side. And I was like, oof. And then I just pulled the trigger on it, But I'm reaching up there, at that age that I'm getting ready to retire. So now it's like it's trying to have a little fun for myself, just do what I can, And that's what I've been doing. I got a new hobby, the aquarium stuff, and I went all in on that too. And it was like, I got in, I said, I'm going to get a couple of Nemos, a couple, small tank and stuff. And now I'm like, I got a 44-gallon in there with the filtration system, the whole deal, because I go all the way in. When I go in for this stuff, I go in hard. My wife is like, you are out of your mind, sir.
Go big or go home. It's like, hey, I could do 24, I could do 25 hours, whatever, let's just have some fun. But yeah, I know you sent me the picture of the tank and everything when you did it. And I was like, oh, geez, you're giving me more ideas.
It's so relaxing. Like I have like a little Bluetooth system out here, and I'll sit at my lobby and I'll just turn on my music and just relax, man. It's awesome.
and just watch the fish.
Just watch the fish back and forth.
Double A says, nice setup, Nelson.
Oh, thank you. So I wanted to discuss a few things with you, man.
Oh, okay.
I wrote down some things. I wanted to talk about calibration. I want to talk about Zapiti.
Oh my God. Yeah.
I want to talk about some Kaleidoscape. And what your ideas are on the future of media,
Yeah. Let's go.
Yeah, I was listening to one of your audio podcasts with a gentleman who bought a projector and he was having all type of troubles calibrating it.
Was that Chris?
Yeah, he was. I don't know if it's worth it.
He's upgraded it since, yeah.
Oh, good.
He changed it out. Yeah, he changed that out. It was a bad, it sounds like bad software. The Dolby Vision was bad on it, and it was now the new projector he got, which is a different company. He's loving it. He's like, so this is what Dolby Vision's supposed to do.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, the thing with HDR in general, in my opinion, is that it was never really meant to be for projectors, right? They kind of like, that's why we have the Lumigens and the Mad BRs,
It's not that it's not meant to be. It's just a lot harder for projectors because and that's like a lot of people, we got into that Dolby Vision. We'll talk more about Dolby Vision later on too.
Mm-hmm.
But we have like Dolby Vision needs a certain set of parameters. Hey, PK's joining us here.
Mm-hmm.
Hi.
How we doing, buddy?
Mm-hmm.
Thanks
Fine,
for
fine. Yeah, I
hopping
was
in.
a bit late.
PK's in
so-
India.
Wow, incredible.
Yeah. PK, what time is it there? That's the question everybody wants to know.
It's right now 5:40 p.m. Saturday evening.
Wow.
5:40?
Yes.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. So it's 8:09 here. So you're 5:39 there. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's that half hour. That's what I was saying earlier in the show to Todd. I was like, for some reason, you have the half hour breaks in there too. So
Yeah, we call it as
places.
10 and a half. Yeah, 10 and a half hours. So like that is the language we use here.
Yeah. But yeah, PK, we were just talking about calibrations and projectors, HDR and projectors, and how HDR, it's not that it wasn't meant for them. It's just a lot more difficult because the advantage of HDR is to be able to take and have more gradations between your brightest and your darkest, right? But projectors don't go super bright, so it's a lot harder to map that out. And then on top of that, like people wonder, why don't projectors have Dolby Vision? And the biggest issue is there's so many, with a traditional projector, there are so many variables, like how close are you going to, when you're buying one, it's like if you mount it really close to the wall, it's going to be brighter. If you put it further away, it's going to be dimmer. How does Dolby Vision can't compensate for, you'd have to, and I got to imagine, I know nothing. I'm just a podcast. I'm just a listener like you guys. I don't know anything, but I got to imagine that they can maybe program something like for a projector and say, okay, if it's 10 feet away, put this and still have Dolby Vision.
Yeah.
Because they've taken, that's why a short throw projector like what Chris has, you could put Dolby Vision in it because it has to be mounted the same distance. So it's very close to the wall. So that variable has been taken out.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like you need to have an exact amount of output for the Dolby Vision to work correctly. So
to map correctly.
So it's difficult with projectors because especially with lasers getting a little bit better, but with bulb projectors, the output changes consistently, right? So it's difficult to get that output exact so that it works exactly the same all the time. But with lasers now, they're getting a little bit better with that because lasers have more output, right? So I think
more consistent output. Yeah, you can get,
Yep. So I think within time they'll get that. And I think it will be something in the future that other projectors will start getting, because I think right now it's only like the Chinese manufacturers that are doing it. So I think within time, you'll start seeing that come out as a new feature on projectors.
Yeah.
But HDR10, in my opinion, HDR10 is fine. I mean, when you get it properly tone mapped with a Mad BR or Lumigen,
on a projector,
on a projector, then I think most people will be happy with the results,
with the image. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What are you running again, PK? For display?
Right now I'm using. Earlier I had a BenQ Full HD projector, so right now I'm on my LG OLED.
Oh, an LG OLED, nice.
Yeah,
what's
LG
how
OLED
big
running
is that?
on a. It's a 65-inch, and it's an older model. I got it in 2019, I guess. So, but it's running fine and it's aging very well. So it has Dolby Vision, so that's why I'm a huge fan of Dolby Vision of whatever I've seen so far. So it's like I find the OLEDs, the Dolby Vision implementation is very good. I've seen a few on the cheaper LED TVs from some Chinese brands and this thing, but it's not that impressive compared to what OLEDs are doing. So I think it depends on the panel and how the company is integrating it. So just because they're giving Dolby Vision, it's not necessary that everything should be great and all. So
That's right.
Yeah.
I hope people realize that. So it has become more like a marketing thing. I don't know, everyone tomorrow your mobiles will also get Dolby Vision. Already they have Atmos and all. So I don't know what they do. So
yeah.
I hope it doesn't go that way. So it should be more respectable. Like otherwise, everyone will think that okay, just stamp it as Dolby Vision and sell it. So I hope it doesn't go down in that way, because we know what it is and all, but the normal people who are not into this hobby and all, no, for them it could be just a badge, and they don't look much into it and all. So
yeah, no, that is the
it's
thing.
a good thing. Like that last Takeover Tuesday, we were interacting on Twitter also. I'm impressed that at least that Dolby Vision tuning, tone mapping, they're doing it well on the short throw projectors. So
yeah,
I thought it's only possible on TVs because they need that nits, I guess. So higher number of nits to get it right. But if they're able to do it on a short throw, then it's a good thing. Like maybe 2 years down the line, they'll be able to crack it. But I'm wondering why they don't give it on the expensive, these Barco residential projectors, which have these 10,000 kind of lumens. So they can give in that, because there I think they can get much better results than on a ultra short throw projector. So hopefully that would also happen.
Most of the reason they don't is the technology that goes into the more expensive projectors. It's into the projector itself. Okay, so like the Barcos, it's the DLP technology, whether you have a 2-chip, a 1-chip, a 3-chip system. But that's what you're paying for, is the technology of, we're going to rent this. It's very similar to when you get up into that price point. It's very similar to how we have subwoofers to do the low frequencies. We have our speakers to do the mids. And now we're getting into the ultrasonic, like Todd was talking earlier. And when you get into the higher end, you separate out the jobs and let those pieces do it. So like if you're getting into a Barco projector, you put a video processor in front of it. So now you have two powerful pieces giving you that ability, giving you what you can get with Dolby Vision. And the irony is, and we'll talk, like I said, we'll talk about this later, is that Dolby Vision, and I've said this to you through Twitter, PK, is that Dolby Vision actually shines on the lower end models more because it's enabling that lower end television to tone map appropriately, whereas the higher end displays, a lot of people, Steve George being one of them, shuts it off. Dolby Vision, because the display itself is so powerful at tone mapping that there's not really as big of a gradation or degradation between Dolby Vision and what the display does inherently. Okay. So when you shut that off, it's like, okay, now I get to see anything looking great. Everything looks great. Right. And it's not just Dolby Vision content, because you need to, that's what Dolby Vision, you need to have the content to have Dolby Vision. You need to have the display to be able to decode it. Whereas a good display just puts out a good image, right? And Dolby Vision kind of helps enhance and tone map that in a way that, like, the video processors tone map, like my Sony doesn't do a very good job at all. It doesn't do tone mapping, but then I put something in front of it that can do that. And then that's, now I've got like basically I have Dolby Vision on everything, but it, you know what I mean? So, and Nelson's
DJ,
got...
isn't only me that yours, there's a bit, your voice is shaky and all. So I think, Nelson, are you getting it right? So in between there was a break, whatever DJ was speaking.
Oh, okay. No, I didn't get a...
Yeah, now it's better. So earlier there was a little bit cracking. So
sorry.
Yeah, you're
Internet.
right. So, because I think the Sony Dolby Vision is not having very great reviews compared to what LG is doing. So yeah, every manufacturer, they are doing it differently. Like I don't even know, like if Netflix is grading something in Dolby Vision, so we don't even know whether that is what they had intended, because every panel, every TV does its own tone mapping. and they are doing the Dolby Vision in their own way. We don't even know whether that's how it was intended or not. Also, lot of variables, calculations happening here.
I never thought of it that way. I thought Dolby. I always thought of Dolby Vision as like you pay for the license and you get this, and it's like an algorithm that Dolby Vision just does. I didn't know. Like I know we can.
Yeah, you're freezing, DJ. Okay, in between your frames are freezing.
Oh, okay. Are you getting that, Nelson?
Nelson is fine.
No, I'm not getting it.
Yeah.
Okay.
But anyways, yeah. It could be because you're in India. It's like that's what makes it tough. Let me see. What else did you have, Nelson? You said calibration or something.
Yeah. So I was wondering about the disc formats of the calibration disc formats, the different ones that I've had throughout the years. My first one was a video standard on a laser disc, which was the first Joe Kane production that came out. And that's what started this whole thing. Like, oh man, calibration, you know. So I was one of the first people in the country to get their monitor, which was a Sony 25-inch PVM 2530, was a studio monitor, to get calibrated. And at that time, what they used to do is to get the grayscale correctly, they used what they called an optical comparator. And this optical comparator was like a box that you would look through and compare the gray color of your screen to the gray color that was within that box. Yeah. And they also use a Philips color analyzer to do the color as well. So we've come a long way from that. And I was one of Joe Kane's and Kevin Miller's first calibrations in the country, and I've been into it since. So I purchased every disc format that was available for calibration. Now we got to understand this, that the calibration discs that are released from Laserdisc on to like DVD and then later Blu-ray. Actually, I have this one here. This one is called the Wild Disc, and this was a Blu-ray that came out from Disney to do calibration. And it was good because Mickey Mouse and Goofy would tell you how to calibrate. So it was like a no-brainer. You would work it out. This is one of the best.
How to Mickey Mouse your system? That doesn't sound good.
But I'm telling you, this had all different type of test patterns that you can check your system with. You could do your audio, your video. This was fantastic. Then of course you had the Video Essentials. Yep, right?
Still have that.
And now we're with the Spears and Munsell.
The Spears and Munsell, yeah.
Yeah. Now these discs, they're made, you know, to my understanding, is to help a customer or consumer evaluate your television, not basically to get a full calibration, right? Because to get a full calibration, you're going to need instruments to do it. But you can get these discs and do your brightness, you could do your contrast, you could do your sharpness. And in the past, you were able to do the color with the blue filter, which will allow you to adjust your hue and your tint correctly and your color. Right. But that's not even needed anymore with the systems that we have today. No. Because that used a color filter. Those TVs used to use a color filter, and that's what that blue filter was for. Right. So remember, Did you hear Spears when they had, what is it, Stacy Spears and Dan? Who is it? Munsell. I forget Munsell's name. But anyways, they were on with Todd on AV Nirvana, and I had said to the listeners a few days before, I'm like, I don't even think you need that. That's kind of gone gimmicky. And I felt bad because I knew that they were going to be on with Todd, and then they're on and they go like, yeah, we put that in with the new release, but you really don't need it anymore. Yeah. It's kind of gimmicky. I was like, all right. I felt vindicated. I was like, okay, cool. I was back in the CRT days that you needed that for the NTSC system. And the NTSC system, that's an old system, it's not around anymore. That was regular standard video. But yeah, the discs are to basically calibrate your basic knobs in the front of your TV, which is your brightness, your contrast. Now, to get your grayscale correct and to get your color really correct, you're going to need equipment to do it. And the majority of people are not going to have a CalMan system or a colorimeter or a spectrophotometer to do this. So that's when you need to hire professionals. Again, that depends on the individual. How important is that to you? Because now a lot of the TVs that are coming out are very good out of the box. So
you're answering Van Gool's question right now. It's like, should I buy a calibration disc for my TCL6 series? And that's the answer. It's like that's such a personal thing, right? PK, do you do any calibrations, or do you have a calibrator around you over there?
No, here the calibration thing, it's not much of a thing. So there are very, very limited calibrators, and it's highly expensive. So I've never met anyone who has done calibration from an outsider for the TVs. Yeah, projectors they do, but TVs, no, here it's not a trend yet.
Yeah. And that's understandable, DJ, because the televisions, they don't change as much as a projector, especially a bulb projector. With lasers, lasers are getting better, but bulb projectors are consistently changing. So that's why I decided to figure out how to use CalMan to get the meters so that I could do my own calibration. But it could be worse if you don't know what you're doing. And you have a lot of calibrators out there that don't have the knowledge to properly calibrate your projector or your TV, and they can leave your house and you have a worse picture than before they got there. After they got there, it was a worse picture. So you got to be careful too, because you got to if you're going to get a calibrator, get one that has a good reputation to properly calibrate your monitor or your projector. Because it could be worse, but again, there's nothing wrong with calibration. And I think calibration is something, if you want to do a professional calibration, is something you should do if you can, but get the right calibrator. And most televisions now, like the LGs, I've never calibrated my LG. I have 2 OLEDs upstairs and I never calibrate them. I either use the film mode or the movie mode.
Right.
And I feel comfortable that the picture and the image that I'm getting is right. It looks fine to me. Is it going to be 100% to the numbers? Probably not, but it's good enough. And that's why it's become, I think, more difficult for even the calibrators now to even justify their services because they're so good out of the box,
They are. But at the same time, like I say to people, like it's not cheap. I mean, it could be $400 or $500, and if you don't have one in your area, like PK, you got to pay even more because they have to travel farther, right? So like the further the person has to travel, they have to charge more to make it worth their while. So it's not a cheap thing to do. But to get to like Van Gool's question, should he buy a disc? Should anybody get a calibration? It's like, it depends on the amount, like how much do you want to get involved with this? Do you want to play with the settings? Do you want to, because the early Video Essentials discs, they weren't as good at telling you what to do. They were, but it took a little bit more trial and error. The newer discs now, the Spears and Munsell discs, and they're better at telling you exactly what you're doing with it, what you're looking for here, what you're doing. So you can learn a lot more about the televisions themselves, about your display. You can learn what these things mean, like why is it called contrast and why is it called brightness when the brightness adjusts your darkness, but the contrast, all these different settings. And you get to learn what it's doing. And so there's that aspect of it. But you can also, it gives you better peace of mind. You pay for somebody to come in and professionally calibrate, especially with a projector. There are other things in the background that you can't touch about lining it up and getting it straight and making sure, just tweaking it just ever so slightly to get it that picture perfect.
Right.
And do you want to have that peace of mind to know? And to your point, Nelson, like the displays are so good, and like PK said, like some displays aren't very good, and some are doing it differently, but they are getting so good now that you might have a calibrator come out and you're not going to see a huge difference. It's not like when we were younger and you were like, oh, wow, that's what it's supposed to look like.
Right. I mean, the older TVs, the CRT TVs, they had an issue, most of them, especially the Sonys, where the color temperature was blue. Like,
yes,
because in Japan, it was a big thing to get whites. So a lot of the whites were more blue. So they would go with the standard to use 9300 Kelvin K for the color temperature, which would give all the whites like a blue tinge. Over here was 6500, which would give it more of a white tinge, more white, more correct.
Neutral. It's more what you consider neutral. But you put that 65 up against the 95, whatever the 90 you just said, and you'll be like, that looks like it's more yellow, but it's actually neutral, But then you put the warmer ones down, and it's like you're like, oh, now you see the difference, And that's actually in the new Spears and Munsell has that whole gradation for you.
Yeah, and that's why in the past there was always a standard that you go by, right? So with that standard that you go by, that's how you calibrate. You calibrate to the standard. And unfortunately, with HDR, with HDR10, there's the standard, basic standards are still there, but the difference in nit levels of these movies that can go up between 1,900. I mean, some are low, some of them are like 600 nits, and then some of them could go up to 5,000, 6,000, 4,000 nits. That difference, since there's no standard, they have, whoever's doing these transfers have the option of doing it the way they want. And if you don't have a TV that can properly tone map that information, right, so that it looks correctly, things are going to look dark or too bright, or just
and you start losing detail because you're either blending your brights or you're crushing your blacks together, and it's so you're not getting the detail. PK, what do you do for your television? Do you just set them? Do you go to film mode? Do you do any kind of thing on your own since you can't really get a calibration?
I've used a website long time back to they do publish this patterns based on which I can set my color, contrast, and brightness, all those details. They have some 5-6 pages in that, and based on that I've tried to do it, and I've done some Googling for my model, and it has helped a lot. So I use 2 settings. So while during the day I use a bright setting, and I've done customize those settings, and at night I go to a darker profile. It's fine. So it's not it may not be perfect, but at least I'm not using in the vivid mode. So
exactly.
I see so many here. Not only here, I thought it's happening only in India and all. Even some of my US friends, when they do post some sports or some music video on their profiles and all, I see everyone. I think their Samsung and all everywhere that motion flow is on by default, and then I ping them like, buddy, you should switch it off so it would look good. Then they ask me what is that. I've never touched it, so we'll see. So it is across. I don't know why these manufacturers do it and all. I can easily make it out like it's running 2-3 frames faster than what it should be, but people don't recognize all those things. So even the audio modes, they don't keep it in the right profile. So like there is a clear voice if you go into the TV. Even in my LG, by default it might be in standard or movie or music mode, but when I go to the clear voice, there is an option. When I go there, the vocals are very clear. Actually, it enhances the vocal. So that's how TVs we need to watch. So like people don't go into all these settings and all. So whatever the installer, I mean the local installer, they come with a TV and they just do the basic setting. The company representative and they go back. So they just rely on all those things. I just want to ask Nelson, is Nelson a professional calibrator? Sorry, we've not introduced. So
no, Nelson is not a professional calibrator, but I will tell you, he could be. He's been doing, like me, he's been doing this for a very long time, but he's been doing it very in depth. Like he's got gear, he's a hobbyist and enthusiast this, but I would say that his system is probably as good as having somebody it has been professionally calibrated, but if you got Nelson to your house, you'd be happy with what he set up for you.
So you are into TV or projector calibration or both? Mostly.
I have both, but when I first got into it, I had CRT TV, 3-tube CRT TV. I also had CRT projector, the 3-gun projector.
Okay.
Now I have the Elkhouse, the JVC Elkhouse projectors, and I have OLED as well. But like I said, with the OLEDs, I do my own calibration because I purchased Calman and I bought my meters and I learned how to do it because I felt it was important for me to calibrate my projector and learn how to do it because the expense would be too much to hire a calibrator every single time. And with projectors, within a few hundred hours, they could look different.
Yes.
I mean, until they break in. Like I have the JVC NX9, and I feel that within 300 to 400 hours on the bulb, it's time for calibration. Yeah. So I kind of make it a routine to calibrate after a few hundred hours, you know.
And what
do you think is like when should they change the bulb? Actually, if suppose manufacturer is claiming 2500 hours is life of a bulb, so ideally when they should change?
For projector changes, the way I do it, again, this is just me. I look at when I start getting less output for HDR, I'm capable to reducing and increasing the iris to get the amount of output that I want for my high dynamic range. So if I'm calibrating and I'm getting 100 nits without having the iris control on the projector all the way open, I'm happy. So as long as I get 100 nits, as long as I continue to get that 100 nits, then I keep the bulb in there. Once I start the reduction, once the projector starts to reduce, the bulb starts to reduce in output, after 100 nits, like maybe 95, then that's when I make the change. And that usually is within 2000 hours.
Right.
Okay. And another doubt I have is, if suppose someone is using HDR a lot than an SDR, does HDR, because it fries up the bulb a lot, it sucks up the energy of the bulb. So does it reduce the shelf life of the bulb if one is mostly into HDR?
Well, they claim that when you go into high lamp mode or, you know, in comparison to low lamp mode, that the bulb is going to be more stressed out and that you'll get less life out of the bulb if it's in high lamp mode. But sometimes you have no option. So in order for me to get over 100 nits for high dynamic range, which is what I prefer, I have to be in high lamp mode because of the size of my screen. When I have a 114-inch 240 screen, but when I had my 100-inch 16:9 in low mode, with the lamp in low mode, I was able to get 130 nits. So then I can just keep it in low lamp mode. So depending on your screen size and the distance that you are from the screen to the projector will determine the output that you get. And then you would have to decide if that looks good enough for you or if it does not. Because with the new video processors like a Lumigen or a MadVR, even with lower nit levels, you're going to get a pretty good image, you know, because it'll tone map it nicely, even with lower levels. So that's the importance, to me at least, of having an outboard processor. In comparison.
One of my friend is using Epson 6040, the older version. So he's projecting it on a 180-inch screen. It's a huge screen. So HDR on that is not at all impressive, at least on that large of a screen. So he has to always put it on the brightest mode to get that HDR. Otherwise, that pop is not coming actually.
Right. It's unfortunately, like I like to use that 100 nits as my, between 100 and 120 nits as my standard for output. But you cannot determine that unless you have the right meter to let you know what it is. So because I think like Dolby Cinemas, they use 100 nits as their standard. So I'm comfortable with that output. Some people like it brighter, some people like it dimmer. So
I thought like Dolby Cinema was actually like 70 or 80, wasn't it? Like in cinema?
It's 100 for high dynamic, for Dolby Vision. Yeah. It's for Dolby Cinema. It's 100. I think 100 so a little bit over 107 maybe. And then my standard, my SDR, I do like 16 to 18 foot Lamberts. But that's individually based, because if you like a brighter picture and you like the way it looks, then do it. Do the brighter image. But for me, that's what I like. I go by the standards, and I'm very happy with the images that I get.
Nelson, these domestic projectors, can two projectors be used to project a single image, just like in Dolby and IMAX, so that they get more light output in HDR? Is it possible?
It is possible, but it's very difficult. And for that, you would absolutely need someone who knows what they're doing. But I know that in the past, when CRT projectors were around, there was one of the Sony stores in New York. They used to use 6, because the output on CRTs was nowhere near what it is now. So they used to use, even for SDR, they used to use 6 CRT projectors around the stadium to output and give you enough output to make that image bright. But yeah, I think it could be done. I'm pretty sure it could be done, but you got to properly align that, and that's going to take a lot of effort and someone who really knows what they're doing.
Yeah, but it can be done.
Yeah,
I've never seen anyone, at least on YouTube and all, but I've read about it, but never seen anyone using that. Because if that works, so they can buy 2 cheaper economical projectors than 1 expensive projector. So
yeah,
just a thought.
I think 100 in screen with one good projector, a decent projector, it's going to give you more than enough output. I don't see why they should be having output issues.
No, I'm specifically
asking for
HDR, only for HDR.
Yeah, even with HDR, 100 in screen with like an Epson should be more than enough. So yeah.
Let me see. I had a comment here, which I think goes to kind of what you were saying, Nelson, and also what PK was saying earlier. So Stephen Att says, I used Spears and Munsell older 4K disc to play around, but LG Cinema Mode was pretty close already to what the disc had me do. PETA moving Blu-ray player from the rack to the TV. But my point on this comment was, so PK earlier mentioned that he has a bright mode and he has a dimmer mode, dark mode for night, mode. Right? And kind of like what you're saying, Nelson, with as the bulb dims, you have to adjust accordingly. I do the same thing in a different way. But here's where the Spears and Munsell discs or any of these calibration discs might come in handy. As good as cinema mode is, okay, LG out of the box, they're great, but it doesn't know the ambient light in your room. Okay, so what you do is you take that Spears and Munsell disc and you go to your grayscale, and with all the lights on in your room, you adjust that grayscale so that your whites aren't blown out and your darks, you can still see all the details on them. That would be your bright mode. And then you turn all the lights off in your room, keep that same grayscale out, and now you dial everything back so that it's not blowing out at you. It's like there are different settings, there are different things that can be gained. Just like the cinema mode on your television isn't the be all end all. It's because and a lot of people think that. A lot of people think like PK was saying earlier about Dolby Vision, a lot of people think that these things are just like, oh, okay, here you go, set it and forget it. And it's like, no, Dolby Vision, you still need to adjust your settings to the environment of the room. Yeah. Dolby Vision is just going to map it out, but it doesn't know that it's like, I've had a lot of people comment to me like, oh, Dolby Vision's way too bright, or it's way too dim, or you need to adjust it.
And there's
actually the TV manufacturers, they're not doing enough to educate the customers, because on my LG, if you see the bright and dark modes, it is calibrated by ISF. Actually, it comes on the menu. But when I go into the settings and all, they are very bright actually for my kind of lighting and all. So they've not defined the kind of light in which you should watch this, because every room, the kind of ambient light is different. So that's not defined actually. That's why people just use whatever mode they are getting.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a lot of people, and that's what I think happens, to your point, PK, is a lot of people will be like, Dolby Vision's too dim. Well, they probably have it on dark mode. They don't even know it because, like you said, they don't go into the settings. They don't do that. And then the person's trying to watch it in a dark room and it's on Dolby Vision bright. And they're like, oh my God, I can't see. And it's like they're getting a suntan. And you're like, it's like they don't know that I thought this was just supposed to be a great TV and you just turn it on and off you go. No, it's not like that.
And when I got my OLED in 2019, the HDR was not on by default. How stupid that can be. Like, then I saw some video on YouTube and I messaged him. Then he told me how to enable it. So there's a inner option is there. You need to go into that menu and then you have to enable that option. Only then HDR will come. So I was wondering why that 4K disc was looking so dull. It was just looking like a Blu-ray and all. So when I enabled that, only then it started working. So they do all kind of these basic things that normal people won't be able to figure it out also.
Yeah. John Thompson says Dolby Cinema is 110 nits or 32 foot Lamberts. And I would...
Yeah, 32 is the maximum they go. And I think IMAX play till 22 foot Lamberts. So, because they don't have that HDR and
Yeah. Let's see. What else do we have? All right. Let's see. Let's go to this one here. So Johnny Speakers says, interested to hear Nelson's thoughts on the Zapiti R Revolution.
Oh my
PK,
God.
do you, before we get to that, PK, do you have any familiarity with Zapiti and stuff like that? Do you have anything like that over there?
no, they are available, but only people are mostly into some cheaper media players, and also these are very expensive to buy here.
Yeah.
Mostly I've seen a few Dune players. So a couple of my friends have got Dune. They've imported it from USA. So mostly they carry it from USA. Buying it here is very expensive.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's, you and I talked about that when you were on the show. It's like people should search the website for when PK was on. And just the differences. We think we have a hard time here. And, our trials and tribulations and everything that in home theater, that is, and then what PK had to go through and how difficult it is over there for him to put a home theater together. It's just, it's amazing. So
you people are in heaven actually when it comes to HD hobby. I should say, because for you everything is affordable. You can send it back. There is a trial period, so that there is a big seconds market. So here it's very difficult, very, very difficult to procure them. And the taxes are crazy. Like SVS is so affordable there. Not now, but if you compare the prices here, literally shocking. Even R&L, all these things, when they entered the country, like initially they were affordable. At least you can try and upgrade to them. But now it's like people would be shit scared to even think of saving for those kind of prices.
Yeah.
Post-COVID, I don't know why it's a genuine reason or not. Everyone, because one manufacturer has increased prices, so everyone started increasing prices. So I don't know like how genuine that requirement was.
It's funny though, because I got into this aquarium stuff now, right? So I'm doing saltwater aquariums, and it's the same thing with just the fish alone. Like there's a fish that comes from Africa that'll cost me like $180 in comparison to the one that they can get from Florida. It's like $50, so yeah.
Well, Nelson, they also have to keep it alive.
Yeah, that's true.
So I mean, it's a little different there. I think
it's crazy. It's
because I saw a comment from RSL. RSL subwoofers. It's a company, is that right, in USA? Because that CEO in one of the podcasts, he himself has said that the kind of crazy hikes some manufacturers have gone for, it's not required. So
Yeah.
they've capitalized on that. So it's not a genuine issue for them. So just because they've gone for that. So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So let's, before we as we get ready to wrap up, this hour has flown by. Oh my God. Let's get to that Johnny Speaker's question. Interested to hear Nelson's thoughts on Zapiti revolution. So go ahead, Nelson. You and I have very similar thoughts because you taught me everything I knew about Zapiti, and now here we are. It's like way back in the day. I never heard of Zapiti until you, but go ahead.
Well, when I found out that Zapiti was going under as they were, I was like, oh, they're very disappointed because I really like my machine. And I bought the signature through Raphael, from Zapiti. So I was quite disappointed because I actually just got that machine last year, right, when I moved into Connecticut.
Yep.
But it still doesn't take away from the performance of what it is, right?
Right.
So I have most of my movies backed up on disc, right? So all the discs that I put in there, I still have, except for the Blu-ray stuff. The Blu-ray stuff I got rid of. And there's still quite a few of my favorite movies that are available on Blu-ray and are not available on 4K disc. So I was a little bit disappointed with that. And then all of a sudden, you send me an email or text with Raphael talking about the R evolution. And I was like, what on earth is this?
Yeah.
And when I opened it up, it was like, it's a Zapiti with a different name. What is going on? It's just got a different name. And I'm like, wait a minute, So
but to be fair, Raphael even says in the video, he's like, I used to work for this other company.
Oh, yeah.
So he's not, I mean, he's kind of wink, wink, nod, nod, and it's like people think, it's so funny. People think like when you have a podcast, like these companies reach out to you, and I've had a few, but like Raphael, everybody I know through all of you guys. I met Raphael through Nelson. He's like, here, talk to Raphael, because I was having issues with my Zapiti when I first started, just my own issues, not knowing how to set it up. And Raphael was great. He helped me through it and everything. He was, he's over in France, and he was the U.S. correspondent for Zapiti. But I see that video, Youthman puts out the video, and I'm like, that's Raphael. And I immediately sent the video to you. I'm like, so they just and that was literally a week after Zapiti's like, we're done. We're out. They were like, no, you're not. It's like they're back a week later.
I'm not sure the gist of why they went out of business, and everybody's assuming that it's because of copyright protection and all of that. But I'm not sure of that. And I didn't get involved. I called Raphael, and I didn't get involved in any of that. I just wanted to know, do I have a brick, or am I going to still be able to watch my movies?
Right.
And of course, you could still watch them, but then you're not going to take advantage of their interface, their menu system. But if you use the offline mode on the Zapiti, you can keep all your movies that you have in there already and continue to use that system, but you won't be able to put any future titles in there, of course, because it's not going to be operational anymore. And I was okay with that only because I have over 600 movies on my Zapiti already. So if that was the case, and they wouldn't have came out with this new application that came out that is going to be capable of playing back and being able to use the menu system, I was all right with it because I have enough movies in there that I can still take advantage of the Zapiti and its performance. But then they came out with the app, and we're still waiting for it. I'm sure it'll be available soon because I spoke to Raphael last week, and he's like, get in contact with them. Now they're starting to push that, get in contact with Revolution, which I did. And the guy got right back to me and said, it'll be out soon, Now, should there be a monthly fee on it? I don't think they should be, but if they make it reasonable and it does a great job, I'm okay with that also, At least now you could still use your machine. And only because I have the higher end machine, I want to keep taking advantage of it. But if you purchase like the little mini stuff, maybe it's worth going for a different product at this point.
Yeah.
But then again, you become afraid that it could happen to that product too, right? That all of a sudden they can go under, you know? So that's why, to me, the video discs still have, in my opinion, they still have reason. There's still a reason why to have your disc if you're a collector, if that's important to you. And to me, it is. I like having my disc. I love my Zapiti, don't get me wrong. But the other day, I watched Mission Impossible, the new Mission Impossible movie on the Kaleidoscape, and then I was like, wow, that was fantastic. You think I'm not going to buy that on disc?
Oh yeah,
it's a no-brainer, right? Because it's just our collector mentality that makes us say, oh, I want to get the disc too. And then it's a little bit of a waste. I feel like this. I don't go to the movies as much anymore, right? So when I get an early release on the Kaleidoscape, right, and I'm able to watch it, it's like if I went to the movies and paid for it.
Right. Yeah.
Right. So it's between me and my wife, you know, we go to the movies, we're going to spend over $20 or $30. So what's the difference, right? You just watch it at home. And you get a better presentation anyway, most of the time, right?
Yeah.
So Nelson, you own a Kaleidoscape also?
Yes, I do. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you have a ZPT and K-Scape also?
Yeah, I have both. I have 2 Blu-ray players. I have an Oppo and the Panasonic, and then I have my media players, my Zapiti and my Kaleidoscape. I have the older Kaleidoscape
and a fish tank.
I wanted to talk to DJ about that because I'm thinking of upgrading. But with the Kaleidoscape, you know, it's a little pricey, so maybe I could buy DJ's old one.
My old Kaleidoscape, my 12.
No, because I know he wants that black one. I know you want that black one.
I do, but I need more storage. I need way more storage. So yeah, we could talk. We'll see. Yeah. Storage. Do you what do you run, PK? Do you run discs, just discs, or do you have any kind of media player?
I run discs only, so right now. Yeah. And mostly I don't get the time, so it's either streaming or discs. So discs also I need to get it imported because officially they are not selling it in this part of the world anymore. So the prices have gone up crazily.
Yeah.
There are no discs available, and none of the studios are releasing it here in India. Even the bigger Universal, Warner. Earlier they used to distribute it here, but now they've stopped it. So all are imports only. So through some third party and all, and they're crazy expensive right now.
Yeah, that's what I said. Go listen to PK's podcast with me when we did that Takeover Tuesday, and you'd be like, "You think you're a home theater fan over here?"
So this hobby is extremely expensive. Like we need to spend literally double what you guys are spending on whatever similar thing, equipment or movie, whatever is there. So because it's very hard to procure and get a demo and all those things. And even K-Scape, it's not available in India. So earlier it was, someone told me, but it's not there in India here.
I'm going to bring in our next guest too, so we can have a little crossover chat here. And you like how he's Ara, how you doing, buddy?
Good morning. How are you guys?
I'm doing good. Ara, this is Nelson, PK in India.
Hi, Nelson.
And Ara from the HT guys. How's everybody doing? Ara's been on. He's been backstage sitting there very patiently for about 10, 15 minutes now. And he's getting up. I can see, I don't know if you guys can see backstage, but I can see him back there. And I'm like, oh, great. He's all ready to go. And then I'm like ready to bring him on. And I look over and he's like this. So I do the professional thing and I say, let me bring Ara in now. Oh, so that's the professional part. Then I go completely unprofessional and throw him under the bus. Talk about it.
I was just reading my Instagram.
Yeah. I didn't know if you were texting me like, DJ, I'm right here.
No. No. Hey, you said 9 o'clock. I'm here. 9 or
yeah. All right. I got you
me,
right.
So.
My second guess I got wrong. So I told him 8 and he was on at 7. So, but I got him in. So. But yeah, This. I'm
Sorry
telling
for
you
the-
guys,
for
this
the
is
light.
flying by. Oh, don't worry about it.
It's
Don't worry about
like right over my head, but it's still dark out here. So
We can't all have awesome setups like Nelson's there, where he's got the fish tank, the theater in the background. It's Jesus. So, but
that's his theater. That's his theater.
That's-
I didn't realize that.
that's the entrance to his theater.
Okay.
the lobby, as
Yeah.
it were.
Yeah, the lobby.
Yes. So, but yeah, thank you guys.
Yeah,
That was awesome. That was PK. Awesome. Thank you very much. I know
Thank you.
it's at 6 p.m. there now, right? Or 6:30.
Yeah, 6:30.
6:30 there now.
Yeah.
I'm going on 9:30, 9 o'clock here. Nelson's right an hour away from me, so he's same time zone. Ara, you're at 6 a.m. over there.
Yep. Yes.
So
sir.
you and PK are 12 hours apart.
12 and a half.
Crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, 12 and a half, even more. Yeah, 12 and a half hours
Even-
apart.
Okay.
That's crazy. His sun is going down and your sun is coming up. Isn't that crazy? That's somebody's alarm.
I just heard
Oh.
that an hour ago.
Yeah. So, yeah, here we go. We're off and running here with the next, what's the next banner? Only, what am I at to? 21 hours to go. There we go. Put that at the bottom. Only 21
So
hours
when is your
left.
next guest coming in?
It's Ara. Ara's my
Okay,
next
he's the
guest.
next guest. Okay, because
Yes.
if someone else is in the queue, I'll move out. So that's why I'm
Nope.
asking.
Nope. Ara's
Yeah,
the next
okay.
guest. So we got
Okay.
Ara for an. I got Ara for an hour. That's easy to say.
So I got
DJ, that
So-
intro was very good. So I loved that intro.
What's that? Sorry.
Your intro to this live session.
Oh.
You
Oh, you
waking
saw
up
that?
and brushing your teeth.
Yeah.
I saw that.
Yeah. Thank you.
It was
Thank you.
it
Did you
was
get to see that,
hilarious.
Ara? Oh yeah. Did I send that to you?
Are
Ara?
you kidding?
Did you
I
see
was
it?
asleep like a normal human being.
Oh. No. I'll no, I can't. Thank you for getting up, Ara. I really appreciate that.
No
6
problem.
a.m.
No, I'm.
You got a busy
I'm
day.
about- as soon as we're done, I'm going to hit the road and drive up to the San Joaquin Valley, visiting my wife's family in Fresno. So, she's like, "What time are you going to be done?" I said 7:30, depending on how it goes. And so I already packed last night. All I got to do is close the laptop and then hop in the car. Hopefully, my wife will be making coffee for me though.
There you go. I haven't had any caffeine yet. I haven't had anything. I'm pacing myself. I'm on my second 30 ounces of water. So I may have to pee sometime soon.
Yeah, it's a biological
So,
fact.
yeah. So, all right. Anything else, guys? Nelson, PK?
I have one more question for you guys.
Okay.
All right.
Shoot.
What's the future of home theater?
Oh,
What do you think is next? Have we gotten to a point in home theater as a whole? Have we reached that peak where things are looking so good? How much better can you get it to sound? How much better can you get the picture?
mm.
You know,
I think it's going to be virtualization. And what I mean by that is not putting you into the movie, but allowing you to experience it with other people or transform just a living room in your apartment into a full-blown theater like yours, Nelson. Apple's doing some stuff in that regard that I think is really groundbreaking. It's the early stages. DJ and I disagree on this, but I think the
Only because of the headset.
Yeah, but I think they'll get that improved, and the battery life will improve to the point where you'll be able to sit and create any kind of home theater experience you want. But I think didn't we talk about, DJ, you and I also sitting and watching a sporting event together, but you in Boston and me
Yes.
in California?
Yep.
And I think that's gonna be the
Yep.
future of home theater.
Could be. That could be part of it. PK, what do you
Or,
think?
Yeah, I shouldn't say the future, a potential element
Correct.
of the future.
Yeah.
right.
What do you think, PK?
Yeah, I think in this part of the world where now streaming is growing so fast, and also I think they should now give a download option where we can download and watch a higher bitrate movies, and also at least someone has to start and everyone would follow. That is what I'm assuming, because it's growing. It's in this part of the world, it's growing very fast. The streaming thing and all. Actually, cable TV is going down. So wherever the Wi-Fi part is there, so in mobile internet, it's a huge market because the population is so high. So I'm sure that would also happen, because I download and I watch it offline. So whether it's a streaming app or anything, so that should happen for our HD systems also. That download option. Right now, you can download on your mobile and watch, but I want that to happen. I can watch it on my 5.1 setup also. So that should happen. So if that happens, then it's a very good thing. So because right now the audio bit rates are very normal. So video is like, it's very good. So they've worked a lot. Last 2 years, if you see the video bit rates and quality has improved a lot. HDR is also much better than what we used to get in the initial days. So I hope they focus on the audio part also. Even if they give a bitrate of 1.5 Mbps, so it's very good. So it would come closer to what Blu-ray is offering and all. Did you see that video, DJ Tech Enthusiasm? There is one channel. He has done a video this week. He has compared all the video and audio bitrates of all the OTT platforms. So the highest bitrate they are giving is 770 kilobytes. Only Apple, Netflix, and Disney is giving right now. So video is pretty good. So 30 to 40 Mbps they are giving based on the originals, or they've purchased content from outside. But audio, it has never crossed 1 Mbps also. So if they do it, then it's like, probably they should, they can give us a higher subscription fee, and people enthusiastic like us, so we can opt for that and maybe get that higher bitrate. So for normal people who are watching on soundbar and TV, I think they can go with the normal subscription charges. So someone should experiment with that. So
that's exactly kind of what I was gonna dovetail all of you guys like ideas on where the future is like, it is, I think, in that the streaming is going to get better, and then the ability to stream and then download like you do with a Kaleidoscape, or who else does that at a lower price point than Kaleidoscape is doing. And it's like, where is home theater going? Because to your point, Nelson, we've kind of reached the peak of quality. Like, you can't really, I mean, audio, on disc right now, audio, what we're getting with the object base, and then 4K with HDR, we're at the peak. And so now where do we go from there? And I think it's delivery system, which gets to what Ara was saying, like, how can we enhance this even more? And because we have more power, more bandwidth as they develop better, streaming technology. Yeah, Ara and I can sit in our living rooms and pretend like I'm sitting right next to Ara at a hockey game. Right? And be like, hey, you want to go to the Kings tonight with me? Sure. And you do that. But do you want to go to a theater and enjoy being in a theater and get all of this different content in a better quality than what we've been getting in the past? And you can see how that evolution is growing. I mean, just go 10 years ago. Go like 25 years ago, it'd take you 20 minutes to download a 5-minute song. And now we're downloading Kaleidoscape. We're downloading movies an 80 gigabyte movie in 4 minutes. So I think that all that technology is going to be enhancing us in the future.
Another area, guys, where it will be technology, not necessarily the picture being better, but how the picture is displayed. Like, for instance, maybe we'll have a screen that's just not even a millimeter thick that you can just roll up and put on your wall.
That'll be good.
And as far as the picture quality goes, we still haven't achieved what the eye can see as far as colors. So I don't know if that's if even that's possible, but imagine we get better color. So it's like you're just looking out a window, a clean window, not the window that's in front of me here. But so that's an area where I think TV manufacturers can strive. But then the content has to also take use of that, because a lot of times the technology on the projection side or the viewing side will surpass the studio, what they can do with it.
Right.
The 4K was the first one where that didn't happen because they were already shooting in 4K and down converting to 1080p. So then when they got the 4K TVs, they already had content that was available. But 8K, you don't see them running off to do 8K.
Right.
And similarly, if they add a better color, the color has to be captured. I think you can get close with film, and then they could just digitize it. But yeah, so that's kind of where we need to go. Yeah, I would love to see a screen that I could just roll up and tack to a wall.
Yeah. I'll tell you this, though. When I was a kid, and I went to the movie theaters and actually saw film like Lawrence of Arabia and Star Wars, and I saw 70 millimeter presentations of those films. I would never have thought that I can get a better picture than what I was seeing back then now at home. So, right. So when I first got into this, and I was watching the movies in the theater and seeing these nice presentations of the film, I was like, wow, that's amazing. How do I get that home? And you can never get that at home because you just didn't have the resolution, and you just can't. You weren't able to. You buy a CRT television, a 32-inch Sony or something. That's the best you're going to get. But now, when HD, I thought when HD was introduced, high definition, not even 4K, that's when they started finally getting there, and that's what changed the game to me.
Yeah.
And I think we're at a point now where we're even beyond what we can see in theaters. Like the majority of movie theaters that are available for people to go see now, I think I get a better image at home. And I think most people will feel that way right now, that they're getting a better image at home and better sound quality at home. So it's a difficult thing because in the past, absolutely, you would go to the movie, you would see the difference. But now we're so close. Everything is so good right now that it's almost like, is it really worth it? So that's what Ara says is they're going to have to change that. So now we're going to have to put this like reality, like Real Player One, to change the way we watch because it's so good, it's just fantastic now. So I don't know.
Yeah, and then there's of course the convenience factor of watching in your own house. So we say on our show that we don't think movie theaters are going away, but we think they're going to drastically reduce to just certain theaters that are the high quality, calibrated properly, and make it an experience to go. Like if you want to go out and do that kind of thing. But the theaters that used to be in the mall that had like 10 or 14 screens, and some of the screens just looked like junk, that's what's going to go away.
Yeah. We got a couple. This is funny. We got this one. I kind of do agree with this. AA saying the future is the past, 3D. And I agree with them when they come out with passive 3D, when you don't have to put anything on your head anymore. I think then people would be like, oh, that's pretty cool. That looks 3D. Then that could be a future. And then we have, then this comment here from Harsh Reddy says, hi, PK. I wish we could get together as I'm looking for HT hobbyists around Hard to find someone.
Hyderabad. Yeah. It's a place called Hyderabad in India. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. So there you go. This
I've been there.
Have
Fun
you?
City. Yeah.
Oh, wow. How far is that from you, PK?
It's a 12-hour journey for me. I used to be there, so I relocated to a different city.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. All right. Well, so we're going to go to just Ara from here, but thank you, PK. Thank you, Nelson. It's been awesome. And like I said, the time is flying. Like I said, what am I, 4 hours in now? I've only got 21 to go, guys.
I'm going to tune in later on tonight to see how you're holding up.
Yeah, I know. You think, I don't know what you think is going to happen.
Can we know who else would be joining you, or we need to wait and watch?
I've already had, I've kind of kept it a secret because for a couple reasons, and it's paid off because I've already had a couple of guests that have had a couple of issues. So behind the scenes, I'm swapping things around here. And so I didn't want to do it for that reason because I don't want to throw anybody under the bus you know, if they can't make it all of a sudden, I don't want people all of a sudden backing out. But you know what I mean? But it also keeps the suspense, PK. Come on, it's showbiz here, buddy. Right? I got to keep you tuning in. It's like, you know, so, but yeah. But thank you guys. Thank you very much for being on. PK, thank you for, you know, live from India. I mean, who else can say that? Ara, have you had anybody on from India, buddy?
Myself.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Braden and I did a podcast. India? Yeah, Braden and I did a podcast. See? That's when I was in Hyderabad. I was in India. So
yeah, see, and this, my mother taught me this a long. Great. My mother taught me this a long time ago. Keep your mouth shut so nobody can make you look stupid. And Ara just did it. I thought, I'm like, look, I got somebody on from India, and Ara goes, oh yeah, I was in India.
I did one from Dubai as well. So
all right, that's enough out of you. All right, so we're going with Nelson and PK for the next 40 minutes. We're dropping Ara. All right. Thanks,
hey,
guys.
Nelson and PK, nice meeting you guys.
All right, cool. Take care. Have a good one, guys.
Nice.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
Take care.
There we go. Wow. All right. Thank you. And yeah.
Sure. No problem.
It's this.
Yeah.
These crossovers. It's so much fun. So much fun. It's actually, it feels funny. They just drop out and you're like, now it just feels quiet. We to get the ball rolling again, Ara. We got to get it going.
Yeah, no problem. No problem.
So yes, I've been telling the story to people that I was talking with somebody the other day that, you know, somebody said, oh, I can't wait to see what you look like at the end of this. And to let everybody know, that was Ara. He's like, I don't know why. Like, what do you think is going to happen to me?
Well, so you're old enough to remember. Do you remember the Jerry Lewis muscular?
Yes.
I think it was muscular dystrophy telethon over Labor Day.
I said that about this with Todd. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So, and I remember I watched it at the beginning, and he's out there. Now, of course, he would go and shower and get all dressed, and I don't know if he would.
You wore a tuxedo, which I thought of doing. I thought of doing it, but maybe next time.
Yeah, and so he would look fine at the end, but they also wanted him to look tired too, to kind of, if they made him look fresh, then they're gonna say, oh, this was nothing, you know. But so that's kind of what I want to see with the
he also
tie untied, you know. But you're already wearing your hoodie, so what are you gonna have next? Like you're in a t-shirt or something?
Maybe, yeah. I mean, I'm in like a tank top,
sleeveless. Yeah, exactly.
No, I got my pajamas on, ready to go.
And here's the last scene. I got it. The last scene. You're gonna walk into your theater, recline, hit the remote, and have the THX logo go, and then that's gonna be all right. I'm gonna watch some movies here, and then the next thing is your wife's gonna come in and wake you up. TJ, time to go to bed.
Yeah. No, where were you a week ago? I would have made that. That would have been a great way to go out on the ending. I have no ending. You know. I had an opening. I have no ending because I don't know if I'm going to make it. I think I will.
Yeah, you will. You'll find a way. Or what you'll do is you'll take a cat nap and you'll bring two people on that can just chat, and then you'll go. So
there you go. So double A in the chat. DJ, I found you through Ara and Braden. What's up, Ara? I have not tuned into the podcast lately. Hope both families are doing well. So you and Braden.
Yeah, we're doing great. We're going on 18 years. So yeah. Braden's got his kids, and mine are all out of college. A lot of listeners have listened to when my kids were little, young, and they're still with me. So I don't know what AA's excuse is. No, I'm just kidding. AA.
No, I know. So many. You've been podcasting, like you said, 18 years, but you were podcasting before most people even knew what podcasting was.
Yeah, I am a early technology adopter in everything. And one day I was listening to Adam Curry. He was doing something called the Daily Source Code. And then I started going, oh, this is kind of cool. So I started looking at other podcasts, and there was another one that was called the MacCast, and I'm all in the Apple ecosystem. So I wanted to listen to his. His name was Adam something or another as well. And so I listened to that, and Braden and I used to work together at Rockwell Collins. And one day he's in my office. I go, check out this new technology. And I said, we should do one about our time when we were at Sony Pictures, because we worked together at Sony Pictures. And then he leaves my office, and then about an hour later, he walks in and goes, yeah, let's do it. Because I guess he was thinking about it too. And I tell you, we did the first one. We had no idea what we were doing. And we had different microphones. I had like a karaoke mic. He had some other mic. And then we got the first email from somebody. I remember it. It was in Canberra, Australia. And I was just blown away that somebody in Australia was reaching out and sending me an email. So after that, we invested in good mics and mixing board, and we just took off. Now the show's morphed a lot. It's not what it used to be. And we talk about home technology. We talk about all kinds of stuff. And we used to do more reviews. And back then, people were eager to send us equipment, and we were eager to set it up and do the reviews. But now it's just so hard to get a 65-inch TV sent to you, and you know, life gets in the way. So we've kind of relied on other people to do those reviews. We've like ratings.com, they've given us permission to repost their reviews and talk about it. So yeah, we kind of pivot, and hopefully it's still enjoyable for the listeners.
Oh yeah. No, I love listening to you guys every Friday. I listen to you. That's in the morning when I get to work, I put you guys on. And it's funny because when I started, I come in really late to podcasting so that you can Google how to podcast this and that. And it's like, try to keep your podcast to 20 minutes. And I'm like, well, that ain't going to happen. Right. But then but what's funny is it's like what they don't take into account when they're thinking that is like most people's attention span is only this long, blah, blah, blah. But everybody's different. And that's what's great about podcasting is everybody can do a different podcast, and you'll attract the people that are like-minded. And like my podcast might be 2 hours, 3 hours, 1 hour, whatever, but it's like you break it up into what you want. And what I was going to say is like, you guys, rarely do you go an hour, but like those ones when I'm like, I put my earpiece in, I start to work, and like 15 minutes later, like, we're cutting it short this week. I'm like, oh, like, that was my day. No. But you know what you do?
I mean, if one of us is sick or something, we'll maybe do a 15-minute one. But yeah.
No, but and nowadays I know usually ahead of time when you're on vacation, when one of you is sick or something. But back when I didn't know you yet, and I'd be like, you'd be like, you put out your notice. Like you don't do it the week before. You'd be like, we're going to be away this week. And then you'll get on, and like you've had some emergency ones, right? Where you'll get on and be like, we just wanted to put, which I thought I learned from that. And it was like, communicate through your podcast. If you're supposed to go out every Friday morning, even if you can't make it, put out something saying, sorry, I can't make it. And then because people don't pay attention to anything else. Cause I used to like, I'll tweet to everybody, sorry, we can't make it this week. And then it is great when you get the, where's your podcast? Where's your podcast? Where's your podcast? Yeah. Like, but that's what I mean. It's like, okay, I didn't know you. I didn't get the inside. I couldn't get the inside information back then. And I'd be like, all ready to listen to you guys and be like, sorry, no podcast. They're like, oh, come on. Not what am I supposed to do on my Friday for my first part of my Friday. But yeah.
We're still learning. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff we're still learning. So it's fun. I we'll just keep doing it as long as we can. And it's somebody asked me, because I'm semi-retired. I retired, and then I kind of went back to work just part-time to earn money to buy bourbon, because I retired early. And we had a plan in place that was my wife and I, and the plan was when she retired, we were going to do a few things, right? But she didn't retire, so we weren't able to do those things. And I kept spending money like I was not retired. And she's like, you either go back to work or you cut your spending. I go, all right, I'm going back to work.
I'm going back to work. And what's funny is when you go back to work, it helps you cut the spending because you have less time to spend it.
Exactly. But my where I was going with that was, when people would come up to me and say, aren't you bored? What do you do? And between the podcast and doing some woodworking and stuff, I was never bored. I was actually liking life better, because you hear stories about people who retired like, oh, I don't know what to do. That was not me. And so, in fact, the work thing is cutting in the way of the fun stuff.
Exactly. Guys like us, the people listening to us right now, I think we're all ready. Like, we're trying to retire if we're not already retired. Like, there's a lot of people that, like, when they retire, they don't know what to do. This hobby in itself, never mind. I find that most of the people like us, we also have multiple hobbies too, right? And it's like, so like retirement for us is like, you better have a good retirement set up because you're going to run out of money in the first couple months. And it's like, I don't ever plan on retiring, especially with my job, what I do. I can just downsize it if I want. But I think that's my goal in retirement is like, okay, my wife has a good retirement. She's a teacher. So if I can get all of our budget underneath her income, and then whatever I do is all our extra money, that to me is my retirement. So it's like, if I go out and I work 2 days a week, there you go. We're good, you know? So,
and the rest of the time spent building out that theater.
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping that's done so that I can enjoy it and then maybe tweak it.
But you're never done. There's always something. There's always something, DJ.
Exactly. So we got this. Van Gool says Ara needs to talk OTA 3.0 and why the U.S. is behind other countries. So, Ara?
We're behind other countries because we move slow. That's just it. It's such a huge country, and then to get the entire country to move over, it just takes time. Even ATSC 1.0, I remember they kept pushing back the cutoff date over and over. It was a few years. You just got to get all the individual stations on board, because we don't just have one national broadcasting company. Some countries do, and I know they have other ones as well. Each state and city has their own broadcasters, and to get them all set up properly, it takes a while. And right now, as far as over-the-air 3.0, I think there's going to be some changes with the 5G broadcast possibly helping out. And then streaming really cuts into that quite a bit, because you can get 4K through streaming. Early on in HD TV, there was no streaming, and the only way to get it was through over the air. So there was a big push. But for 4K, I get really high quality 4K through Amazon, Apple, even my IP television service, DirecTV Stream, only has a few 4K channels, but still it's there. So the demand for it isn't as much. I really, personally, this is just me personally, I don't care if we go to ATSC 3.0 or not. It just doesn't matter to me.
Well, what about the idea of, like, in this country, it's so capital driven. How are they, if everything goes to over the air, what's going to happen to all the cable companies? If people can start dropping their cable, their internet, or whatever they want to do, it's like I feel like it was hard in the 80s to get people to go to cable, because they were, my parents were like, I'm not paying for that. I have this. I can go over the air. Now to go backwards. I know where you're going with that. You see what I mean?
Yeah, but so it was a little bit different. It depended on where you lived and the reception. When your parents and my parents went to cable, my parents went to cable because where I lived in the San Fernando Valley, we couldn't pick up all the TV channels, and it gave us a nice clear picture. All the other channels, nobody even knew about ESPN, all those other channels back in the 70s and 80s. They were just there. So the only way to get those was through cable. But if you'd never seen them before, you didn't care. Like your parents said, I don't care about ESPN. I don't care about Lifetime. I don't care about, all these other channels. Now, however, a lot of people do watch those channels, and they watch programming on those channels. So they will still want the cable service, because over the air won't broadcast those. So over the air is only going to give you what we broadcast, which are the big four networks, PBS, and then you'll have some local channels. And even those got sub channels that have like old reruns and stuff like that. But you're not going to get ESPN over the air. And that's why I think I don't think it'll ever kill cable by itself. Cable may kill itself just because it's expensive, but over the air won't make that happen.
Okay. But I see the thing, aren't a lot of the cable companies also the internet providers as well? Yes. To me, that's what it is. So it's like when we were talking before, back in the day when I was listening to the HT guys, and they were saying like, oh, well, I want a la carte. Please let me choose. It'll be so much better. And I remember yelling at my radio going, it will be the same, because they'll transfer the costs over because the internet companies will up the internet costs, which, to be fair, I don't think has really happened yet. That's the one that hasn't happened yet. When cable goes away completely, internet costs are going to go up.
Well, I don't know about that, but when we said a la carte, there was no streaming. So that original comment was that I've got 100 channels and I'm paying $150 on satellite or cable. I only watch 5 channels, so I want to only buy 5 channels. That was different. Now we have streaming and all these other, I'm going to call them networks. You can think of Netflix as a network, Hulu as a network, even though they're not. But you have all these other things coming in. So yes, we have a la carte, but it's not the kind of a la carte that we were talking about back then. And so we have more costs. Now, if you go back to your comment about they're going to raise the price, I'm already paying a lot for unlimited gigabit speed internet. It's like 100, and with taxes and everything, it's like $150. I don't know that if Cox eliminated, that Cox Cable is who we have here, if they eliminated their pay TV, what would happen? I don't think it's going to go up. In fact, there's one cable company, maybe it's Frontier, and what they've said is, we're not going to give you a cable box. If you want TV service, you're just going to get it from YouTube TV. That's how they're doing their TV, and they're just becoming an internet provider. A lot of their headaches go away, a lot of their overhead goes away. And so I think it doesn't necessarily mean the prices are going to go up. In fact, it could go down. I could make an argument where the prices will go down because there's so much less overhead with providing just internet. My install was done over 2 years ago, and Cox has never heard from me, and I've never had them out in the house. When I had cable TV service through them, I would call them at least once a month. You know, what's going on with my TV? What, you know, and so I think it could work better and be less expensive.
So my one argument, and it's the only argument, it'll never go down. When have they ever reduced prices, Ara?
No, I totally agree. I was just saying. So they'll get more profit. They're not going to lower the price.
Right. Yeah. And that like the one thing, like, and I use that example. I use this example for like physical media. That's the one thing, in my opinion, has stayed constant throughout the years. So for all intents and purposes, is cheaper today than it was 20, 30 years ago, because we're getting, you know, it's still roughly like for a Blu-ray, you're looking at about $19.99, right? 4K is probably in the high 20s, but those prices, I mean, when they introduced, you know, what did they call it for home purchase or whatever? When VHS first introduced the, you know, for home purchase, the price was $19.99. Because before that, it was $85.99 or $85 because you had to make that entire reel. You know, you don't just stamp a disc. It was like you had to make the tapes. So they were super expensive. And we all knew, like, if you didn't get yours back in time or you lost it, you had to pay the $85 to the video store or whatever it was, right?
So,
well, when they reduced the price to $19.99, I mean, it's always been DVD when it came out was $19.99. And that's what set it apart from Laserdisc, which was like $40 to $50. But that $19.99 price point has been consistent for like, what, 30 years now?
Yeah. And when you adjust for inflation, it's like equivalent of like $3 or something like that back in the 80s. Do you remember, I do remember movies, and not even first run movies, DJ, movies that have been out for a while, when you'd go to the mom and pop video store, they were, if you didn't return it or lost it or whatever, it was like $90 for old movies. Now you can find those in the bargain bin for like 99 cents. But the first movie to come out that I remember, and I'm almost positive this was the first movie to break that $19.99, was Top Gun. And the reason they did it is at the very beginning, they put a Pepsi commercial. Yeah. And I remember there was a little bit of controversy about it. And there was this radio DJ here in Los Angeles. His name was Rick Dees. And I was listening to him as I was driving into the office, and he was kind of complaining about it. And then he saw the commercial, and it was an interesting commercial. It was fun. And he goes, well, if all the commercials are going to be like that and it lowers the price, who cares? And I'm like you screaming at the radio, you've got a fast forward button. Who cares?
It was, for me, I always thought it was E.T. I thought it was E.T. was the first one with the Pepsi, because it got a Pepsi. But I've had other people tell me it was Top Gun. I've had people tell me it was something else, but it was around that time. I was working, it was in 88, I believe, is when it happened. I was working in a video store, and so it could have been 89 or something like that. But when they did come out, you were like, oh my God, I get to have this. But it changed the way the video stores did business too, because now instead of only buying, especially the mom and pop ones, which most of them were before Blockbuster existed, but they could only afford to buy like 2 or 3 copies. And this was like the most popular movie to come out at the time, right? Whatever it was. They could only have 3 copies because that's probably costing them, $210 or whatever it was.
Yeah.
And
I remember.
And then you go to the store and be like, sorry, it's rented. It's rented. You put yourself on the list. But then the entire business changed when they could buy 10 copies for the same price. And now more people can rent it. And then they turned them and put them into that bin. They'd be like, previously viewed tapes over here. So you could buy it now for $10. They were making their money back on that. It changed the business, but it also, I think it's part of what happened with home theater too. It helped everybody get excited about watching movies at home.
Oh yeah. I remember going down to our local mom and pop rental store, and it was
doing a change
$199 a year for the right to rent movies. So you paid a membership fee, and then you had a little card. They gave you the card. You showed your card. You got your rental, and I think it came with like 2 rentals a month for free, and then after that you paid all that stuff. And for us out here, I don't know if warehouse records and tapes were nationwide, but there was definitely on the West Coast, there was a warehouse records and tape. Then they started renting, and no membership fee. It was like $2 a night, $1.99 a night. You walked in there, and I just saw the videotape section get bigger and bigger and bigger, and then the records and CDs get smaller and smaller and smaller until eventually it was pretty much just a video rental, and then Blockbuster came out of that. But yeah, that was a fun time back then. Now you just, what do we want to watch? I've got hundreds of movies, and I still can't find something to watch.
I know. Springsteen has the song, 57 channels and nothing on. And nowadays, you're like, that's even like, remember, that's cute. Only 57 channels. It's like we have everything at our fingertips. Whether what's odd is when you can't find a movie, right? When you're like, seriously, there's nowhere I can find this movie. It's like, how is that possible? And it's not streaming anywhere. It's not, and it's very rare when you find that movie.
So there's a movie that I've wanted the kids to watch. It was called The Last Starfighter. I don't know if you remember that from the 80s. I like that. And it is available for rent, but it's not streaming anywhere. And every time I say, oh, let's watch that, the kid's like, I don't want to watch it. That's really the problem, is finding something that everyone wants to watch at the same time. If it's just like you sitting down on the couch, you could find something that you'll watch. But if it's like everyone in the family and everyone has a different kind of vibe that day, it's very hard to find something. So that's when we usually just put on just something on linear TV. It's just there. So
yeah, and it's also the product of the times too. It's like we're so like we can, like we said earlier, you can get whatever you want to listen to. You can find a podcast or whatever that is going to play exactly what you want to hear, right? And it's like, even like iTunes, you put your own playlist together. It's not like it used to be where you put the radio on and you had to listen to hours and hours of music just to get to your favorite one song, right? And it's like, and you go home and the family sat down because there's nothing else to do anyways, and you had 3 channels. What do you want to watch? Okay, let's put this on. That's it.
Yeah.
And now there's so many choices. Everybody can have exactly what they want. And you go to sit down with the family and everybody goes, I want what I want. Well, damn it, I had too big of a family.
So, it's funny, all the channels and choices. I'd come home from school and we would do homework, and then I would turn on TV, and we had a local station out here, Channel 13, and it would play reruns of I Dream of Jeannie, Gilligan's Island, and that. So I knew the lineups. I'd come home, I'd get my homework done, then I'd watch Gilligan's Island, I Dream of Jeannie, Bewitched, or whatever. But you'd only get one episode. So if you were like, oh, that was a good episode, I want to watch the next one. Oh, tomorrow, you can, after school, you can watch it again tomorrow. And if it was a two-parter, you had to wait till the next day to get the other part of it. Now it's like, oh, I can't. I don't know how many times I was watching a movie with my wife or a TV show, and we finish on like a cliffhanger. She goes, no, we can't go to bed. We got to watch the next episode. And she goes, just give me the first 5 minutes because they'll resolve the situation. Then we can pick up the rest of it. So we watch the first 5 minutes, and then it turns into the next 20 minutes, and then we're done. And I told her, if this one ends on a cliffhanger, I'm going to bed. I don't care.
Yeah. We used to do that with 24. We'd be like, because remember 24 used to end on cliffhangers, and some were better than others, as we found, as you go through the series, and you'll be like, oh, okay, now we can go to bed. That one wasn't as good. But the last one, there was no way you can go to bed on it. But we say that all the time. John and I used to laugh about that. Like, I'm in a movie, the most recent one, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, or is it? Yeah, across the latest one, right? And it was a two-parter, and I'd forgotten it. But that floods back to when you all the memories flood back from when you were a kid, and you're watching that, Knight Rider or whatever during the week, and like there's 5 minutes left in the show, and you're like, they're not going to wrap this up. This is a two-parter. Oh no, I can't miss next week's. Right? And then if you did mix next week, you didn't know the end of it, and you had to wait for reruns in the summertime and be like, now you're flipping through the TV guide. When is that one on? Like, whatever.
Oh my God, that's absolutely correct. If you missed it, you waited for reruns.
Oh my God.
So, one thing about 24, there are some episodes that were better than others, and there are some where at the end of the episode, they'd show you previews for next week. And the previews look good, and then when that show comes on, you go, "Oh, the previews were better than the entire show." But Braden and I would call that's just a setup episode. The next one's going to be better.
Yeah.
Same way with The Walking Dead. There were so many shows like that. It was just hard to keep high quality for that many episodes a season.
Well, I say that now with the content we're getting. John, Steve, and I have a text going right now talking about like Echo and the MCU, and Echo's the new show that's coming out in January, I think. And the MCU, Marvel, the movies now have been so good, and they've developed, and not just Marvel, but a lot of the movies now have just been so good. The production quality is so good that at the end of it, you're like, our expectations are just so high all the time that it's just so commonplace that how do you wow us anymore? Right.
Yeah,
and it's like people like, oh yeah, like Loki. Yeah. Okay. Even myself, I'm like, Joe, my son and I love to watch Loki, and we're loving this season. It is confusing and all that, but it's meant to be. But it's like, there's no immediacy to get to the theater to see it, because I know it's still there, right?
Yeah.
So when WandaVision came out, that was like the first one, the first MCU TV show. So there was excitement to see that. Water cooler talk. And it's so hard now to come up with something that everybody's like, oh, you've got to see this right now, because everybody's like, oh, I'll get to it.
Yeah. Yeah, I checked out of the Marvel universe. I was just done with it. When you need a PhD in understanding Marvel, and I just said I can't follow it. And I said my daughter still watches, and I go, which Spider-Man universe is this? And I go, give me a cop drama.
The PhD. You know what that reminded me of? Let's tell this story.
Okay. Which story?
So when we met in Boston, and we got dinner together, our families. It was me and Jen, and you, your wife, and your daughters. And your wife is awesome. She goes right around the table, and she's like, well, everybody went around and said like what they did for a living, and it's like, you're a computer engineer, right? Is that what is that what you call it?
Computer science,
computer science,
biomedical engineer,
biomedical, and each of your daughters is one of you guys, right?
Yeah.
You
My
okay?
youngest is the computer science, and the oldest is the biomedical
Okay,
as well.
right. And then I'm just sitting there. There's 6 of us at the table. Ara's on my left. My wife's on my right, and your family's across from us. And then the last one, your wife looks at Jen, my wife, and goes, "What do you do?" And my wife's like, "Well, I'm a therapist," and she goes, "I work with a school," and blah blah blah. And she goes into all these things. Your wife looks at me and goes, "And what do you do?" And I'm like, "I paint bumpers." And I'm dreading it. It's going I'm surrounded by all these highly educated, super smart people. I'm like, "I paint bumpers."
Yeah, no.
My wife and I cried on the way home. We were laughing so hard because I'm just like, and it's like, I don't think anything of it. I'm just thinking like, it just was like, just like the juxtaposition of me.
Yeah.
Like, what the heck? It was so funny. And your wife was like, "Oh, that was great. Everybody was so enthused." That was nice of you.
No. So, I do a lot of woodworking now. And in my career, I have done a lot of stuff that I'm proud of, technical in the medical industry, in Hollywood, and in avionics. But the stuff I'm the most proud of is the woodworking, because that's built with my hands, and it's a completely different discipline. And I have so much more respect for that kind of work, and I wish I had done more of it when I was younger, because now yesterday I was sanding some stuff. My hands are aching today, DJ, because of like they're slightly arthritic. But I just have way more enthusiasm about that aspect of my brain. I guess right, left brain. Is right the artistic or the technical? Anyway, see, I don't even know. The part that's more artistic is the part I like more, and I wish I would have
the creative
explored that
side
a lot more. Yeah, I wish I would have explored that a lot more.
And I think part of it too is like, it's what you didn't do is going to seem more interesting because you did the other part so much. That was your life,
maybe
right?
So, yeah.
And because I'm the other way, I'm more creative. I do way more, like, obviously I every day I have to recreate something for somebody in a creative way to help them save money. That's kind of what my job is, right? But at the same time, I love thinking like engineer wise. My son and I have great conversations. That's what I love about home theater. I think it's the marriage of art and engineering, right?
Yes.
So the studios are putting the art together for you to put up, whether it's the movie theater itself, they've got to display it, or we're trying to display it most appropriately in our homes. But then just that part of it, how to creatively get a theater into a place that you're not supposed to have a theater. And that's what we're all doing. So that's to me. And there's a lot of engineering that goes into that. There's a lot of like, how do I run these cables? How can I hide these cables if I want to do that? Or what aspect of the engineering am I really into? It's like, where do I put my theater rack? Where do I put my equipment? Do I want to display my equipment? Do I care what the speakers look like? Do I want custom built speaker? There's so much engineering that can go into the art. And that's what I love about the entire thing. And it's like, I've spent most of my life on the more creative side, but I love to delve into some of the engineering side. The dangerous part is we have engineers like yourself and people like civil engineers. They're building our bridges. You have engineers building our building, all this stuff for safety. It's the part when I get into it, and that's when it gets dangerous. Now I'm going to be like, I can do this creatively. No, that's going to fall over, dude. You don't want to do that. It's like, you going your way is you might get achy hands, but nobody else is going to get hurt.
But so and that's fun. And some of the stuff that we talk about, I like building speakers, and that has been a great journey for me, because I really start appreciating what these other companies are doing, and they're doing it on a mass scale. I can tweak my speakers. If that something didn't sound right, I can adjust like the vent hole, make it a little bit bigger. Can't really make it smaller. So I always start out a little bit smaller than design. But anyway, you can get it so it sounds just right. but try recreating that on a mass scale, like what SVS does, Klipsch, these companies, and they put out these speakers that are just incredible. So it gives me a better appreciation for the technology that goes into this stuff.
Oh yeah, and it also why some of those speakers are so expensive when they're hand built, custom designed.
Oh yeah.
Everything that goes.
I totally get it. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's and for them to sound good and look good, and the performance that you can get. I mean, that time is money, and those things take a lot of time to do, and it's usually one individual working on each one or each step or something like that. Just like your custom cars, your higher end cars, they're all hand built, hand put together, and it's and that's the art. That's another marriage of art.
Yeah, the art and science.
Engineering.
They say the marriage of art and science. Exactly.
Yeah. So, what was I going to ask you about? You and Braden this week had something I was going to bring up. Wasn't the three? I forget. I listened to. I did listen.
Can I ask you a question then?
No
Not
questions.
A question.
Yes,
a
of
request.
course.
I'm really enjoying this, and I know you do a lot of these things. I briefly mentioned this to you yesterday. I would love to do like a home theater happy hour, a holiday home theater happy hour.
Yes.
On a Friday in December as we get closer to Christmas. And we could talk about holiday movies, and we could talk about why Die Hard is a holiday movie, and I could present the case where I think it is. But anyway, my point is we could just do a chat and invite all kinds of people, and I think it would be a lot of fun because I'm really enjoying this. I had no idea what we're going to talk about. I think you purposely didn't send any kind of agenda. You were just going to let it go wherever it went.
I never do, Ara. You know that.
Well, sometimes you say we're going to talk about this movie or we're going to do that.
Oh, right. Early on, I did especially when the first time I met you, the first time I had you on. Yes, I gave you an agenda because I wanted I wanted to pitch my show to you because you didn't even know who I was.
Yeah.
So I was like, this is what I want to do. But now when I have people on, that's what I do. It's no agenda, anything. It's just boom, we go at it, and wherever it goes, and we have like just open conversation, and so we can talk about whatever you want. But yes, awesome. When you texted me that yesterday, I was like, yes, I love doing those. Yes, cool. Let's do a holiday one, and we'll do it on a Friday night, like you said, and we can sit down, and you're like, let's do it for an hour on a Friday. I'm like, an hour? Come on, buddy.
I forgot who I was talking to.
We don't have to do it to 24, but it can be open-ended.
We'll do a holiday home theater happy hour. There we go. So I will bring up maybe I'll send out which bourbons I'll be drinking.
Triple H.
If anyone wants to join me, we'll sample some bourbons as we're talking home theater.
That sounds fantastic.
Oh, you know what I'll do? Yeah. So what I'll do for you is I will pour a sample I have these little 2-ounce bottles, and I'll send them off to you so you can drink the exact same ones I'm doing. So
there we go. Wow, we're definitely going over. If you and I are drinking bourbon, we're definitely going over an hour.
All right, that would be good. All right. So I'll ramp you up. I'll start with like a mild one, and I'll work all the way up to like some rocket fuel. It'll be fun.
Yeah, it will. Oh boy. Yeah, that'll be a good time. Oh man. That's funny. Yeah, that's a great. I would love to do that.
I'm looking for that. We will do it, and we will make that happen.
Okay. Let's definitely do that then. But you're liking this, huh? Because you guys on your part, you know what you're doing. You research your stuff, and so like you're not fly by the seat of your pants type.
No, we will. It's only audio, and people have said, "Oh, why don't you do a video aspect to it?" It's so much easier to only do audio. Yeah. And so for us, we just kind of get in there. Braden, we used to record in the same room, but now he's further south than me, so we'll do it on the phone. And then he'll record his side. He'll send it to me, and I'll put the two pieces together. So sometimes our audio is a little bit different. That's the only drawback of doing that. Because when we were in the same room, we had the same mics, everything going through the same mixing board. We sounded identical. but now it's a little bit different. But yeah, so we put together what news stories we want to talk about. We'll flag a few emails and talk about those, and then we'll have one or two kind of features. And this last week, we had a listener ask me about a universal remote replacement for his father-in-law. And I said, normally I would have recommended the Harmony remote, but they're not available anymore. You could probably find them on eBay still. But I said, I got my mom a basic Sofa Baton universal remote, but it's they also have a smart remote that on spec looks like it's going to replace the Harmony. So I said, I tell you what, I wanted to do the review, but I've not had the time. How about if I pay for half of it, and you and what I would expect back from you is you just write me a review. And he's been a listener for a long time, so I trust him. And he sent me the review. We chatted on the phone a little bit. It was great. And I'm thinking, oh, this is an easier way to go, but it's more expensive, of course. But anyway, yeah. So we have listeners send us stuff all the time as we've become friends with people. I mean, you and I, through the podcast, have become good friends. And a lot of other listeners, same thing. It's just a great community. And we share. And early on, Braden and I felt like we had to do everything. Now the listeners help out as much as they can. We appreciate it.
Yeah. It is a great community. It really, you don't really, like when I started doing this, I just wanted to do like scenes because that's what really, and I didn't really hear anybody else doing scenes. So I figured that could be, I didn't want to do what you guys do. I didn't want to do what AV Rant does. I wanted to do scenes. But then as I got going, you realize as I reached out to you guys, how great you guys were to me. And but then the listeners as well. And I'm like, well, okay, well, I've had these guests on. I'm like, let me try listeners. And when I went that direction, people were like, what are you doing? And I mean, look at what it's turned into. It's like people just love being on. And it's like, cause we just want to talk about this stuff. Right. Yep. And it's just, and it's amazing how much we are all alike in that way. And then when people get on here, they're just like, I just want somebody to talk to. I just want somebody to talk to. So, hey, look at what it's turned into.
You know why? Usually it's because nobody in the family cares. It's like,
no family. I couldn't find somebody in my town.
Yeah.
You know, so. It's hard to find these things. And it really is like, you know, that's what makes the community so great, so passionate. They're just excited to, and hey, and speaking of passionate and community building people, are you ready, Michael? You ready, buddy? There we go. I didn't want to do the Michael Stevens, Youthman, who's like, I mean, he's building the community more than anybody. I mean, thanks, buddy. Thanks for joining us. Michael, Ara, Michael.
Ara, good to meet you, man.
Nice to meet you, Michael.
Obviously Michael Stevens, Youthman, my next guest coming up. So we have our little crossover here.
Oh, yeah. You're really liking these crossovers. I'm just going to come in at like the top of every hour and just come in for the crossover. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, actually, yeah. Watch the crossover. See who's next. It's like I've had so many people ask, like you said, PK asked in the last one, like, who do you have? Can you tell us? I'm like, no, because I've already had a couple people like got some issues, and I don't want people to just be picking and choosing. But if you pop in at the top of the hour, you can see.
You never know.
You never know. But yeah, Michael, you're this community amazing, right? It's just like you're building it.
I'm just trying to do a small part, man.
That's all I'm trying to do. Yeah. And we were talking, now let me tie this in a little bit. Ara and I don't know if you came in and heard this part. Do you do, when you do your Sunday night shows, it's not happy hour, AV, what do you call it? AV what?
The AV experience.
Oh, geez, I'm all about it. How do I not remember it? Because I remember seeing that. Anyways, you guys have a subject, but do you put notes together and stuff, or do you go off the cuff in that one?
Off the cuff. So literally, sometimes we'll have a subject at the beginning, and it could be a question that came up the previous show. It might be something that one of us just thought of and like, man, that'd be a good discussion to have. So we kind of lead off with that. Sometimes we'll give some updates on M-Wave right at the beginning. go into that, and then we'll just talk for however long that discussion happens. If it's 30 minutes, 30 minutes. If it's 45, it's an hour.
Yeah.
And then after that, and we tell everybody at the beginning, hey, if you've got home theater questions, go ahead and drop those. We'll be starring those along the way. As soon as we're done with this topic, then we'll start answering those. And last week we went for 3 hours just answering questions. I mean, back to back, probably over 50 questions. And I think that's something that my audience is really connecting with, because they've got questions and they don't have a forum to answer that. And they just seem super grateful. And so we're just trying to meet the needs of the community as best that we can. So I know I'm not the smartest guy in the world. I know that I don't have all the knowledge. So I brought, sorry about that. I brought, I have like alarms all day long, man, reminding me about stuff. So it's like, hey, don't forget the podcast. Yes, I know I'm on it. Make sure I don't have anything else going on. Yep, that was the only one. So we're just trying to provide as much many resources as we can to the community. So I brought Jonathan as well as Ryan, because they've got their own experiences. They've got their own knowledge base. And so collectively, hopefully we can provide, just some value to our listeners. Yeah.
And that's, I think, is the great part about podcasting, especially even I've said it to Ara before, I've said to other podcasters, what these people are providing for us. It's like, it literally got rid of like monster cables, because the only way and I've said, right, Ara, I said that to you guys, and I was like, because we used to buy monster cables because we thought they were the best, because they were the most expensive and all the ads were in the magazines for monster cables. And then, like you said, Michael, you get all these different opinions like Ara and people actually in long form explaining why these things are wrong or right or whatever. And people are getting the correct information instead of the 1-page ad. Right. Yeah. So, but yeah, that's
DJ.
Go ahead.
Do you have your speaker cables that go in one direction only? Those are really good ones.
I made sure to. Yeah, exactly. Well, and so, but see here, and this is where, great point, Ara. They used to tell us like, oh, you got to get your cables to do this. So make sure it goes this way. But this is where the internet, and if it's not in a podcast form, a long form, so somebody can say that, because I guarantee you that somebody at some point will be listening to this going, but my HDMI cable can only go in one direction. And there are there are cables that can only go in one direction. Yeah. So it's, you know what I mean? It's like you could take some information that's true in one place and be like, you slap it on a box and you raise the price and go, these speaker cables are like that HDMI cable. Like, no, they're not. But it takes the long form to be able to explain it out to people to go, this is why that's not true, or this is why this is needed here, but not here. And, and that's like you guys' podcasts are what, I grew up on Ara and home theater, and not grew up, but one of my first podcasts was ours. And now we have, like, I think it's great. This entire family, it's like, we're all just like, hey, look, you do this too? Okay, cool. It's awesome. So.
Yeah. Well, going back to those kind of speakers and stuff, if you talk cables, if you talk to people who've spent the money on that, they have a hard time letting go, because they've spent all this money and they don't want to appear foolish. So it's a very difficult discussion to have with people, but you need to try to approach it in some sort of objective way. And the best way I found is double blind tests. I did that with a friend who swore he could hear the difference. Right. And I sat in here and I did the double blind test, and he couldn't tell the difference. And I said, you can't be 50-50, because that's just guessing. You need to be at least 90%. I'll let you miss 1 or 2, but if you're not 90%, you can't hear the difference. And
Michael, do you want to tell him your coat hanger story?
Oh, the coat hanger. Oh, that was what prompted the whole thing. ABS Forums.
Well, Michael
did that coat hanger thing. Yeah.
Yeah, we actually did that at M-Wave this year. So we had Ryan put together, Ryan and Jonathan. Jonathan brought some coat hangers, and so we Ryan calls it find the coat hanger. And so he had, I don't know what the exact number, but let's just say a $3,000 or $5,000 speaker cable. We had maybe a couple $100 speaker cable, something under $100, and then an actual coat hanger. And the coat hanger and, you know, something else was always in the top 2 every single time. You know, we had one guy, he left. I found I wasn't in the room for that experiment or that test. But he told me later, he said, one guy just left the room. He was mad because he was fooled. Like he thought, man, going in this thing, absolutely. I've got these critical ears. I can hear this. There's no way in the world I wouldn't be able to, you know, to determine which one was the exotic cable. And he physically could not. And so it's kind of eye-opening for sure.
That's always the case.
Now, here's one thing.
Our motto has always been buy a quality cable, but a quality cable doesn't have to cost $100. You can get a quality cable 100%. For $10. Well, depending on length, of course. But
speaker
you can
cable,
get a quality cable. Yeah, speaker. Actually, in any cable, really, the statement holds true.
Now, I'm 100%. I'm okay with people spending astronomical amounts if they want to on their cables. It's their money. They've worked hard for it. I just struggle when a manufacturer makes claims that this cable is going to do this to your sound.
Right.
Now, if you want to buy jewelry and some really cool looking cables for your high-end gear, go for it. It's your money.
Yep.
You know, what is ridiculously priced to me, maybe pocket change to you. And so who am I to say spending $40,000 on cables is ridiculous? Well, if you make $40,000 an hour, that's not really ridiculous. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, okay,
well,
if you spend that, fine. But don't go mortgage your home trying to get these fancy cables because you've been duped that and kind of told that you're missing out because you don't have these cables. And that's where I just don't buy the snake oil.
Right.
Well, and a lot of that is the high price. People think because it's so expensive, it's got to be good. I spoke with the owner of a projector company. I'm not going to say who this person was, but we talked about projectors, and he made a comment to me. He's like, yeah, I kept raising the price thinking no one was going to buy it, but the more I raised the price, more people were buying it. And he goes, it was the same projector. And he's the one who told me they just perceived that if this one's going for $10,000 more, it's got to be better. And you know, more power to him. But when I heard that, I was like, oh man, this hobby has realists like us, and then it has these people who just want to show off. Braden and I call it the Mark Cubans.
Yeah. But it makes sense.
When I worked at Circuit City a long time ago, we went to a monster cable training, and at the end of the training, he pulls out I don't remember how much it was at that time. This is a long time ago, but it was expensive, like $700 for a pair of cables. I'm going, holy crap, that's crazy. And he asked us flat out, he's like, hey, how many of you think that these cables are worth $700? And we're like, probably not. And he's like, you're right. He said, so why do we sell them? And like, I don't know. Why do you sell them if they're not worth it? He said, because there's always a client that will buy it. And I was like, dang, you know, so there's always somebody out there that will spend the extra money just because it costs more. But again, like in anything in life, just because it costs more doesn't necessarily mean that it's better. It can mean, but it doesn't necessarily mean that.
It doesn't. And it also comes into like, you got to find the value in it for you. Right. Yeah. So like I get questions all the time about like what we were talking about a little while ago about calibration, and should I pay for a calibrator to come out to my house, which isn't cheap. It's not super expensive, but it's not cheap, but it's something. But the answer, it's a personal question. Like, what are you looking for? What's the value in it for you? For me, it's peace of mind of knowing that I might not see a difference nowadays because displays out of the box are pretty damn good. So but I know I get that piece. Yeah, yes, Mike, you're supposed to be on the show.
I know it's literally that.
Another reminder.
I hit snooze earlier
snooze by mistake.
Right. So, but anyways, but yeah, but that's the thing is you got to find the value in it for you. And the dangerous part, like you said, is when dealers or manufacturers are trying to sell you on something and they're trying to tell you, here's the value. And is that true or not? And that's what's real. That can be difficult. Like what we were doing with, monster cables way back in the day, and you're paying the crazy money for that stuff.
Now, here's the interesting thing. So I'd say it's interesting. To date, I think my favorite banana plugs are monster cable. I don't know what it is about them. And of course they don't change the sound at all. But just,
do you find them more convenient, like easier to pull in and out, or
yeah? For lack of all right, I've got some that are really tight fit. I mean, like, you got to push real hard to get them in there. And then there's some that they get loose over time. And so those don't work as good. But these things, I've had them literally for decades. And they're like the same today as they were when I bought them, kind of thing. So I'm like, man. And even just the weight of them and just the diameter of the actual, not really a bullet, but whatever they call it, the outer shell.
Yeah. The barrel.
The barrel. It just feels good in the hand. But it doesn't change at all. But it's interesting because they are the most dang expensive. You look online and it's like, my golly. So it's hard for me to recommend those. It's like, okay.
I personally feel like they feel better in my hands, but it doesn't do anything to my room. But my hands feel great when I do this.
I know, there's just something about it though. They just feel like they're well built. So in that respect, I believe that there is a value or a proportion to what I spent versus what I spend with some cheap ones like Amazon Basics. They don't feel the same. They really, really don't. But do the Amazon Basics do the same thing? Absolutely.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Ara, I know you got to go, but I got a comment here that I was going to bring up. Do you have a second to do this one before you take off?
Just enjoying a beautiful sunrise here on the West Coast.
There you go. All right. So John Thompson says all cables are filters, and which I think is true. And I wanted you guys to correct me or tell me how off I might be with this. Judging a cable, in my opinion, has always been like, okay, a cable can only be so good, but you can't improve sound with cables, but you can degrade the sound as it goes through. So John's statement of all cables are filters, for all intents and purposes, a bad cable can actually, it's going to degrade the sound a little for you. But if it's giving you 100% of what you're supposed to get there, you can't improve the sound. Right. So that's why I think like the cables like can be filters in that way where they're actually going to filter out some of the sound. Which you're not going to get it correct. Do you understand what I'm saying? Am I off base on that?
I mean, to me, I've always said copper is copper. So if it's good copper, it's going to be good copper. Now, there are different levels of copper. You've got some that are like copper and aluminum, and they're kind of, is that called the copper clad? I don't know the correct terminology.
So you have a copper clad aluminum where the aluminum's at the core and copper is on the outside.
Yeah.
And so I agree with what I think where you were going, Michael, that the cable, the electrons go across that line. You could have resistance, so it could make it harder to get the electrons over, which will make your amplifier work harder. But I mean, we're not talking that much, to be honest with you. So,
and you may not be able to hear it either. So
you
might be able to measure if you can't hear it.
Right. That's what I mean. Yeah. What'll happen is you'll just have to turn the volume up a little bit, not that much. It's really, we're talking insignificant amounts.
Yeah.
So to me, if the cable has a break in it, that's a bad cable, right? You're not going to get any sound, but that's kind of where we're going with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So
the example is what Michael just talked about at the top of this hour was with the coat hangers. and I guess all of those were filters, but apparently nobody could hear the difference in the filter, if you want to say that.
Right. There you go. Yeah. So, all right. You all set? Is that you've got to head up the coast?
I'm gonna make the trek, and I guess the sun is. It's just not yet. It's almost up. So, Michael? Where are you out of right now?
I'm in Florida, all the way on the East Coast.
Oh, so I'm the only West Coast person so far today, right? Okay.
So far, I've got mostly West Coast is after, because nobody wanted to get up like you did. So thank you very much.
Well, like I said, I'm doing the drive, so I was happy to do it. All right, I'll check in on you later on. And Michael, nice meeting you. And guys, have a great day.
Thanks, Ara. Later, buddy.
And don't forget the happy hour.
Yes, happy hour in December. Can't wait.
All right. Bye-bye.
Later. Bye.
Yeah, I think Marquez Brownlee, who's going to be on later on the show, he's over in the West Coast, right?
Who's that?
MKBHD. You're going to make me spew my drink. I'm like, he's like,
looking. I'm like, no, do you, Michael, do you know how many names I have down here? And everybody's like, people want to know who's on. I'm like, oh my God. This is new for me. Huh?
The chat is who he is. MKBHD. Marquez Brownlee. He does a lot of tech reviews. Reviews. Apple, bunch of stuff. But this guy started many years ago. I mean, as a teenager.
Yeah.
Early YouTube. And literally from nothing. And so we watched this guy just blow up.
I don't think I've seen him. Or I probably have. You know what? I've had a lot of listeners send me to channels, and I don't remember.
What's up?
What's
Ike?
that?
I said Ike knows who he is. MKBHD. He said he would be amazing. Yeah, I bet.
Yeah. And that
whole production. He's got robots, like $100,000 robots that do camera work for him, make zooms and
Jeez.
When you were looking at your nose, like, is he really on here? I'm like, I'm about to die.
No, I'm like, what? No. No.
Look at this. Paul says Marquez is playing at World Beach Ultimate Championship. So he does I think it's Ultimate Frisbee. So like tournament kind of level. So it's kind of his hobby. So
that's his hobby.
Paul says that's his sport. He says, what a dude.
Yeah. Yeah, Paul. Yeah. Paul is like,
so your audience knows who he is, but you don't know who he is. But that's okay. We don't have to know everybody.
No, but that's my point is like, and that's what I was going to say. Like a lot of people will send me to somebody's channel to check it out. And I'll be like, oh yeah, I know who this is. I just don't, I don't remember. Like your show has experience in it. And I'm like, Michael, what do you call your show? It's like
the reason why we did that is because it ties in with M-Wave, Midwest AV experience.
Right. Yeah. And that's, but I love that experience too, because that's what I wanted to be when I did this show. It's like all about the experiences and it's not just the tech. Right. Yeah. And because there were so many shows that were just because we all want, that's what's great. Like you said, you spent 3 hours answering 50 questions because everybody's trying to fine tune their systems because it's never perfect. We're always trying to look for, even if it is perfect, right? You'll sit in your room and it could be like days, maybe a few weeks, but all of a sudden you're like, I got to do something. Something's got to move. I don't get to listen. I keep trying to pop in on your show on Sundays, but Sundays are my day with my wife and we do dinner and everything.
And that's the thing. So, the great thing is everything's always on replay. Same thing with your shows. Yeah. Like we realize our audience is global. I have probably half of my audience is outside the US. So a lot of them can't even make it because it's a totally different time. We start at 8 p.m. Eastern. So for them, it's like 3 or 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning, and they're not going to make it, but they can catch it on the replay. So
yeah, and that's what I do. I listen to you on Monday mornings at work. So I put that one on.
The hard thing right now, I used to be able to keep up with everybody. Like I had all my friend group, and everybody in this space, watch all their content. I'd comment on all their content. Now it's like, it's crazy. I'm cranking out a video. I don't even watch my own video sometimes. I'm like, oh shoot, I probably should have watched it before I uploaded it because I forgot this, or I messed up this, or it glitched out on this, and I didn't even bother to like watch it all the way through because I'm trying to get to
the next one. Yeah. It's like I still listen to myself back every now and then just for audio quality sometimes. Like if I do something new, I'm always trying to improve that. Oh, hey, Don Hensley with a $5 super chat. 2 of my favorite content creators. Happy Saturday, guys. You know what's great about that, Don? You didn't, I hate to say it, but you didn't have to spend $5 to say that.
Don's always
I appreciate the comment. Awesome. Thank you very much. I talked to you. Obviously, we met at CEDIA, but I've talked to you since then, and I've since monetized, which is great. You helped me with the idea of that and doing everything in the monetization, the super chats, because I hear you're listening to you back, and you'd be like, oh, another super chat news. It's like it's great. So
here's the reality: is everything helps. I mean.
Yeah,
it's one of those. If you were to look at analytics on any of our channels, and especially AdSense, and so for those of you who aren't familiar with YouTube, as far as like the monetization part, after you have like 10,000 subscribers and so many watch time hours, 4,000 watch time hours, I believe, you can turn on this little engine called monetization. And so the ads that you see at the beginning, maybe the middle or the end, that's YouTube. Basically collecting money from these brands that want to put ads on these videos. So they split that revenue with the content creators because we're the ones building the content engine and providing the content for free to YouTube. And so YouTube says, well, let's give some of that money back to the content creator. And so every niche is different. Even where you're located in the world is a different rate. What they call CPM, cost per mille is basically, so cost per thousand.
Oh, wow.
So on my channel, I think I make about, on average, like $6 for every 1,000 views. Now, if you look at my channel, I don't have a ton of videos that have millions of views. I don't have a ton of videos that even have hundreds of thousands of views. A lot of times it's not uncommon to have 20,000 or 30,000 or 40 or 50,000 views. So you do the math on that. 6 times 5. I mean, you're not making a ton of money on videos. No. And so $5 here from a super chat, or someone signing up for your Patreon, or whatever, a brand that you love and are passionate about, and they're willing to come on as a channel sponsor, or maybe they're willing to put some ads on your video to talk about a promotion that they've got going on, or some new speakers that they created, or new subwoofers. Each one of those things helps us to be able to do this. And so like for me, this is my full-time income.
Yeah.
I don't have a full-time job. This is my full-time job. You have a full-time income and you're doing this kind of as a hobby and a side hustle, but there may come a point down the road, if you want it to be that it gets to the point to where it can replace your full-time income. And then you just start, going all in on this with podcasts and making videos and maybe traveling, or whatever that looks like to you that you want to pursue in that passion.
Yeah. And that's like, to your point, like you're, like you said, 20, 30,000 videos. I'm excited. I get 200, 300. I'm getting, and what's fun is when you remember when you started out, it's like you see that number grow, that consistent number growing. Like you go through, it's like, I remember when I was getting like 50s into the 60s for viewers. And then all of a sudden you're like, oh my God, every week I'm getting over 100 now. Now I'm getting over 150. Now I'm up into, and it takes time, but it is a slope that's like this. It goes like this, right? It goes, and because it's like, it's that, and then this person tells this person, and this, and it multiplies very rapidly. I'm still on the very flat slope.
I've never seen this ever. My channel literally from day one. So my channel, I think I shared my full story. So I started a long time ago. Like, I don't know, it would have been 10 years ago, but those first 4 years were just haphazard, random, once a month, and they weren't on topic. They were just whatever I want to make a video on. So the channel really did not grow in 4 years. I only had 900 subscribers after 4 years, but I wasn't trying. In January of 2018, I made 1 video a week in home theater, and then it began to do this. And it literally was pretty much just a steady climb. It's
nice.
never went whoop. 1 month I hit 4,000 new subscribers. I'm like, holy cow, this is like the new norm for the channel. Here's where that
Yeah. No.
I thought even home theater tours, when I was actually did a full tour, 12 home theaters in I filmed 12 theaters in 3 days, which was insane. Maybe 4. It was 4 days. Anyway, it was rough. That was crazy. It was a blur. But I thought, okay, maybe that's what's going to do that exponential growth. No, it just still slow and steady. But slow and steady is great. And what I tell content creators, I said, don't give up, because here's the thing. Some growth is still growth. And so we can't look at it and go, I guess it's easy to look at somebody else's channel and go, man, I just wish I had their growth. Well, it's not their channel. You have your own style, your own audience, your own way of thinking, and you're going to have your own path and your own journey. And so when we start comparing ourselves in life, whether it's our theater rooms, that's easy to do. We watch guys online like you and me, and we talk about our stuff, and like, man, it must be nice to have a whatever projector or this theater seats or this or that. But what they don't see is, like I said, man, I started my journey way back in the day, Dolby Pro Logic.
Yeah.
So this has been a long journey for me.
Yeah.
And I've lived in that's 15 years. So that's even my dedicated theater room has been a 15-year journey, but my audio journey and home theater journey started many years before that. Yeah.
And like, I mean, my theater is 20. I moved into this house in December of 01. My theater was completed in January of 02. And I've had that theater ever since. But before that, I took my components from the apartment that I had for when we got married in 93. And that apartment took the components from my bedroom at my parents' house that I and it was like, you're right. And it's like, people like, oh, not everybody can afford what, you'll get that little bit of feedback there. And I'm like, I didn't just start yesterday, Right. And the other part is getting to the content creator part. I love what you're doing. I love there's parts like when I listen to your show, I'm like, no, Michael, or but because we all have differing opinions. Sure. And that's what I think, if you get into being a creator to make a living at it, I think you're going in the wrong direction. I think, like you said, you came at it from one direction. You were like, I want to do this, and this seems fun. Yeah. Then you were like, wait a minute. Like, I could do this. Going on with this? Right. But if your intent is, it's like, I do what I do because I love this. I love talking to people. I love bringing people. I obviously love talking to people. I'm going to do it for a long time today, but I love home theater. So if my numbers don't go up or everything, John and I said when we first started, we were like, oh, it's just us. We're just hanging out and talking. So that's all I need. Right. Not that like you said, like money helps, because I would like to travel. I would like to be able to have the free, like if the podcast could make money, it's not like I would retire. I'd still work, but it would enable me to, hey, let me jet down and I'll go see Michael's theater, or I'll go and see this theater, and then I'll hang out, do a podcast with people at their home.
Sure.
Absolutely. That would be fun.
Yeah. If you, and I guess it's all right. Think of it this way. It's not about the money, because if you go into it and everything is about, oh man, I got to make this money, your audience sees that. There's got to be passion, but I'm not anti-money, because the reality is, I guarantee you, DJ, you wouldn't go to your job if you weren't guaranteed a paycheck. We don't work for free. And it's funny, every once in a while you'll get that guy. It was mostly when I was probably a lot younger on the channel. And, they're like, they would say something about the money. And I would just ask them, like, do you go to your work for free? Like,
right.
No, I mean, you're not going to go spend 40 hours at your job and not expect some kind of financial compensation. So this just happens to be my job. YouTube pays me. Sometimes brands pay me. I fully disclose that up front,
Yep.
and so, but some people take offense to that. Like, oh my gosh, you got paid to make this video. Well, yeah.
I told you. That's how you know.
I don't do paid reviews because I think that's where that's a conflict of interest to me.
Right.
But let's say, for instance, a company sends me, let's say an AVR, Denon or Marantz sends me their new AV10. And so I get that into review and, I'm going to review it for free. I mean, I don't charge anything, nothing. But I may say, hey, I would love to do a series of videos on this. And here's my thought. I think I could do a video on this. Maybe it's how to set up direct live and walk people through step by step using the AV10. I would like to do a separate video, maybe on what are the differences between Odyssey and direct. And we can switch between the two presets, preset 1, preset 2, and I'll make it. So think about this. I don't have to make a video on those. Those are, to me, what I'm looking at, those are extra. It would provide more exposure for the AV10. It would provide more exposure for Marantz. So I would be okay with saying, hey, Marantz, I would love to do this series of videos. Would you be willing to sponsor those videos? Has nothing to do with the review.
Right.
And they make, yeah, dude, absolutely. We'd love to sponsor those. So those are things that I'm okay with doing, but I'm not going to do a sponsored review because, like I said, that to me, that just seems, even if I could keep the most unbiased, it's still going to come across as biased, period.
Well,
to your audience.
But that's the definite, and that's in my mind, that's the not even in my mind, but that's where I have probably, and you and I have had those discussions. It's like, it's hard for me. It's like if somebody pays me to talk about something, it's hard for me to differentiate myself. So, and now if I have that feeling, that's the definition of a conflict of interest. Because if a single listener thinks that's the conflict of interest, you might be completely on the up and up.
Right.
But if they think you aren't, that's what a conflict of interest is, right? It's like and you're actually defeating your purpose by doing it that way. So, and it's like, it wasn't until really talking to you to be able to like, to get that. I still don't want to do reviews because that's not my place. It's, I like doing what I do. It's like all the stuff I talk about is stuff I have, I want, or would wish for someday. Like people not pick on me, but the Kaleidoscape. It's like the reason I know the people at Kaleidoscape now because a listener set me up with the people from Kaleidoscape because I loved Kaleidoscape so much. They're like, would you like to talk to Kaleidoscape? I'm like, yes.
Yeah, I would love to.
And I didn't own it at the time. And now it's like, and now I bought one since then, but it wasn't because of that. I've always wanted that. So it's, they didn't give me one. And but it's like, you know what I mean? So like, I would love a Barco someday. Sure. And it's like, I don't know if that'll ever happen, but if it does, they'll be like, oh, well, you just, and like, I don't know. I own other products. I don't know the people and, but yeah.
I think what I've tried to do is the biggest thing is just transparency. Just let your audience know what's going on, and as long as you're upfront, then they can feel free to make the decision on whether you're a shill or whether you're, whatever, being biased because of whatever. I've done my part. I've shared with you, hey, this video is sponsored. When I go to Cedia, every single one of those videos are sponsored. Every one of them. But guess what? Right at the very front, this video is sponsored by Kaleidoscape. This video is sponsored by oh goodness, man, I'm drawing a blank now.
There's so many of them. Yeah. Trinov or any of them. Yeah.
And then even in the description, this video was sponsored by Jamar. In the tagged, so I let you know up front. And the reality is they're just paying for my time. They're paying for the exposure. They're paying for just to get their, I mean, it's advertisement for them. I mean, think about it. They go to Cedia most of the time because they got new products and they want to share with the dealers. And so to get that information out there, it's like what helps me get out there, because it's expensive to go to Cedia and to get a hotel and to do your food and to do all your traveling and everything. And then plus, I carry about $10,000 in gear with me on every shoot, you know, from my camera, 2 lenses, microphones, lighting, everything.
Yeah. It's not cheap.
And then even on top of that, you've got the knowledge too. If they were to hire a professional company to come film an interview, they're going to pay a ton more than what they, you know, my little sponsored video, it costs them. So I have no problem in that. But again, we just put that out there. We let our audience know and then let them make the decision. My audience has been just amazing. They totally get it. They realize that, you know, this is my sole income. So I have to get creative on how that works for me financially.
Yeah. So Van Gool has this comment, which it's going to take us into a different, I want to ask you something.
Yeah,
so
let's do it.
Van Gool says, DJ does movie reviews and goes scene by scene. You tell us how the movie makes us feel in our home theater. And getting to like, I do movie reviews about movies that I like, right? So like if I sit down and watch something, like I can't wait to tell people about it. I can't wait to tell the listeners. I couldn't wait to tell my father after going to see a movie, right? I'm driving home from Top Gun and he's like, would you shut up? And I can't wait to do that.
Yeah.
How is it for you? Now, I think I'm a passionate home theater fan. I know you are. And you've answered this question when you and I talked about it, but I'd love to hear it here.
Yeah.
When you're getting paid and you're getting asked, now it's a demand. Does that hamper your passion? It's amazing to me that you can keep that passion going when it is now your job. Because I know, getting back to Van Gool, it's like, here's the cheat, guys. Van Gool, AA says in the chat, I appreciate DJ's scene reviews. It's a cheat for me because I only have to talk about the stuff that I like. If I was getting paid by the movie studios to do these reviews like a Siskel and Ebert, I didn't like that one. Or how do I make it seem, you know, I want to talk about what I'm passionate about. So I lean in that direction and I get to choose. How do you keep passion going?
Very similar to what you just described. So prime example, I'm no lie, every single day I get emails from companies. Now, most of these companies I've never heard of. There's a company I just responded to yesterday and I said, please remove me from your email list, because they keep, I mean, literally 2-3 times a day. They're like, hey, Michael, just following up. Did you miss my email? And it's probably a $30 Bluetooth speaker that's going to sound like garbage. Probably. That's not my passion. That's not my desire. I don't even own a Bluetooth speaker at all. And so, you know, like these little portable boombox kind of things. So part of being able to like keeping that from like getting negative is I get to choose what I want to review. You know, now granted, some of my audience will say, hey, I would love for you to review this. And I'm like, okay, cool. That looks like a neat product. Let me reach out to the brand and see if they'd be willing to send me one for review. But most of the time it's like, you know, I see an advertisement or I hear the company say, you know, hey, we just came out with this. And I'm like, oh, dude, that would be cool to check out. And so I'm reviewing things that I'm already excited about anyway. So I try not to review things. There are some brands that I just have no desire to review their product. And so to me, if I had to review that product, that's when it would become like, oh crap, this is a job, you know? And here, I think here's the other misnomer, is that a job can't be enjoyable. Like you can't love your job.
Yeah.
And I think that's crazy. I think if you don't love your job, you need to find a new job, you know? And I know that's
easy to say. I love my job. You know, I love painting. I love that feeling, but I also know, like, see, now I look at it like when I go to a dealership, I'll work on like 5 or 6 cars at a time. Nobody gives two craps. It's the salesman wants, can I have this? I'm selling this one. I need it done. They don't care.
Exactly.
But when I go to somebody's house and I fix their Ferrari, their Porsche, or it could be their minivan, and the wife doesn't want the husband to see it, or vice versa. And I've had that situation. I actually had a husband and wife yelling at each other in front of me once because the husband was saying, yeah, my wife hit the garage with it, whatever. And she was standing behind him. She goes, don't you dare tell him I did that. You did that. I'm like, hey, I'm just here to fix it.
I'm just fixing it, man. I don't care.
Right. But when you go to somebody's house and it's like, to hire me to come out to fix your bumper, it's not cheap. It's far cheaper than a body shop. But usually if you go to the body shop, your insurance pays for it. This is, you know, I charge $350 to come to your house in my area. So it's like you get somebody and they'll sit there and they'll talk to me the whole time. They love it. And they're like, how do you do that? Blah, blah, blah. And they watch the whole thing. Super passionate and they love it. Yeah. But yes, is it the humdrum of going to work every day and working at a dealership? Yeah, but I do love what I do. And that's how I feel like at Cedia, it's like off to the next review, you know, like does that at all feel more like bulk work to you?
No, because again, I love the so I'm almost more interested in the relationship than I am the product sometimes. And what I mean by that is like the brands, most of the brands that again, going back to Cedia, most of the brands that I interviewed, I've had a relationship with. I know them. I know what they stand for. We've had conversations. We've been on Zooms. We've emailed back and forth over the past 6 years, you know, so there are some new brands. So now I have new connections and I'm building new relationships. And so to me, it's those kind of things that kind of keep me going, because the relationships to me matter. They matter a lot, you know? And so that's fun to me, but it's one of those things where you just got to figure out, you know, why. I guess you got to go back to your why. Like, why do you do this? And if it's solely for money, then I don't think you can sustain it. I don't think you can go.
No.
Again, going back to Marques Brownlee, he's been doing this thing like 20 years since YouTube started. How can you do this thing for 20 years and not feel like, oh, gosh, another video? Well, again, it's got to be driven by passion. If it's driven by other things outside of that, it's hard to do that. So my pastor used to tell me, he said, money's not everything, but it's right up there with oxygen. And I'm like, man, that's an interesting thought, because and what he was saying is money's not bad. Okay. We all want to make money. We all want to go to our job and get that bonus or that raise or that appreciation of, hey, you've done a great job for us and we want to reward you. Well, as an entrepreneur and I call myself a solopreneur because it's just me. I don't have a team. I don't have an editor. I don't have a social media guy. It is me. I do everything. Filming, editing. The only time that I have somebody else is when I hire them for something like Cedia, and I have a cameraman that comes with me, and then I can just focus on the conversation with the brand and on camera versus, oh crap, how are the battery levels, or you know, whatever, those kind of things, the technical side of it.
Yeah. So Easy HT Tech in the chat says, and I love this because I'm one of the people he had to pull you away from. Youthman just wants to talk to people at Cedia, LOL. Have to pull him back to the actual work every 10 minutes. And that was so funny because he was the one that had to pull you back that night, right? We were at dinner. And like
we have to be somewhere in like 5 minutes. We're almost done.
Right. So. And I'm sitting here and I'm like, I'm talking to Youthman. This is cool. And not only that, in my head, I'm like, Youthman's interested in me. But having walked Cedia with you for a little bit, you're like that with everybody. People come up to you, and it was really cool to see, and I admired it, and I'm like, that's what I want when people recognize me, or I will always keep that in mind now, to be like, oh wow, it was really cool. But then for like Easy Tech to say, he's like, I'm like, you can go. And you're like, no. I was like, all right.
Like I said, to me, it boils down to relationships. At the end of the day, the gear is going to come and go. The gear is going to break. And if I could have all the gear, have a cool home theater, but I don't have friendships, I mean, really, what in the world have I accomplished? So to me, it starts with relationships. It starts with friendships. It starts with somebody coming up and say, hey, Youthman, I love your videos, man. They've helped me in my journey. That matters to me, man, because that means I'm making an impact in somebody else's life. You know, I've had people come up to me and say, Michael, you don't realize that your videos have helped me get through the darkest time in my life. Like I was struggling emotionally, mentally, physically. I was going through a divorce, whatever that horrible dark time. But they somehow watched my videos, and those videos were encouraging. They were uplifting. They were entertaining. And so they could just escape the crap in this world for a little bit and not have to deal with it. And that's a productive way versus maybe somebody, you know, just getting wasted on alcohol or drugs to try to drown out and numb the body. And so if I can impact people like that, man, dude, that's what it's all about. And that's why, again, relationships matter to me.
Yeah. Yeah. And I've said that so many times. I want to talk to people. I want to talk to the passionate people behind the products because especially these smaller ones. Who did you have on recently? What was the amplifier company?
Dylan.
Not Outlaw.
Dylan from Buckeye Amplifier.
Buckeye. Mm-hmm. Yes. And just listening to him, I think I texted you afterwards. I was like, I want to get him on my show, because
absolutely he would love to.
Yeah. And just listening to him, it's like, I learned so much more about amplifiers and everything. And I was like, now it's like, to be fair, it's like, I'm like, oh, an amplifier, you put it in and I know what it does, but I never really even thought to even care about the intricacies, but his passion made it interesting to me. Right.
So
and it's like,
he's a guy that was passionate. He saw a need and he's like, I think I could build something really cool and offer it a whole lot less than what some of these higher end brands are doing. And let's go with it. And so that's what I found through these relationships is the vast majority of people in these businesses, they're passionate about what they do. They're passionate about projectors. They're passionate about theater seating. They're passionate about amplifiers and all of this stuff. So it's cool to hear their story and to hear them get excited about their products. Hey, TJ, good to see you, man.
Yeah, TJ in this super chat. Got to go for a while. Love seeing Michael here. Keep it up, DJ. Talk to you later. Yep, I will be here, TJ.
Yeah, for a
I'll be here for a while.
I don't know why.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. More power to you, buddy.
So
12-hour live.
But
I'm ready for that.
Yeah, 25 hours. Let's not focus. 25.
Okay. I was thinking it was 12 hours, so it's actually 24. I see it at the top. 24 hours of home theater.
24 hours of home theater, and then we set our clocks back at 2:00 in the morning. So that's why you get the 25.
That's like a redo of an hour.
Really exactly. Just redoing that hour again. Yeah. But yeah, that the other one that I like, and it's funny, it wasn't until Ryan worked for Mad VR or something.
He still does. So Ryan does their programming and a lot of the technical support. So, when somebody initially buys a Mad VR NV, then he's usually the one that's going to dial in remotely, set it up and calibrate it, walk you through how to use it, what buttons do what.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So he does that.
So you have that, which I like that they came along, but before them, I have a Lumagen, right? So, and Jim Peterson, whom I've talked to, I met at CEDIA. I had a brief conversation with him there, but I've talked to him on the phone a few times. Another one that's just like, he's found a need, and his came shortly after like Ferrugia. Remember Ferrugia did the CRT line doublers and everything like that. Super, super expensive. Yeah. Well, he kind of took the Lumagen did back then and does now what the Ferrugias were doing, video processing, right?
Yeah.
And it's stuff, this stuff isn't cheap. It's not easy, but they find a way to do it. And most people would never need it. But when you're scaling up to certain sizes, it's a big, big payoff. And the larger your display, the more it pays off. That's the rudimentary version of it. But it takes passionate people to do this stuff, you know, and that's SVS is another one. You know, before SVS subwoofers, you were like, can I get a Velodyne? I don't know. And that kind of changes the market, right? It's like, you know, and then now you see a bunch of people doing what SVS can do. Yeah. So it takes a passion like that. And I love talking and meeting these people. So it's pretty cool. So this is Saturday. So you have tomorrow night. So you'll probably do another few hours tomorrow night. And then you said you don't have it. Do you have any big videos coming up since CEDIA?
I don't even know what a big video is. I have a lot of videos.
Something you're excited about.
All right. So I'm excited about the Martin Logan Motion XT. I've had them in forever, but I had 5 events. I went back to back to back to back. And so that literally just put me way behind on my reviews. So I have a Shoe VTF 15 Mark II in the living room right now. I have the Martin Logan Motion XT series connected with that. So I'm going to do videos on, I'll probably do like I said, no, not even probably, but I'll do the review on the Shoe subwoofer first. Then I'll remove that, put the 2 Martin Logan, I think there's 1600s subwoofers in the living room, calibrate that. Then I'll do a video on that review. Oh, what else I have? I've got headphones. Not amazingly excited about headphones, but I love Bluetooth headphones. Speaking of Bluetooth, man, I love these like noise canceling, because when I fly and stuff, dude, these are amazing because I can work on my laptop, drowns out the plane. I can listen to music.
Yep.
Got 3 sets of those in. I've got a review on that. Oh my goodness. I've got a whole Arndal 1723 system in the theater room that I'm reviewing, doing some content on there. My goodness, there are actually I could just probably just pull up I have a list in Trello that just kind of keeps me organized. But yeah, so it's and I've got I still sadly I still have 1 video from CEDIA I need to edit. I still have a home theater tour, Matthew Pose. I don't know if you know him. So Matthew does a lot of Gene Della Sala with Audioholics. He does a lot of his measurements for him. And so he'll do some of his reviews and he'll write articles on the website. So I went to Matthew's house. He's down in St. Pete, which is about an hour from me, 45 minutes to an hour.
Okay.
And then filmed his home theater tour. So I've got to edit that. He asked me yesterday, he's like, hey, just curious, any progress? I'm like, dude, 1 video at a time. That's all I'm trying to do. Just trying to get through them. And so yes, I mean, I've got a ton of stuff coming, but yeah,
keep him busy. And then of course you have this, and you have Ariel in the chat says you have to go to M-Wave DJ. He goes, I went this year and just loved it. And yes, I've already said, I told Michael already, yes, I will be there this next year. It's in June, correct? June.
Yeah.
It's already in my calendar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, I wonder if I have you on my email list. Did you get an email from me?
I get all your stuff. I'm a Patreon
No, I mean,
supporter.
like from
stuff.
like M-Wave, the M-Wave newsletter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you signed up. Like you just went. Did they just go live? Like you can do it now, right?
Yeah. Yes,
just
correct.
the other day.
General admission tickets went live on November 1st.
Mm-hmm.
And I've got a bunch of people that have registered for that. And then December 1st, the home theater experiences, the VIP home theater experiences, those will be launched. So right now, I think we have 8 on the website. So these are local home theaters in Kansas City that people can come and experience. we're keeping it to a small group, and the small group is the number of seats in that home theater. So if somebody has 6 theater seats, there's only going to be 6 people that can visit that home theater in the morning. 6 can come in the mid-afternoon, and then another 6 can come that early evening. And but that's it. Once those tickets are sold, they're sold. Last year, all of our VIPs sold within 5 hours. The VIP Gold, because we had 3 tiers last year, VIP Gold sold in, I'm sorry, let me back up. VIP sold in 12 hours. VIP Gold sold in 24 hours. VIP Platinum sold in 5 days. So they all went super quick. So this year, with them being a lot less expensive, last year you had to pay $750 to be able to have access to the home theater tours. So this year we're kind of doing them a la carte. So you can go visit one for $200. You can go visit 2 of them for $400. You can go visit all 3 or 3 of them for $600. And so you're still under that $750. So it's cheaper, much more affordable. But there may be just what I found on my community, I found out through M-Wave when polling them, and also even at Audio Advice, is that half the audience said they had never experienced somebody's home theater other than themselves. And then I asked another question: how many of you have never experienced Dolby Atmos? And half of them said that. And so these are great opportunities to do both of that, to experience a dedicated home theater with the brands that you're interested in. Maybe you're interested in JBL and you never heard them, or you've never heard line arrays. Well, there's 3 of them this year that have line arrays with JBLs. Maybe you're interested in near field subwoofers and you've never heard that, but you've heard us talk about it on the podcast, and you're like, man, I want to experience that. Well, okay, there's several home theaters that have near field subwoofers. Maybe you're considering a projector and you're like, man, I've been eyeing that JVC NZ9, and one of our home theaters or 2 of our home theaters have NZ9s, or maybe one has an NZ9 and one has an NZ7. And you're like, okay, I want to go see both of them in real world environments, and you may come out of that experience. You spend $400 and to your eyes, you absolutely love what the NZ7, or you just saved like $15,000 because you didn't buy the NZ9. So it's these experiences that we're trying to provide that you can't get anywhere else.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, you literally can't get that anywhere else. And it's like, I know, like when you told me about all that, I was like, oh, I want to do a couple of, I want to do 3, I want to do this, but at the same time, I don't want to take seats from people because I get to do that anyways. It's like I'm even doing what I do, and I've experienced a lot of that stuff. But that is so valuable for people to see. If I was shopping, like going back in my brain when I was, shopping and stuff, I would go and I would look at like the higher end and the lower end and go in the same day, and then see how these are integrated in like, what is the differences? What can I see? And the other interesting thing is when you see these theaters, it's like I said earlier with art, marriage of art and engineering, right? And it's like, how do the people, I've been into some theaters where it's all about the gear, right? And there's wires running all across the floor, and it's more like a sound studio than it is a theater, right? I like mine to be more stealthy. That's different. I like my speakers behind something, right? Like, I don't want to see anything, but when you turn it on, you go, wow, where did all that sound come from, right? Some people like their speakers out in front, and to be able to experience that, I guarantee you that anybody that does these, you're going to go and say you got to see 3 theaters in a day. You're probably going to come away with more questions about yourself, right? Because you're going to be like, but I like that one. It's like, you're going to be so excited. Or maybe you have your own theater and you're going to go home, and I bet you'll take something from each of those and put them in your theater.
The whole thing. And it's like, and that's part of why I started doing home theater tours on my channel, is just to provide inspiration. You may like how somebody added velvet to the front. You're like, I never even thought about putting velvet on my ceiling and on my walls to keep reflections off the screen and to add more contrast. You might see somebody that has a Seymour screen. I see Evan in the chat from Seymour. and maybe they've got a C more screen. It's got the masking, and you're like, I always thought masking just hides the gray bars. It does so much more than that. It increases the perceived contrast. We saw that in
Oh yeah,
2 years ago. Chris Seymour gave a demonstration. I didn't know he was going to do it. And in the middle of 2 projector comparisons, he goes up there and puts masking on the top, masking on the bottom on a lesser, like a lower, a less expensive projector. And then on the other side was a more expensive projector. And you just heard the crowd go, oh, like what just happened? And so the woman with the masking on the lesser projector perceptually looked better than the more expensive projector. So we were like, whoa.
Yeah.
So it's those types of things. You see these experiences, or you come to M-Wave and you get those experiences firsthand. And then you take that knowledge back to your own setup and go, okay, are there pieces that I want to implement into my home? You know?
Yeah. And that's I started a long time ago. I said, oh, I'll put some theaters on my website, and I hosted a bunch. But then it got to be, for me, I'm like, oh, okay, that got to be too much work. Ara and I have HD. Talk about having a backlog of work. I have 3 theaters Ara and I do remotely. We'll do a home theater tour, HT tours, we call it, because he's HT guys.
Right.
I have 3 of them I still have to edit, and I've had them for months. But it's that same idea, and it's the variety that you see from people's theaters that and it's funny that, and that's the other part that I like. The bright side is like, stop it. I hate when people get the comments, because I love when people give us theater to do. I know you do, but then there's always those people like, they did this wrong, or they did this wrong, and you're like,
you know what's
like,
funny? You know what I tell them?
Do your own.
I just tell them, I said, well, this video, they didn't make this video. I didn't make the video for you, and they didn't make their home theater for you.
Right.
You know, so get over it.
Yeah. But at the same time, I think it's that negativity that scares off a lot of people. And oops, did I accidentally hit that? I think I did. I know. I was like, whoa. But I think I've had that. A lot of people are very, hesitant to put their theater out there. And I think that's great that you have that many people that are willing to open up their homes for you, because we all love to get like the great comments, but it's that potential negativity that you could potentially hear. And I had one listener had somebody in their home, and right in their home told them like, oh, this is wrong.
Yeah.
And he was like, and but you can't, that's what's so great about this community, I think, is like, it's usually from people you don't know. It's people, even online, it'll be some random, it's not one of your listeners, right? It's somebody that drops in and goes, bah, I'm like, get out of here. The
reality, there are negative people in life, period. Yeah. On my channel, the vast majority of people are kind and they're positive and they're affirming and all those good things. But of course, you've got even some regulars that they just drop their negative comment. I'm like, dude, I mean, is your whole life like this? Like, are you always negative on everything? I mean, that's got to be I have empathy for them, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it's a tough way to go.
I can tell right now you don't have any joy in your life, man. You know, just by how you're commenting on my videos. And that's okay. Yeah. My channel isn't for everybody. Your channel isn't for everybody. There's, if you don't like my videos, scroll.
There's other ones out there.
You're not going to offend me. I could, I mean, of course I want you to follow, but I'd rather you not follow if all I do is irritate you. I had a guy, he commented, it's kind of funny because I get this every once in a while. He's like, he wanted to give his constructive criticism. And he's like, I find it really frustrating that you're always reading your teleprompter. And he was referring to a specific video. I said, that's interesting because this video, I didn't have a teleprompter. Most videos, I don't use a teleprompter. In fact, the only ones that I use the teleprompter on is sometimes with a review, because I want to be real succinct. I want to make sure
you have accurate information you want to give. Yeah.
If I'm stating specs, I want to make sure that those are accurate. I'm not trying to remember. And it's really difficult for me to do a review and try to keep my thought process going in a linear order and a structured order, unless I have notes. So I just replied to him like, it's kind of interesting because this video didn't have one. I said, what you're seeing, I actually have, I forgot the actual name of it, but it's like mytropia or whatever. But basically, one of my eyes literally goes outward.
Oh, really?
So 100%. So
yeah, I didn't notice that. Yeah.
I'm looking at the camera here, but this eye is like looking over here. So he's going, you're looking at your monitor. I'm like, no, dude, my eyes just screwed up. And so, but that doesn't bother me. Like, that's who I am. And, you know, he didn't respond. Of course, he's probably embarrassed. Like, oh my gosh, I just called this dude out for something that he has no control over. And we're really good at that. But I don't think he meant it intentionally. He just literally thought that I was, hey guys, today we are going to be reviewing. So
no, I have people, I've had people tell me they go too long. I've had people tell me my shows go too short. I have people, you know, and it's like, here's the thing. And this is what I replied to everybody. It's like, just like we said before, talking about monetization and stuff. It's like, do it for the passion. Do it how you like to do it. And that's what you have to stand behind. Yeah. Because it's like, if I try to make, and I've used this example with my listeners, like, oh, I like it when you go like 3-hour shows because I have this drive. I'm like, oh, great. And like, you should do it like that all the time. But I can't. One, because I physically can't. And two, I have listeners that prefer the shorter shows. Yeah. And then the shorter show people will be like, oh, don't do 3 hours. I can't get it all in. And I'm like, but I have to do what I have to do. Yep. I can't, I'm not, and it sounds mean, but you can't, I'm not doing this for you. Correct. You just happen to be listening to it and you enjoy it. And I greatly appreciate that because that means we're like-minded. Yeah. But if you're not, and I try to do something different to make you happy, well, now I'm not making somebody else happy. And not only that, I might not be happy. So it's very hard to do.
There's nothing wrong with taking feedback or suggestions, or somebody may say,
absolutely,
hey, DJ, I think it'd be cool if you did this. Other day, somebody said, Mike, I'd really like to see you do movie reviews. And I kindly responded, honestly, I have zero interest in that, like none. So it would be pointless for me to try to do something that I'm not excited about. I love watching movies.
Right.
I don't want, now every once in a while, you mentioned this earlier, there have been those movies that you're just like, oh my goodness, this was awesome. And I may share about that and just my excitement for the movie, and maybe some parts or elements in that movie. But I just don't see myself doing movie reviews. There's plenty of other channels out there that do that. Go enjoy them. That's just not what I'm interested in, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
You know, going back to what you had mentioned, if you try to please everybody, you'll end up pleasing nobody.
Exactly.
And the reality is you have to just figure out who you are, what your passion is, what your drive is, what your direction is, and just do your thing, man. And if people want to come along for the ride and be a part of that and be supportive, then great. If it's not a good fit for them, man, there are plenty other great content creators out there that are better suited. I mean, people, you know, they may not like my channel because I don't get as analytical as somebody like Audioholics or Aaron's Audio Corner. Go watch their channel, man. That's what they're for.
Yeah.
My channel, I make content from a consumer's perspective. I don't try to come across as the expert. Although I have a lot of knowledge, I'm not the most knowledgeable person.
Right.
I share my experiences, my expertise, but I do it from a consumer's perspective. And if that's a good fit, great, man. Come on, let's have some fun. Let's celebrate the hobby.
Yeah.
But if not, go check out somebody else, man.
Exactly.
I can't be anybody but me.
Right. And that's how I feel too. And it's like, speaking of experts, we got Todd here. He has all the knowledge.
There you go. What's up, Todd?
What's up, guys?
Todd's hopping back in to check on me.
Now, DJ, I have to tell you, I have not been napping today.
Good for you. It's only been about 5 hours, so good for you.
Actually, I just turned on War Games and slept through the entire thing.
You did not.
Yeah. I did. Took the dogs out for a walk, and then I was like, what did I sleep to today?
Oh, there you go.
Knocked me out.
Okay. The guest that's supposed to be on right now is running behind. So thanks, Todd. You didn't even know that. I had already asked Michael if he could hang out a little longer. So,
Cool.
but yeah, you guys know each other. We were at CEDIA together. Oh, Todd, let me ask you this. Michael knows this reference. Did you add those lights to your bathroom, to your shower yet?
No. We should have, though. We had the opportunity to do it, and we did not. We didn't do it. I find that very
There was
amusing.
silence after you said that.
I know. Well, I mean, come on. Wouldn't that be cool?
It would be, but it was just in my shower. Me and Michael are like, what? Like, where did you go with that? Like 3 home theater guys and this where's her name? I have her card right here too. What was
So
her
that's
name?
that's the one video I still need to do from CEDIA.
Oh, is it? The
Yeah,
lighting?
I didn't.
It's so different. You know, normally my CEDIA videos are interviews. There's nobody to
Right.
interview because she's not on camera. So now it's
Jennifer.
me, yeah.
I still have her card.
Mhm.
I'm not quite sure what to do with what I got there. I mean, it's
Prolux.
That's me too. I'm struggling with that.
it's
So I need to reach
interesting.
out to Brett and go, hey, I need some guidance here because this is definitely not quite what I expected going into it.
Right.
I
and
feel
so
like
now
they're a higher end Hue lighting. Like
it is.
they take, because you saw they had their brand, which even Jennifer was saying is like, this is like Hue lighting. But then all the stuff she was showing us, we got to see that last, but all the stuff she showed us before that was like way over like the head of like Hue lighting. We're talking I mean, it was awesome stuff.
So
but
for your audience that isn't in on it, this is a company called Prolux.
Yeah,
And so
Prolux.
they mainly are utilized from dealers and installers. So they're going to come in and, set this up and dial it in and everything. It's not really, I found out it's not even really a great fit for most of my audience because most of my audience wants to do it themselves. They want to buy a Govee
Right.
or they want to buy a Hue and they want to be able to program it in their phone and with their Amazon or their Google and be able to control the lighting and as opposed to just hiring a CI custom integrator to come in and set that up. And so, so that's the one I'm struggling with. Like, all right, what do I do with that? And
had a commercial slant too. I mean,
100%.
I think a lot of that stuff.
Hey,
you
guys.
find in restaurants.
Hey,
and
John.
bars, things like that. How's it going, John?
Yeah, you're right. It definitely
Good. How are you
has
doing?
A lot of commercial application with their products for sure.
Mhm.
John,
Yeah.
my other co-host just dropped in. John, you
Yeah,
met Michael
hey.
on the show. Yeah.
I did, yes. I don't think I've met Todd, but I've seen his,
you
seen
haven't
his name
met Todd yet.
once or twice.
Yes. Yeah. Nice to meet you.
You too.
Long
You
distance.
too.
You're in. Is it Texas?
I am in Texas.
Houston,
yeah.
Texas?
Houston.
Okay. Houston.
Yeah. So
Yeah, I saw your name pop up before the image in the like little backstage there, and I was like, John, who's coming on? John, and then I saw your picture pop up. I was like, oh, John, all right, cool.
Yeah.
I know
actually,
this guy.
yeah, I gotta head to work soon, but I thought maybe you'd need a snack or a bathroom break or something, so I figured I'd pop in and see how you were doing.
You're the
Yeah.
man because I
Yeah.
actually do. I'm out of all my water. I'm out of
right.
like I've yes. So thank you very. I put right
So
back.
I'll chat for a few minutes, and you can do what you need to do.
It's always good to have good help.
Yeah.
We'll be
Hey,
back in
you know,
like 4 hours.
that's what he. Yeah, well, I'll be late for work, but that's all right. That's what he pays me the big bucks for, to come in here and give him bathroom
right.
breaks. So,
Funny.
I don't want to interrupt what you guys were saying, so I don't know,
No, we're
what
just
we were
answering-
talking about, but
a little bit about CEDIA and some lighting that we saw there called Prolux, and
okay.
so we both have
Some really spectacular stuff. I mean, I think in the average home, a lot of it may be, I don't know,
Too much.
yeah.
a little bit too much. Yeah.
Yeah.
Giant light walls. Essentially, it looked like they had a LED sheets behind
Mhm.
frosted plexiglass. Essentially,
Yeah.
wouldn't you say, Michael, something along
Yeah.
those lines?
Yeah, you can make shapes and different things, and
Yeah.
how
cool.
much
Yeah.
that would fall under home theater, I'm not sure.
Well, and I don't know if a lot of wives are into that if it's not a dedicated room. So
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd have a hard time slipping that one past.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, we're gonna drop $25,000 on some rope lights and
Yeah.
light wall. I mean, it's spectacular stuff. I mean, if you had, I'm imagining, Michael, when I saw it. I mean, aside from the shower joke, which, John, I was joking when we saw this wall. It must have been what, 15 feet high, or 12 feet high,
Right.
maybe 10 feet wide, and it was just LED lights behind this kind of frosted glass or plexiglass just swirling around with colors. And I joked that would look great in a shower, you know, like on a shower wall or something. And everyone looked at me like I was an alien. But if you had a 15-foot long hallway to your home theater room and you created
that'd be cool.
Kind of an encased dome, kind of rounded dome effect as you walk down it with that lighting, that would be awesome. But I mean, not many of us have that kind of space to pull that off.
Yeah, no, I don't know. DJ May in his new basement, depends on what he's got planned, but
see how many people fit here too, and we'll get to that question. There we go. We're up to 5.
Hey, Joe.
Joe,
hello.
How you doing, buddy?
All right, you.
Joe, this is Joe, my IT guy. You know John, Todd, and we got Mike up in the other corner. I don't know. I'm not sure. Is everybody in the same positions on everybody's things?
I don't think so.
But
yeah,
I think so.
Maybe.
Yeah, because you can drag them around and put them wherever you want.
You can?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Oh, see, look
I'm
what
gonna have
you
to
learned.
text you later.
Click and drag.
This whole 24-hour thing was worth it after all.
Yeah. I'm learning.
So sometimes what I'll do,
I'm learning.
right now, DJ, you're looking that way. You know what I'm saying? But maybe you've got a guess.
Okay. Yeah.
But if they're on the opposite, it looks weird. So you can just swap.
Yeah, doesn't it? Yeah. Oh, because I actually designed my room like this because I always pop up in that spot. So you're telling me that I could actually sit like this now if I wanted to move myself?
Just do it. Click and drag.
What, on the screen?
On StreamYard.
Move the heads.
Just click and drag just like that.
Look at that.
Oh.
It's an epiphany.
DJ, now we can see your good side. If you just look,
now I can look at John, and then I gotta look at Michael. And then
like the Brady Bunch.
I would say this is like Hollywood Squares or the Brady
And
Bunch.
when you show content, PJ, when you show content on your Tuesday show, you cannot always be on top. You can put yourself in the middle or the bottom.
Do whatever you want.
Oh, say John.
I'm really biting. My tongue is bleeding right now, but
Quite purposeful.
This is a family show.
Yeah,
so.
can we take that at 11 p.m. Maybe we'll take that comment.
Yeah. I'll be back at 11.
We don't know we don't want to know your preference, top or bottom.
Yeah.
No.
Whoa.
John and I decided. Hey, it was one night in college. All right, so we go way back. No. All right, so
that went to another place.
John, yeah, you were saying, John, when I came back on, you were saying I have the space. Let's get this back.
No, I said I wasn't sure if you were going to have the space. Todd was talking about if you had like a hallway going into your theater, you could set up that lighting from Cedia.
Yes,
and,
yes.
I didn't
Nelson
know
has that.
Yeah,
Nelson, who was on earlier. Yeah, the wall thing that we were talking about. Yeah, you could set up that. They had some really nice stuff. They had the other thing they had that behind the bar type lighting for the clear shelves.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
They had some really, really nice stuff. But it was like, wasn't it like $5,000 to have them set it up or something like that?
Probably.
I think it's $3,000 to program it. And then if you need additional programming, then you pay each time for them to come back. So I mean, it definitely can get expensive.
I think that's the kind of thing. If you're asking cost, you shouldn't be buying it.
Yeah,
I was just going to say that the people that are installing that in their home, they don't care about the cost. They just want it done.
In comparison, apparently, Prolux, and one reason why Brett really likes this company, and I forget the model because it's even higher than them in price point, but in comparison to this other brand, they're super affordable kind of thing.
Right.
So especially if you're going to outfit your whole house with, lighting in the kitchen and lighting in the theater room and lighting in the bedrooms, to be able to do it with Prolux versus this other brand. Man, I can't remember. I know Atlanta Home Theater uses this other brand. But again, these are $1 million clients and $1 million homes.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. But that's a great point, because we see that with speakers too. There'll be some speaker companies. I'm talking to one right now they have like these $2,500 speakers, which are great, but I'm like, I can't afford those. And they're like, but they're so much cheaper than this brand, which is like 10,000, but they're equaling
I can't afford those either.
Right. Exactly. You're still outside my price range, but I'm like,
cheaper than a Lamborghini. Well,
yeah, well, that's kind of a high bar you got there. So it's easy to come in under that. But yeah, it takes all kinds.
The good thing is there's a budget for everybody, and there's products for everybody. So when you got, a really low budget. Prime example, just yesterday, somebody commented, and they're like, budget, because I said Ike's in the chat, Easy HT Tech at Cedia, I think it was last year, filmed his home theater tour while I was there. And he did a lot of things in his theater room that are on a really nice budget. I mean, he didn't go super, super high end on anything. But the guy commented, he's like, budget? He's got $20,000 in that room. I'm like, well, yeah, $20,000 is a lot of money. But for a dedicated theater room, $20,000 is easy to spend.
Oh, yeah.
And there are people that are spending 100, 200, 500, $1 million. So when you're looking at that perspective, yes, this is a budget home theater. It won't fit everyone's budget. You may only have $2,000 for your whole theater. Okay. Well, you might be with a home theater in a box. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that, but there's a budget for everybody.
As that budget goes up, do you think the number of movies watched in that high budget theater goes down?
Oh, the amount of people that
the amount of movies watched goes down as the budget goes up.
Yeah,
I think
it's a great question.
For a lot of people,
depends on the person. So, prime example, I went to a gentleman's home. He had a really nice home theater, really nice equipment. He has a Sony GTZ380, so it's an $80,000 projector. And you may look at, and I think he had 12 theater seats. So you're thinking, who in the world can utilize 12 theater seats? He says, my wife and her small group come over, I don't know if it's every week or every single month, and they utilize this. Of course, he's utilizing it too, but like they consistently meet because it can accommodate all of them, kind of thing.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Does everybody do that? No. I mean, I have 6 in my room, and I didn't spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on it. And most of the time, guess who's in there? This guy right here.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
My kids are off at college. My son's married.
Where you have a movie club. People used to do, or still do, book clubs, right? They go to a library, small group of 10 people.
Yep.
Does anyone do movie club?
Yeah. Well,
it's harder to find the people. That's why we do this.
Yeah. Ideally, and this is something that I have been wanting to do in Florida. I just can't I don't have the time to organize it. So I'm working with another guy. He said he wants to do it. And then I've had people on my channel go, hey, do you know anybody in Central Florida to do these get-togethers? I'm like, well, Casey said he was wanting to start it. So I'm kind of pushing him to do that. But
I've heard a few of them.
There are certain areas that have done a really good job of that. And they kind of have these home theater clubs or home theater get-togethers, home theater crawls, whatever you want to call it.
Mm-hmm.
It's a community in that area, and once a month they go to somebody's home. So 1 month we'll be at DJ's house, 1 month we'll be at John's house, 1 month we'll be at mine, next month Joe's, next month's Todd's, and we just kind of rotate, and we get a chance to hang out for several hours, 5-6 hours or whatever, do demos. Sometimes like they'll do comparisons. All 5 of us or 4 of us may bring our subwoofer over to DJ's house, and we're gonna do some comparisons.
Oh, wow.
Or maybe we all have some cables, and so we bring over some cables to John's house 1 month, and we're gonna do some blind tests.
Todd, you got to bring that ultrasonic over.
I love the idea of that. Just for me personally, I don't have the bandwidth, but by the end of the day, the last thing I really want to do is go hang out somewhere and look at more home theater stuff. There has to be like a power down, shut down time. And I don't know.
See, I'd be
I don't know
totally
if you guys can relate to that at all.
Once a month.
Yeah, once a month. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to do it every week, but once a month, yeah, I'd be okay with that. And there'll be
I
some
bet you
couldn't make because I've got other obligations.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's why it's good to have a decent group of people so that
if one's missing,
can go every month, but you don't have to make it every month, right? Except for the one that you're hosting.
Yeah, correct. And I think Todd brings up a good point too. I think it's still real important that we have other hobbies too. Especially, I mean, like Todd, this is your full-time income.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, I mean, when you're doing this full-time, you need to have some other passion. Like I love snowboarding. Of course, in Florida, we don't really get much snow here. So I have to go somewhere. But there's other things that I enjoy. I enjoy photography. I enjoy website development.
Skydiving.
I've done some of that too.
He told me that story.
Yeah. So it's important to have some things that are outside of even your job so that you can get a break from it. Maybe that's fishing or hunting or playing board games or whatever.
Yep.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, and not to break from the budget thing too much, I just want to add my 2 cents in there. I'm a really strong believer in setup being half the battle, maybe even more than that.
Oh, 100%.
And you could go out, not even buy a home theater in a box, maybe just go with some low level Polk audio speakers. And you could set up a killer room for just a few $1,000s. And it may even sound better than a room that would cost 5 times as much if you take the time to set it up and take care of some of the details we're talking about, maybe some DIY room acoustic stuff. And get those speakers pulled out from the wall, get them positioned correctly, take time to run whatever calibration is on your AVR, no matter how limited it is. You're going to end up with a really good experience. And, I think a lot of people lose sight of that. They get wrapped into the high dollar equipment. And yes, if you take the time to set up high dollar equipment, you're going to get an incredible experience. No doubt about it. But you can also have a really, really good experience without spending a whole lot of coin.
Sure. Yeah.
You really can.
Yeah. Yeah. We saw that at M-Wave. We had SVS, in the home theater space. Now, again, everybody's budget is different, and what you deem is inexpensive might be super expensive and non-attainable for somebody with their current income and disposable income at that moment. But I forgot what Nick said dollar wise, but it was like for $4,000 or $6,000 or whatever it was in the whole room, like everything. It was a full Dolby Atmos system. So it's not hundreds of thousands of dollars, not even tens of thousands of dollars. And you can get a killer system for that. If it's, like you said, Todd, if it's set up correctly. Now, how many times have we been to trade shows, and especially like 2-channel trade shows, and you walk into a room and you listen to a couple $100,000 pair of speakers, and you walk out of there going,
what?
That was trash. I'll be honest.
Yeah.
That was horrible.
Yeah.
You have windows
wire
and
elevators, right?
What's that?
Yeah.
It's all about the speaker wire elevators.
Right. They didn't.
You don't get the right height, it can really impact that sound, man. It's got to be right height.
That's one of the reasons why I don't love going to those shows, actually. I just, I enjoy seeing the people and stuff. There's actually one taking place about 10 minutes away from my home next week, and I'm probably going to skip. I've gone to it a few times, and I don't know. I much prefer the CD environment, that kind of thing, but the small hotel room environment, I don't know.
Yeah, we're trying to, basically what we're trying to do with M-Wave is what nobody else is doing. We want to focus on some objectivity. So we have blind A/B comparisons. We want to focus on things like relationships, because like I shared with DJ earlier, to me, what we're doing right here, these 5 guys, this is what matters, building friendships and relationships. And so we want to create a show that encourages people to get to know each other. I mean, Todd, you've been to countless shows, and how many times do you go to a show by yourself? You go to these individual rooms, you hear some cool demos, but then you go home and you didn't really talk to anybody. I mean, really, on a meaningful level, you didn't build any friendships. And so, again, that we're just trying to break the mold and do something that nobody else is doing, because I think that matters. And this is kind of a lonely space. There's not a lot of people that we know locally that are into this like we are. And so if we can allow people to an experience throughout the day, and then encourage them, go out to eat with some folks you don't know and just have some
I tried that. They don't like me. Just sit down at the table and be like, what are you having?
24 hours of therapy with DJ.
No, but see, you know what's fun?
You are good enough. You matter.
Yeah. But what I think is interesting. What I think is interesting, I may be coming to a table near you. People just stop dining out. This guy might show up. I'm not going.
Sorry, DJ. There's no more Postmates. We're really sorry.
Yeah. No, but what I like about M-Wave and what I could actually envision this happening is like, you guys have all these rooms set up, you have all this stuff, but I think most people are going to walk away with the people that they met. And then eventually be like, I'll see you here next year, and you're going to see the people.
Yep.
Because if there's nothing, I mean, obviously, you know it, Michael, we know it through our show. It's people like just want to talk about this stuff. And that was one of the benefits that I got by going to CEDIA, is that I didn't have a job to do like you and Todd, right? Like Michael and Todd had, I mean, watching them work it was amazing to see it firsthand, but there was and I'm not even saying a little part of me, there was a big part of me that I felt bad because you guys have to do all that work. And I'm just wandering around going, hey, I know, but I'm just going around and talking to people. And then sometimes now I'm just the guy there, and then, all right, now they have to go do their work. Right. And it's so hard.
You didn't have a schedule.
Nothing.
You float around, do whatever you want. There's some comfort in that. And having
remember what I told you, DJ, before you went? I was like, don't do that to yourself.
Don't make an agenda.
Just go there and enjoy yourself. Sure. Stick to your bread and butter, which is the experiences, and you can go there to, get more experience in contact with gear and industry folks, but you don't need to go cover that necessarily.
No, you guys do it. There's so many people doing it already. What do I need to do? And I'll do like next year, and at M-Wave, I'd love to do like live feeds. That's what I'll do. Yeah. I'll give the Joe Hoetzls of the world will be able to like, hey, I'm on the floor. How do you say your last name? You always bust on me for that.
Hoetzl. Think of rhyming with pretzel. So it used to have could have an umlaut on the O without the E.
Okay. So Joe now I'm going to call you Joe Pretzel.
So pretend the O
won't be the first time.
Hey guys, I gotta head out to work. So
all right,
great chatting with you, DJ. I'll try to pop on later. And
thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. My bladder appreciates
Thanks,
it.
guys. No problem.
Later, buddy.
Bye.
Bye.
I should probably let you guys get back to business too.
Yeah, the business.
The business. I'll check in later today after another nap.
Yeah, you go take another nap. I'm still going. My wife's like,
I keep for you, DJ. The more people that nap now, folks, the more power DJ will have.
That's right.
Later. It is true. It is true.
He's gonna need you in a while, John.
My wife was amazed.
Awesome,
I went upstairs to fill my water, and she's like, "You're doing good. 5 hours. You're still talking, and every time I tune in, it's something different."
Yep.
Well, it's only been 5 hours.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
Thanks, Todd.
Michael,
Appreciate it. Later, buddy.
Good seeing you, man.
Wow, they're dropping like flies. Oh, did he drop out? There we go. I got him out. I just moved him.
He moved.
Now that I learned how to move people around, jeez. See?
Now you're a professional.
Well, not yet. Man. But thanks, Michael. Thanks for sticking around.
I appreciate it, man.
Had literally a family emergency. So,
good, man. Hopefully everything's okay.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. So,
right,
but yeah, I'm gonna hit you up again for some more tips. I mean, just every time we talk, I learn more. I just learned more about StreamYard.
Always willing to help any way I can.
All right. Thanks, buddy.
All right, guys, y'all take care.
Talk to you later. Have a great day.
Bye.
All right. Youthman. That's awesome. And now I can do this. Oh, look at that. But now I'm facing the wrong way, so I have to go back this way. But I did not know that. That's cool. All right. So everything's good with you. You're home. Everything worked out?
Yeah. It's good as it gets.
Yeah.
You know how you said you could pause the video for a minute?
My video?
You know when you guys were on and like you were flipping back and forth between avatar and video?
Avatar and video. What do you mean? No.
So
what do you mean? You mean on StreamYard or on what are we talking?
You said you could pause the video for a minute.
I can't if I'm recording. I can't pause a stream. Like the live stream, I can't. Oh, you just took yourself out. Oh, you disconnected. I see what you're saying. Device is not connected. So he's messing with his devices right now and he leaves. I had 5 people and Joe just dropped out. So what is he doing on the other side? You couldn't have done this when we had multiple people here. Now I'm all by myself. This is pretty funny. Now he's gone all together. So he has to come back in. Let's see. I will go to the chat. I knew this was. Now this, by the way, I'm going to throw him under the bus here. He is, let's see. What are we doing? Add to the stage. What are you doing, Joe?
I was trying to fix the camera, but it's still not working. I can't switch off the other camera.
Oh, okay. So we're going with Stephen King's IT department. Is that what it is?
It won't let me start the camera for some reason. It was working. I just wanted to switch to my other camera and then it did that. It said device disconnected.
Oh, that's what you meant. And that's why I was just going to say, I'm like, this is my IT guys. So this is I'm like, I have 5 people on, and then you take the opportunity when it's the 2 of us
I didn't want
to go away.
Everybody
by disappearing.
So if I just hit stop my cam, it stops. It doesn't say anywhere about resuming stream or anything like that. Yes, no.
Oh no, because I've got the stream, so you can pop in and out. You like if you wanted to pop in and out, you could, but you can just stay like that.
You can't just turn the camera still on. That doesn't work. Huh?
What do you mean on your end? I don't know what you're. There you go.
Better, huh?
There you go.
Yeah, you have to display the controls.
And of course we have Eddy, who's who you met last night. He comes up with unplug it and plug it back.
Yeah, that's the IT crowd show.
The IT crowd's having camera issues. Great, I'm in good hands.
I don't use Chrome that much.
Yeah. I don't blame Chrome. Andrew Joyner says, "Hey buddy, this is one of the coolest things I've ever watched on YouTube. I hope he knows he's still on this channel. Maybe he's talking about something else. Love how you bring the home theater community together and just talk for over 24 hours. Love every minute, and thank you. You're welcome, Andrew. Thank you very much. Thank you for tuning in and all the support all the time. The chat's been we're going strong here. We're high into the 30s, high 30s, which for us is huge. So thank you very much to everybody in there. All the guests I've had so far. Todd, obviously Martin, head of the Nerdy Legion. After that was Nelson and PK over in India. Ara, then Youthman. Now we're up to Joe.
Hoetzl.
Why do I want to say Hoetzl? It's Hoetzl. And I keep.
It's not common.
I know. Not only that, but you told me how to say it with pretzel, but now I'm like, Hoetzl? And I'm trying to throw the R in. Hoetzl. All right, Joe Hoetzl.
Yeah.
All right. But yeah, so we got, unplug it and plug it back in. My IT guy, you don't do home theaters, right?
No, I don't do installs or anything, but I have.
No, you don't do anything like that.
I can't find anybody. I'm trying to practically give away a set of Paradigm LCRs on every forum, and I can't. No one wants them. No one wants to buy that. It's it's on your iPhone, and that audio is good enough. I mean,
yep.
For what they were when I got them, for what I'm trying to sell them for. No, but I mean, I dug this out of my closet. So the other day I posted a picture on X of my first subwoofer, right? It was a Yamaha YST.
Oh, yeah.
That is my first satellite speaker that was mounted to a wall. And I even found the old mount with the security strap.
The security I like how, like, if that whole entire contraption lets go, this thin piece of wire is what's going to save you.
That's not going anywhere. That's
no, I know.
Steel
but
wire.
The contraption shouldn't go anywhere either.
Well, no, this is. I mean, that is industrial.
Exactly,
and it was industrial.
Now,
but
that's
what I had
in
in 19. Ooh.
It was shortly after Bose, I bet.
85, yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
even, yeah.
And that's supposed to be like the Bose Cube.
Yeah, but I mean, look at a prime satellite speaker, which is what I run in my other theater. Their sound is
it's insane compared to that.
Left and right in the second room.
Yeah. The prime satellite system is fantastic. It's like I've installed prime satellite systems.
When he was talking about budget systems and whatnot, if you got those two, and I mean, I have it with a prime center, but you don't need to spend crazy. Your receiver might be a decent chunk at some point, but get it used. Look on US Audio Mart. Look on used sites. This stuff doesn't have to go bad unless your rubber was stored.
No,
the surrounds were stored in somewhere hideous. It's not going to just go.
Yeah,
bad.
Well, but not only that, I think a lot of times where you get into diminishing returns, I think, is when you start spending beyond the size of your room. Okay. So what I mean by that, and I mean, that, right? It's like
I'm selling the Paradigms.
Right.
They're floor standards. They're massive. They sound great,
and your room doesn't require that, right? People buy amplification or they'll buy a projector that's super bright that you're like, but you're you're only throwing it like 10 feet onto a 100-inch screen. Yeah, but they said it's the brightest. That means it's capable of that, but you're not going to throw the full capability onto the screen. So there's a lot. That's where you can get into diminishing returns, or not diminishing. You're actually probably you're never using it. So that's why it's like Todd was saying before, it's like you can build a nice system, but you also, if you tried to use like an SVS 5.1 system in like an auditorium, no, that's not going to work. But if you do it if you have a smaller room, a smaller budget, you do a smaller room and it's going to crank. And it's I think a lot of the money should be spent and is spent for a larger space. That's where you start to get into where that money where it pays off, in my opinion.
Yeah. It is nuts.
Playing the role of John, Joe. Yeah. I'm just kidding. Just busted on you.
So what we started getting into last night?
What, integrating?
Yeah. So you were talking about your new spot. And
yes. Here we go.
Stuff. When you say your basement's going to have a walkout,
yes.
How do you control your room within a room? It's going to have a door somewhere.
Yep. Yeah, that's how you get into it.
Now you got to crawl.
Yeah.
Up and down, and put a piece of cheese in the theater, and you'll find it.
Oh, that'd be fun.
Every time?
Go ahead.
One time. You're going to have this room within a room. And where's all of your stuff going to be? You said it's outside of that main room. The projector's going to shine through a special piece of glass.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And everything. So at some point you have to puncture a hole somewhere to get through. where are you gonna put like
conduit?
So it's all conduited beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
When you said we were talking about, this is where I'm going with this, the wireless stuff. You were thinking about not doing wires.
Yes.
What were you thinking about there? That's where I was going with this.
So what you were talking about running. We had it, like I had the chat going, or we were testing out StreamYard last night, and one of the subjects that came up was running stuff to the outside of the house. And what my thing is like, I'm not sure I'm going to necessarily run. I'll have Ethernet outside the house. I will have, I'll have a junction for power outside the house, but I'm not going to run speaker wire and speaker junctions to outside the house, because I did that here. And what I've learned is, for the amount of time I spend outside, it's easier to pick up like a Sonos Move and just go out and sit there and listen to that. Because I wired my whole outside of this house. I had surround sound speakers all the way around. The original receiver that I came to this house with, the Sony receiver that I taught my kids how to manipulate a home theater on, I still have, and that was running my outside system. My outside, a couple of speakers that I have those nice, what I thought were nice rock speakers and stuff around the pool. Yep. And what ended up happening? No, I never went that route. Never went that route.
Cool looking.
They are. But see, what I find is outside for sound, it's just ambience, right? You're having to get together, you want to play some music, and you just put on some sound, and it's just background noise. Nobody's out there critically listening. So if that's the case, I could save myself a lot of money in amplification by buying 2 Sonos Moves, which actually play really loud, put them on either end of like the yard, and they're synced together perfectly. And when the party's over, you bring them inside. It's done. Okay. And I've already started doing that here.
You were describing that slant from the street to where your house is going to be.
That was the land.
Backyard,
yes.
The backyard with a screen on it, like outdoor screen. Could look.
Yeah, it would be nice. Yeah. Yeah. And you can do that. And it's like, and I do have plans for doing stuff like that someday, like have the grandchildren over and you do like Paul Hurt does his outdoor thing. I
mean, we have them in the park near us. They do like movie night in the park.
But Joe, that's an HDMI cable. You just run the HDMI out there and you're like, boom, powered and run it off and running. Right. So, and at that point it's, there's many options to do, but I'll have the conduit set up for that, or I'll just run it, but it's nothing. I'm not really too concerned with doing that stuff in the, with the outside the house. Inside the house, like you guys were saying, yes, I'm going to, everything's Ethernet all around the house. You want as little on Wi-Fi as possible and everything hardlined. So definitely I'm doing all that. Yeah. Cool. So I've already talked to my electrician. I'm like, I'll do all the low voltage stuff. I'll do that way. I don't want him charging me to run Ethernet to every room, but I can do it,
Anyway, so enough tech stuff. So on the way back with my son from the doctor, yes, that's where I was. I said, what would you ask DJ if you were on a podcast? He goes, I said, he's
cool.
I said, he's a really big Star Wars. He's 10. I said, but DJ's not 10. He's a big Star Wars fan. He goes, where did George Lucas get the idea for Star Wars?
Where did he get the idea? It's a good question.
And I said, he watches like Stan Lee's biography. He loves like that kind of stuff, but he also watches Marvel stuff and all sorts of movies. But he has watched more Star Wars than I have. Sadly, he's gotten through Rebels. I still haven't.
Oh, Rebels is really good
because he didn't want me to watch Ahsoka. So he keeps
until you've seen Rebels.
Yeah.
It's like. So, and Eddie's saying from the Dune books, he has a few things of inspiration, and there are people like, me, I'm lucky I can remember what like Princess Leia's name is, Carrie Fisher. But yes, I do know like his inspiration comes from a lot of the, that's why when you see, you see the Dune books or read the Dune books or see the Dune movies, right? You'll be like, wow, this is a lot like Star Wars, or even the Tolkien, I think, right? From Lord of the Rings, Hobbit stuff. There's a lot of similarities there. I remember reading back in the day, there's a lot of like a religious connotation to it too. So he drew inspiration from that, like the whole idea of the Jedi and everything. And that's in a lot of other, even in the Dune books and stuff. So to know specifically, I think he would even have a hard time. He could give you a bunch of stuff, but any people, I think, like creative people like that, they draw from so many places, and that you can find similarities in a lot of things, like in any, especially movies. And it's so hard to come up with something completely original. But I think, the other one, it was Westerns too, I think he was a big fan of as well. And it was supposed to be, so it was like a sci-fi Western type deal too.
What was the movie that was, not Spielberg, the kind of someone as a kid filmmaker movie? You reviewed it not that long ago.
Oh, the one, not Spielberg, but you're talking about Patrick Johnson.
Yeah, but it had like I forget the title. I said you should.
Yeah, 1977 or 77.
We should watch that. And he's like, oh, we can watch that.
Yeah, you should.
We can watch that.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Yeah. You definitely. He's 10. Maybe you should watch it first.
He's watched Thor. He's watched
okay.
Other,
it's some but that one's good.
As long as it's not NC-17, I think we'll be.
Yeah. Do I have my copy here? I have a couple copies of it. I don't think I have
a couple.
I do. I bought them for my whole family last year. Yeah, Patrick Reed Johnson. Is that?
Yes.
Yeah, Patrick Reed Johnson. Yeah. So, that movie there, it's like it gives you the whole, his backstory to the movie. But I think what else is interesting, it also gives you what life was like before Star Wars. Right? Like, I don't really remember. I was little, so I don't really remember. But now, ever since then, it's like, how many people have been on this podcast that have been like, oh, I loved Star Wars as a kid. It starts there.
Yeah.
And even if you don't like Star Wars, you're so aware of it. It's like, it's hard to imagine a time before Star Wars existed. Right?
Yeah. In people that are here discussing this, I know I saw someone in the chat earlier said they were, in the seventh decade there. So they really, that's a different take on, I think it may have been Stephen Att or someone said they were in that decade.
Yeah.
So totally different.
Yeah, maybe
mindset when that came out.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And it's Paul Hurt said Paul Hurt in the chat mentioned Flash Gordon. Did Lucas watch Flash Gordon? And I do think that was another one. It's like, he said, did Lucas watch Flash Gordon as a kid? Felt like it was partly a reaction to the heavyweight, slow-going, cerebral sci-fi of the early 70s. Yeah. So yeah, there's so many places to grab inspiration from, and then that's why I think it's funny when people will think that's like bad, right? And they'll be like, oh, it's just a ripoff of this. No, it's not a ripoff. It's his take. It's his version, right? And it's like I was taught in school, like, a good artist borrows, a great artist steals. It was like, I'm going to, and when it's called stealing, when you make it better, when all of a sudden you come out with it and you be like, oh, you just stole that from somebody else. No, that was there for a long time, but you didn't know it. And now I went, did it, and I made it better. And now you think I stole it when I just actually just took the idea. We're talking art.
Square wheels.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a sled. So,
and any other question he had. So who would play George Lucas in a movie about his?
Oh man, who could play George Lucas?
You hit all the hard.
Depends. Which age? Depends. Which age? Like, do you mean have him making the movie?
Yeah.
Yeah, like now. Who? That's a good question. Who could play him now? It'd have to be somebody young that looked like him then. I mean, Dave Filoni would want to. I'll tell you that right now. Yeah, it's. I don't know. when we were talking to Patrick Reed Johnson about who he got to play Spielberg in his movie, and he's like a dead ringer for him, and he was a kid that didn't even act, and they're just like, we know you can do it.
you look.
You look just like him, and he's like, all right, and I'll tell you how to act, and so that worked out. I don't know. That's a good question. Who could play Lucas? Isn't Lucas more of a, like, especially from what we know, isn't he more of like a myth? I mean, we know he exists, so he's not a myth, but his personality, his everything, it's like, we really don't know, like, us as like fans. We don't really know him. He's a very private person. So like whoever played him, all you have to do is nail that mystique, right?
Well, they're very recently, tomorrow, I think it is. He was in a commercial for sponsoring something with NASCAR. If you haven't seen the commercial,
no, I haven't.
They have a whole Star Wars themed car in the mix tomorrow, I think.
Oh wow! Oh, and what is it in?
It's at home. I just barely saw it. I wanted to catch it again. I'm sure it's on YouTube somewhere. But there's a commercial.
Yeah, but you're too busy watching this.
Yeah.
There you go. All our viewers just left because they're going to see Lucas. We mentioned Lucas on YouTube somewhere else. Boom.
But he's
down to 0. No, I'm just kidding.
What's the other? Now, see, the IT guy fails again. Who was the other guy with Steve Jobs in Apple?
Oh yeah, I don't know. I don't know that stuff. I don't get into the nitty gritty.
Wozniak, right?
Oh, okay.
So if you're saying
the great
Woz, like Wozniak of like the film industry, yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, Paul.
Oh, okay. Yeah. And you know why? I mean, this
like that. Yes.
Was a shout out to my buddy John Thompson. The only reason I know the great and powerful Woz is from Big Bang Theory. They had him on there. He was on Big Bang Theory in one episode. The one where Sheldon put himself in a computer robot that went around, and Woz was at the Cheesecake Factory. So, anyways, yeah. See, I can remember that, but my wife's middle name, Lynn. Got
it. Nailed it.
Yeah. I also remember her maiden name.
Don't.
It's my wife.
Next time she checks in, she's like,
yeah.
Anyway,
yeah. So, yeah, Lucas. That's a person I'd love to meet him someday, but at the same time, there's not enough time. It's almost like, what are you gonna do? Hi, shake your hand, and what? I have so many questions for you. I need to do another 24-hour podcast with him because I love people like that have a clear vision in their head, and because I can appreciate that so much to be like, I got to get this out of my head and get it to whatever it is. For him, it's on screen, right? Spielberg's like that. I think Madonna was like that with her music. Dave Grohl, Foo Fighters, Springsteen. There's so many people that are just like, I got to do this. And my brother is like that. I'm like that. I'll give you an example. My brother proposed to his now wife talk about going above and beyond. He proposed at the 4th of July parade in the town that we grew up in. And we had to design a float, or he designed a float and everything.
Like Ferris Bueller?
Very much like that. Exactly. Very much like Eddie. What's up, buddy?
Hey guys, how's it going?
What's up, Eddie?
Great. So let me just finish this a second. And I had to work for my brother in that case because my brother was, let me see if I can do this for him. There we go. You just reduced your background noises, Eddie. So it was like I had to build these pieces for the float, and it was like, no, this is wrong. We got to get this right. Nope, we got to get this right. Nope, we got to do this. And I'm like, but I can appreciate that because on the other, I know what that's like, and that's why do a lot of the things I do by myself, because to have somebody come and do it, if it's not right, I'm not happy. So seeing somebody like, can you imagine working for George Lucas and you're trying to put a movie together, any of these people, and you have all these departments and all of these things, and you're just trying to get your vision onto the screen. And then 20 years later, they come out with new tech that allows you to have your original vision, and the whole world goes, that's not what I like. It's not about you, buddy. It's about the artist. Enjoy what he put up there. And it's like, you might not like it.
And if they want to change it, like,
go make their own. Yeah, exactly. So, Eddie, how we doing?
Good. So I'm glad that I caught Joe, because last night when we were testing the stream, I neglected to ask Joe what kind of IT work he does, because I assumed it was like enterprise IT, and then I realized that all my clients call me the IT guy, and I'm not the IT guy. You know what I mean?
So I do enterprise IT for almost 30 years, but that doesn't. I do everything about. It's not software. It's not writing code, it's everything about it. So I've done database design to web servers to mail servers to everything that StreamYard connects through physically, fiber optic connections, Ethernet connections, all that stuff.
Got it. So you are enterprise IT. Good. So because that's what I assumed, that you did enterprise and not integrations. No,
but if it involves zeros and ones somewhere in the chain, it's been done.
And you know, when you guys were talking about the DJ running wires outside his house, I was like, I have to get into this. But anyway, DJ, the idea of bringing two moves to your yard, it's something that everybody thinks about, right? That's everybody's. But when you get to experience an actual system that is installed permanently all the time outside in your yard, it's a complete different thing. And just think about it, that two moves, it's equal to the cost of one amplifier. So basically, the extra cost would be just the wiring and a pair of speakers or whatever, system you'll be doing outside. So even just running the wire and just leaving it there, it's just be like kind of like future ready. So that way, if you ever want to do it, you have all the infrastructure ready to go. And that's, speaker wire is not expensive by any means. It's really cheap.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. But for me, like for the amount that I'm outside and that I'm entertaining, and it's like, is it worth the effort? And a lot of times, and this is the part where, like I just said about getting it out of your head and an idea. And Eddie, I appreciate, that's what you are, an integrator, right? That's you. We met last night and you said you're an integrator. So I can appreciate your perspective, because you're like, you need to you want to do this. But here's my perspective. Say 10 years down the road, I want to put in like a 5.1 system in my backyard. And Eddie's going to come on my show and go, I told you should have run the system, right? And then I'm going to say, but I get to run it now. Like for me, that's I'm like you, Eddie. I like to do this stuff. So the fact that I have to problem solve it, and I agree with you 100%. If I wasn't me, I'd be like, if I was like even like John doesn't mind me saying this. John is more like the person you're talking. My buddy John, my co-host, John Circone, he would be like, oh yeah, Eddie, come on down. Set it up for me, buddy. Because he's the one that 10 years from now, he might want to plug it in and do it. But he does not want to go out where I'm like, I'll get down on the ground and I'll put the wire and I'll run the
I just can't wait to rent that air compressor with the jackhammer blast through his pad.
Yeah, it's like the project is part of the fun for me. See what I mean?
Well, having the flexibility, if you have the flexibility to do it down the road, of course, that makes sense also. It's not the same thing as, like ripping all the sheetrock inside your house to do like a distribution system after the fact, right? It's a completely different thing. But yeah, having the flexibility, especially if your basement, so you're gonna have a door to the outside from your basement. So your basement has a full exit to the yard, right? So
it's the whole back is standard house. It's not concrete, so I'll be able to pop lines, whatever.
All right. In that case, then I agree with you 100%.
You run a Smurf tube to the door, so if you want that electronic lock on it, you'll be able to put it there.
Yeah. Oh, you guys, you're making my life so much more complicated. I know you're making it easier but you're saying that because now I'm like, maybe I do. I just got to get the guy to put the foundation in first, and I'm like, maybe I could do this.
I mean,
let me give you
is something that definitely needs. I wouldn't even not consider if I was building a home anything really with a door.
Yeah, let me give you an example.
Yeah, Eddie.
Okay, so no, I was just going to say related to what we're talking about. So a few years ago, we designed a system for a client, and she wanted to be very involved, right? Which is great. And we did a walkthrough when the house was still in framing stages. So obviously, part of our job is to, specify the system, music, and everything else, right? So we wanted to install music in most of the rooms, bedrooms, and living spaces like we always do. And she said, no, I don't need that. I don't need music in the bedrooms. Just do like 3 zones inside: kitchen, living room, and family room, and one other area. I can't remember what it was. Oh, the hallways. So, okay, fine, no problem. So, the whole project went through. The house was built. She moved in. She didn't know anything about smart homes. We did a Control 4 system for her. And 6 months into it, she calls me and says, hey, I want to do music in all the rooms. And the house is finished, wood paneling everywhere, wallpaper everywhere. I was like, there is no way. It's just not happening. Unless we do like a local, like you just said, like a move or something local in the bedrooms, which is, eventually what we did. So, but, it's not the same as having like, the whole distributed audio and the in-ceiling speakers out of the way, out of sight, like you were just saying in the last hour. So yeah, there's always a way, right? I mean, I'm not saying that if you don't do something, it's impossible, like you don't. No, there's always a way, but, like thinking about the future is always, it's always a good idea, especially nowadays where everything is moving, to CAT cable and smart homes and smart systems. And having, extra wires is never a bad idea. It's always good.
Well, and then where did it go? Paul in the chat talking, he's like, run some Ethernet out to somewhere handy for now, then later use it for audio over IP, then whatever channel configuration you need, which is it's 100% true. And that would, having 2 people here that are, IT guys, for me, it's always been, it's not so much future-proofing, because to me, the hardest part of future-proofing is how do you future-proof for something you don't know exists yet? So, like, say in 1990, how would we have? You can't. How do you future-proof for really flat panel television?
You know what we call Smurf tube, right? That blue stuff or orange stuff, whatever. Flexible conduit, totally flexible.
Yeah,
we didn't really have that much of that in '90.
Right.
I mean, blue stuff.
But that's what I mean. It's like
orange came out. It wasn't that common. That stuff was used for wire loom.
Right. And it's like, so like right now, it's like we're thinking like, okay, let's do this. But look at like audio over IT is, something that we can do. We're thinking of now, and who knows what that's going to enable later. Does Wi-Fi get stronger? Does it go away? Who knows? But to me, it's like, it's always been like, have the ability to move with the tech, because usually the stuff that's coming in the future, that it's something you couldn't even have imagined back then. So how do you keep your house? And that's where you get into running extra conduit and extra thick conduit, because who knows how many wires you're going to have to run, or this, that, or the other thing, or just have the ability to adapt. And in your case, like you said, Eddy, like this woman, she's like, I want this stuff now.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
But how do I get there? We should have set that up ahead of time. A lot of it is you can't even imagine what's coming. That's the hardest part.
Well, Joe, correct me if I'm mistaken, but it's pretty safe to assume that, obviously the enterprise world is moving to fiber. It's been around for a long time. Not so much in the residential world yet, but a Cat 6 in the residential world, you will never saturate that cable. Never. It doesn't matter what you throw at it in a residential world. That cable is going to be useful for a very, very long time.
I wouldn't say you can't saturate it. But
in a home,
in a home, we're talking about 10 gigs, and I mean, how many 10 gigs networks you see in a home right now?
How many cables I've seen that are Cat 6 that don't certify at 10 gigs though? That's a big problem too. If you're doing
no, I know, but I'm talking about the need of a 10 gig in a home.
You don't need it now, but even if we get to this world where streaming matches a kaleidoscope mezzanine file.
Right.
That's
right.
Not touching, that's
right.
not touching the bandwidth on that.
Right.
You could fit 7 movies down that pipe.
Okay.
Right.
All right. Now. All right, guys. Now, creative mind here. You're going off of today's statistics. Okay, so you're saying now this is where like a Cat 6, you're going to run that. That's 10 gigs connection. How can you saturate that in your home? And Joe's reply, hang on a second. Joe's reply is a kaleidoscope you could run 7 movies and it can't touch that. But in the time that say streaming does come up, if all boats are going to rise, streaming comes up and gets to the level of Kaleidoscape's going to raise their level. And now all of a sudden they're going to be doing 200 gig movies instead of an 80 gig movie. And if everything rises, that's how you end up saturating that. And that's stuff I'm talking about. Like, you couldn't even imagine that the other day, because it's like, why would we have 200 gig movies? Like, the first time I talked to Joe, remember with the Zapiti, you were like, oh, this movie here. I'm like, Joe, these movies are 80 gigabytes. And it's like, people don't realize how large these files are. Now, 10 years from now, they could be twice as large. So maybe we would saturate that, because that's one of the things that I'm thinking of right now too. We're running 6, 7
You're diminishing returns, right? You said 8K.
Yeah.
Your screen size, DJ, right now is what, 1?
Yeah, but you could still use the bandwidth. Even though you're running 4K, you could run lossless everything. And if they can create a better bandwidth so you have less, or you put more bytes through at a time, right? So if you're sending more megabytes faster, and you can do, your bit rate that's going through,
right,
if you can increase
in
that, that's all.
Compression,
you know what I mean?
Will get better as well.
Yes. Well, the other thing is that you need most of the bandwidth at the rack, at the router and switch level, right? Mm-hmm. If a device connected to this network, being a camera, being a case system player, that does not need a gig or 2 gigs. That just needs like a few megabits per second, right? So the demand for each device is less. So the concept of running wires to areas that you could possibly need in the future, chances are that it's going to be good enough for a camera, for a amplifier, for stuff that does not require high bandwidth. The rack, on the other hand, is something that is obviously upgradable at any moment, right? So if you need a 10 gig switch, or if you need to upgrade, whatever it is that you need to upgrade, like if you're obviously, we've been talking about Dante, whose technology that's been in the pro world for like 10 years is now making it into the home market now. And like, I'm in the process of designing a theater for myself and thinking about doing Dante in the design. So like, that's something that it's going to be probably high bandwidth, but within the rack, right? It doesn't have to have a fiber cable going somewhere out in the house.
Okay, so I've only heard of Dante through Paul and professionals. What's the idea of that? What, like, it's
so
like
what
Paul
Dante
says, like,
does,
Paul said in the chat, connect anything to anything. That's interesting.
Well, so Dante, what it does is like thinking about in the home theater setup where you have a processor, you have amplifiers, the processor signal to the amplifier. So in the Dante world, you only need one CAT cable going from the processor to the amplifier. And this CAT cable carries all the audio signal. Actually, you connect the processor to a network
system too. That's where else.
Exactly. So to a network switch, and from the network switch goes into the amplifiers, and now the amplifiers are in charge of converting digital to analog in the amplifiers. So these amplifiers have to have DSP built in, and then from there it goes out to the speakers, right? Now, John from Trinot did say something very interesting the other day. Like, besides the aesthetics of just having one small CAT cable going from the processor to the amplifier, what is really the advantage, right? Now the amplifier is handling the conversion. So it has to be a really good quality amplifier that has a really good DA. And when typically that would be handled by the processor, right? And if you have like a Trinov processor, which is a really high-end processor, maybe you wanted to do the conversion. Maybe you don't want to send that digital signal out to the amplifier. But that's the idea, that you can have, everything is just with CAT cable, and you get rid of any digital to analog conversion, and then everything from the case. They say you have a K system player, digital to the processor, digital to the amplifier. Then the amplifier has DSP, which has very, very granular control. You can literally has like an equalizer, and you can just adjust the output of the amplifier in a way that you can't do it in most processors or in most amplifiers. And then that sends the signal to the speakers, which can be active, which is another great thing. Right now you can send 3 channels from your amplifier to the tweeter, to the mid-range, to the subwoofer, and you have complete control of those 3 signals. So, if you guys, we all saw the CDR videos with Anthony doing that. And Anthony, even though this is the first time that he makes a big splash, he's been doing this for a very, very long time. He's been doing it for a long time. But now that the Storm processor, and by the way, for those who don't know, oh my God, I forgot the brand. Synthesis. JVL Synthesis has an entry-level processor that is based on the Arkham processor.
You were in the chat on that, right?
Yeah, I brought that up. And then Brett, Brett got confused about it. So Synthesis has 2 processors, right? One is based on the Arkham processor, and the other one is based on the Trinov processor. The one based on the Arkham processor, which is $6,900, has Dante built in. So it will carry all 16 channels. Yeah, it will carry all 16 channels through Dante, where the one that is the high-end one based on the Trinov does not have it, because we know that Trinov still doesn't implement Dante in their system. So I'm assuming that the reason why Anthony and Storm Audio did what they did at CDI is because they finally have a high-end consumer product that has Dante, right? So that's what Dante is. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Yeah, that's why, in that whole idea of that tech and the Gramani system and stuff, when I did my review after Cedia, and I was like, that's the room I think is the most, has the most for us in the future. Right, that the whole wave mode, the bass thing in the Trinov room, that was a fantastic room. But I felt like that, everything they're doing with the motion wave, whatever they call it, not the motion wave, that was Star Blazers,
the bass wave,
bass wave or whatever. I felt like we can do that with sound treatments.
Yeah.
So but I feel like even this whole entire thing, the Dante system, or audio over IP, all of that stuff, to be able to do that, it's like, I feel like that's going to trickle down, and that's kind of going to be the way. And that's,
I think so too.
That room to me felt like more like I'm seeing the future here, right? Integrated into our theaters. I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah. Definitely. But like, so Anthony, the other thing is that, okay, so Storm has their lineup of, I think Storm has amplifiers also, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not quite sure. I know that Synthesis offers the Dante amplifiers, so you can pair, their processor with the amplifiers. I'm not sure if Storm, somebody correct me. I'm sure that they do offer it, because otherwise, there's no many amplifiers out there that are Dante compatible, right? Like, how many home theater amplifiers do you see out there that promote Dante? And it's like very few of them. Like, you have to really know where to go. Like Anthony was using PowerSoft amplifiers, which are fantastic. They are Italian-made amplifiers, and they are pro world amplifiers. They don't even advertise their product for home use, but they're like available in the US, obviously, and that's a great amplifier that you can use for a system that has Dante. But other than that, it's still like, and I agree with you, all that stuff is just coming down to a more consumer level prices, and we just companies need to do more products available now that somebody finally decided to get started with the Dante, path. Storm Audio, obviously, in Synthesis that nobody knows about, but they do have a Dante processor. Yeah,
it's crazy. And this is
Eddy,
stuff like I said. Go ahead, Joe. Sorry.
That's right. Before, you said that you could have an amp connection, so you're one IP connection or one Ethernet connection from your processor to amp, but then you could power your tweeter, mid, sub, bass. Individually. Does that mean you have no crossover?
No, you don't. So that's the beauty of this system, right? So let's say, for instance, that you have an active speaker, right? So three-way. Let's say it's a two-way. So you have a tweeter and a woofer, right? The signal for that channel goes into the amplifier, and then in the amplifier you specify that the two channels are one for the tweeter, one for the woofer, and then the DSP. You have to do the electronic crossover with the DSP, so that way only the highs goes into the tweeter, and the mid bass goes into the woofer. But that is something that you have control in the DSP itself. So obviously it's a web GUI, and then you do all this setup there, and it's very granular, right? You have to know like what you're doing, obviously, to be able to tune these active speakers in a way that will sound the way it's supposed to sound. And there is no actual physical crossover. Everything is done in the amplifier. Yeah. So that's why they have to have DSP amplifiers. Yeah. With high pass and low pass filters.
Yep.
Yeah. It's kind of cool. I mean, you think about it, it's amazing, right?
Yeah. I love that cool part of it. And it's like when Brett told me about Anthony's system months and months ago, and when he was on the show, and I was fascinated by the idea of like you guys could do, and what it does for integrators. Like, Anthony can go on and like check your speaker system on remotely. Right? And be like, oh, it's like, is everything okay?
Yeah.
Hey, is everything? Yeah. And to be able to do that now, not that I want somebody else to check my system, but can I do that? I'm thinking of, now this is all stuff that's probably going to be affordable by the time I'm not even around anymore. But I'm just thinking, 50 years in the future, the people like myself will be like, oh, how can I program this? And then it gets into the idea of like, now we just, instead of doing full range speakers everywhere, and this is what I said earlier in the show, you just do tweeters to pull, because that's what pulls sound around. And then you have obviously we've already separated out the lower frequencies, but how much more can we separate stuff out because of this type of system?
DJ, have
right?
you been in a car that has a 5.1 system in it?
Yes. Oh yeah.
You ever see up in the top?
My car had in the 80s, my car had tweeters that were raised because I separated. I put the crossovers in and I did all of that. And I'm like, when is that coming to home theater?
Now.
It's like, Yeah, now it's like, but that's the stuff that you could do. And like Todd had a good, I think it was Todd earlier. I'm starting to blend, but I think Todd was like, if you start adding too many, you can get noise cancellations and stuff. But
comb filters,
yeah. So, but what happens if you did like acoustically transparent screen and then you put multiple tweeters back there so like the sound can move, like a person's voice can actually move around the screen, or the sound can actually be appropriately placed. So like we have local dimming now. What if we had local sounding? You know, it's like, and to be able to program stuff like that, and that's object based. We're already there. That's the idea of Atmos and DTSX. It's the idea it's not pre-programmed to say, to make this sound go here, the left and right channel have to be equal so it sounds like it's in the middle. That's not how object base works. Object base is, okay, the sound needs to be here inside of this cube, and here's the room, the theater. Sound needs to be here. What speakers do we have available? And all these techs we're talking about right now have the capability of dialing that in to such precision now. And I mean, it's I think the future
local dimming,
insane.
like you said, local dimming as to edgelit, local dimming speakers.
Right.
To a part where your tweeter isn't really a tweeter; it's a little piezo that could be like wallpaper.
Right. But now let's build off of that, because I'm just a car painter and I got a couple of IT guys, so let's go. That noise cancellation, Trinov's already working on that too, where they can actually cancel out the noise and make the room sound appropriate. If you have if you run all these full range speakers, they'll actually make it so that the room sounds the way it's supposed to be, because they'll use that noise canceling technology to keep the bass down. That's what that wave thing is, right? That's how that works.
Well,
so what if we go even further?
The waveform on the bass is different, because when you're talking about noise canceling, now you need microphones at all those spots.
Well, no, it's in the programming of the room. It's how but that's what the waveforming does. It's like the rear of the room, the subs at the rear. I'm doing this. My hands are going. I'm excited, guys. My hands are going crazy here.
If you got an HVAC vent in your room and you want to cancel the noise coming out of that, you need a microphone picking up to put the opposite noise to that HVAC system. That's not the same thing they're doing. The bass waves facing each other.
Well, they're programming it so that it can do it. But why can't you do that? Because I mean, our headphones have noise. Our noise canceling headphones have that capability. So why don't so you could have the idea, and I heard this with the Trinov stuff. The idea is like right now we take a dedicated room, we put the room treatments in it, and that's the best possible way to get the best reproduction. What they're trying to work on is, let's do this in a living room. And who cares about the room itself? We're going to cancel this out and make it right. This is stuff we can't even imagine could be possible, but who knows if that's in the future, that may be possible.
Right. But that stuff is still different than active, like noise cancellation. You're talking about like, if you have no treatments on your back wall and you have a center channel, you can't hear dialogue. You put a 4-inch thick panel behind you and you're like, oh, I can hear now.
Right.
That's still different than your HVAC came on in the middle, got your room cooled down to 68 or 70, and then it shut off. Because now you're canceling that noise. Now you might miss a piece of dialogue.
Right. That's right. And this is why we're still gonna go back to like, hey, the acoustics need to be fixed in the acoustic domain. Just fix your room. Like, whatever problems you have with your room, is better to just fix the room to start with, right? That would be the first step. But on the other hand, look, if you have 24 subwoofers, like, what is waveforming really doing? Like, it's 24 subwoofers. It's crazy. So
it was a great demo. That was how smooth it was. But you can get that another way. And it was a large room. What was amazing about that room, it wasn't necessarily the bass response. It was how consistent it was all over the room. There was no sweet spot. Right. No, the room had a roof. It had a roof.
Field?
That room did.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It was a full room.
It was a full room. Did you see it, Eddie? Were you there?
Yeah, no, I was not there, but I seen the rooms before. They've been there in Syria a few times, and they basically what they do is you order a room, and they will build it in Italy, and they will take it apart, ship it to you, and then you put it together here, or they come and do it. I'm not sure what it is. Right. But the room that they had at Syria was a full-blown room that they would offer to clients, and it was acoustically treated. It was just like complete 100% design. There was no compromise whatsoever. And they call it the $1 million room, like you see everywhere. All the YouTube videos, they call it like the $1 million room. It was insane.
But not only that, Todd has a great interview with I think his name was Peter. He's one of the designers of the room, and they design it around your speakers as well. So
interesting.
They need to because the room is. It's not just like I'm going to build you 4 walls and a roof. It's here's the size. Tell me the size you need. They'll build that room, right? Tell me the speakers you're using. And then they place the room treatments. Everything is in the room already there. So it's like these treatments go here. You get, diffusers, absorption, blah, blah, blah. And go on to AV Nirvana on their YouTube page and look for, oh God, I think it's Peter, but it's right. It came out right after Cedia. I met him too, and he's super passionate. He's got longer hair. He's in the Trinov room, and listening to him talk, and he also talks about RP22, that new paper that came out about all this. Yeah. And what he was saying about that was this, like too many manufacturers are putting out speakers, then you don't get the correct specs or you don't get specs. And he goes, I won't even design a room unless I know what specs the speakers are, because I can't design the room unless I know how the speaker is going to react.
Correct.
So he talks about all of that stuff. So that's part of that $1 million room design, is like they know they don't put the speakers in themselves. They just know, what are you using for speakers? Then they place them. They'll tell you where to put them in that room, and this is your layout. And then you ship the room and you get the whole thing. So it's all done ahead of time, and it's basically done. And I think he says they do like 10 a year or something like that. They don't.
It's 15. He said 15. He said 15. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He said they do 15 a year. They're not interested in doing more than that, because they just want to focus on what they can handle, and apparently, and apparently they can only handle about 15 a year. But they
even that's insane.
Pretty expensive.
That's just over more than one a month, and that's when you see that room, it's pretty incredible. And they're pretty big too.
Are those all like packed in containers and shipped?
Yep. The room that I was just in this year had been it's been all over the world. It's made like 12 stops, and they put it all back together.
One of them.
I know. Isn't that crazy? It's crazy. It's awesome.
Anyway, that's been a long layover. I'll let Eddie get on.
Oh yeah, that's right. Sorry about that. But thanks, Joe. I appreciate it. And thanks for coming in. I mean, I know you had a morning. I appreciate the effort and everything. Hope your son's doing okay. Hope you did. Hope we answered his questions appropriately.
I'll play it back for him. I'll be thrilled to hear.
All right. Thanks, Joe.
Well. Later,
talk to you later, Joe.
Bye.
Bye. Yeah. I'm just having great conversations.
you have enough people, enough content to go for another 24 hours.
I almost like pretty much everybody in here I could do hours and hours with. And that's
I know.
When I first came up with the idea, I was like, all right, if I can find 12 people to do 2 hours each. And to be fair, I think it actually worked out even better, because to do 2 hours with each person on a long stretch, this is what's keeping me. I'm just having fun, and I know I'm only 6 hours into this, 6:31. But it's like, and I was looking. It's so great. You guys.
I was watching you like.
I mean, just bring in your energy.
I was watching you. You're like, okay, all right, thank you. See you later. You have to kick off people from the stream.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, okay. Oh, yeah, people that are leaving the stream. I'm like, all right, I'll be here.
Right. Right.
Thanks for checking in.
I'm busy.
Yeah.
See you guys later.
Yeah, that's funny.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
So let me ask you something.
Good. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know it's great. It's a lot of. I think I can see right now how many people you have, but before I got in, there were like 30 people I think watching. So
32 right now. 32.
Okay,
it's been consistently
cool.
in the 30s for a little while now, which is huge for me. It's awesome.
I know.
I'm loving it.
It is awesome. No, it is awesome. It's awesome. So let me ask you something. From how do you control your home theater? What do
right
you
now,
do?
It's a Harmony. I have a Harmony Elite.
Harmony.
Yeah, okay. Harmony Elite.
And the Harmony controls obviously your sources and your lights.
Hue. Yeah, the hue lighting is controlled with that. Everything, pretty much everything in my theater. It's nothing that I'm not controlling. I also have a Niles jumper, or what do you call it? So like I installed that day one because the
speaker selector.
No. The infrared. So like all my stuff is in a closet.
Yeah.
So I installed that way back, like 22 years ago. In 2001, I installed this Niles system I have on my front wall, I put in the sensor. So like you could see, like if you hit the remote, you'll see the little red light on the front wall.
It's the infrared emitter. Yeah.
So that's there. And then that all runs to my rack. And most of my stuff now has the rear input. A few of my pieces, I still have to run the little wire to the front with like my Panasonic 820. It doesn't have an input, and so I have to. And the thing about the 820 is when you open it up, the whole front door comes down.
Right.
So you can't stick. So I have to actually push that little emitter out to the front of it and let it pop up and just see there to operate the Panasonic from inside my room. But that Niles system that I put in actually enables like my remote system to be the most consistent throughout the years, because I just take that hub, the infrared hub, I put it at the back of the room and it can see the front of the room and it just sends the signal.
It's a blast. It's like a blaster. Yeah, it's like a blaster. So it will just like blast out the signal.
Correct.
And what are you doing in the new space?
Probably I'm leaning to Control 4. That's one of the ones that I want to do most, because I really do want to take and I really want to be able to implement the stuff on Kaleidoscape, like the one button push and have like lights go down when the movie ends, the lights come up. I want that. Right now it's all on my remote, so I'll just push play and then I'll just hit the button for the remote for the lights. So it's like boom boom, and now I got to hit first world problems, Eddie. I got to do 2 button pushes.
Yeah, of course.
How do I get rid of that? Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
Well,
I'm over here, my thumb's cramping up, but you know what I mean? It's like those, but yeah, I do 2 pushes. Everybody, like, if they come over to watch a movie with me, they're like, it's so cool. The lights go down when the movie starts.
Yeah.
I did it.
Yeah. Yeah. I always joke with my wife and I tell her if I have to push a button twice, it means I'm not good at my job.
Yeah. No, for you. Yeah.
Right.
It's like the fact that I don't have to get up, hit the switch. Now I've had instant lighting, man. Actually, I did have push the button and the lights would go out with my first remote, which was oh man, I forget which one. I think it was a Sony or something, but it was you could program it on your computer. You could draw the buttons yourself and put it in. It was it was a monochromatic screen, but it did all of that. But the remote that I installed, the light switch that I installed was a Lutron, but it had a remote with it. So I took that remote and programmed it with all my remotes in the future. And that back in like 2001, 2002, when the lights went down and you're just sitting there, people like, oh my God. It's with hue lighting now, it's pretty commonplace. But back then it was like, I had that whole lighting system for just that. So, but yeah, I definitely want to go to Control 4.
Do you remember the Pronto remote? Did you ever have a Pronto remote?
Yes.
Do you remember that?
Yeah.
I think it was the 6000 or something like that. It was like one of the first screen remotes that came out in the market. I remember getting one before I started my business, and I was fascinated by it, right? But it was not easy to program. It was a little bit of pain in the butt to program, but it was like
but you like doing it though. I used to run upstairs. My computer was upstairs, so I'd run up and I'd be like, I got a new idea, and it'd be like in the middle of a movie. I'd pause and I'd be by myself, but I'm watching a movie. I'm like, oh, I could do this, and I'd run upstairs
and make changes.
Like, what are you doing? I'm like, yeah, make changes. They go downstairs and play with it. And they're like, what did you watch? Oh, about half of Star Wars, but I redid the room. Like, that's what you do, right?
Yeah,
it's just you just have fun with it, and that's one of my drawbacks to going to a Control 4 is that I feel like I'm giving up some of my ability, some of my tinkering.
Actually, do you want to talk about that? Like, I want to talk about home theater automation and what Control 4 is and what's not, and what people can do and cannot. Because I know that there is a idea of what Control 4 is, but I just wonder if people really know the what it is and what it does and what it let the end user do. Because I know that everybody watching this stream right now, it's a DIY kind of person, and they hate the idea of giving up control to right. It's totally understandable, right? Like, you don't want to have to call somebody to tell, hey, I want this and I want that, right? And of course, like we all know, Control 4, it's a smart home system. It's high end. It can go into like really, really big installations, and it can get really, really expensive, right? But Control 4 is also a system that is scalable, right? So you don't have, it's not a,
you could do it just in your theater.
Yeah. So let's talk about the theater, like how it would work in a home theater environment, right? So Control 4, I actually want to talk about prices too, because there's this, like how expensive it is, how much it costs me to get into like something like this, right? So like in the case of a home theater control and automation as well, Control 4 has a one-room bundle. So they have the new Halo remotes. For those who are familiar with Control 4, they have the new Halo remotes, and they came out with this bundle, right? So the price of the bundle, it's basically one remote control and their small entry processor. Now, this processor actually runs the full Control 4 system. It's not limited in any way. They don't disable any functions. It's like the full-blown processor running the entire smart Control 4 system. Of course, being the fact that it's the entry-level processor, you don't want to run a whole house with it, right? Because it doesn't have enough power, obviously, right? Once you start scaling devices, it's going to put a lot of, weight on the processor, and at some point it's going to start like slowing down and not working, not responding, whatever. So it's understood, right? Like, you don't want to edit a 4K video in a $200 laptop. It's just not going to work.
Right. Trust me, I tried.
Right. So, but it's a good entry into the Control 4 world bundle, right? So you have the processor. Yeah. Now, this bundle does require your installer or your integrator to deploy it for you. So it will activate it. It will do the initial programming for you and get it up and running for you, right? Now, when it comes to like controlling all the things with the system, you do not, and this is when it comes to about price conscious installation, right? So you want to control lights. You don't have to do Control 4 lights. You can do Lutron Caseta lights. They can integrate into Control 4. And Lutron Caseta lights, for those who don't know, it is the best lighting system, entry lighting system that you can get. You can get them at Amazon, and I think they cost like about $55 on Amazon, and it is phenomenal. It has a limitation, 75 devices, and it's obviously meant for small jobs, not for big installations, right? But that's where we are right now, like thinking about like a home theater environment.
Yeah.
You don't have to do control for thermostats. Obviously, you can do a Nest. When it comes to RGB lights, control 4 integrates just great with hue lights, and not only they integrate, but the control 4 interface, you can actually change the colors and the temperature and everything else. So basically, you can integrate all this system that most people already have into this tiny little control 4 system for your theater, right? So lights, Martin, I wish he was here so we can listen to what he would like to do, because control 4 is a great solution for him. Martin was talking about the Shelly relays, and Shelly has more than relays. They have lights, they have sensors, they have all kinds of products that are incredibly affordable, and they fully integrate with control 4. They do require third-party software, but it's completely compatible, right? And so basically, you can have your entire room, your entire theater run by control 4, and the only thing that is by control 4, it's the processor, and obviously we have a remote control that you use for operate your home theater. Then you have all these other systems that possibly already exist in your home that you can just easily integrate into control 4. Cool. Now, when it comes to the package, the bundle is $1,100, I think it is, which is not cheap, but in comparison, the new Ava remote is $1,300. And
that's what I was going to say. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like, a lot of people are talking about like Harmony, like when Harmonies went bad.
Yeah.
Now, it's like people, I think, and this is what I found in my own research and trying to figure this out, is that even like Control 4, Crestron, Savant, all of these, it's like they are, the ones I was interested in are scalable. And the idea is like, so I paid like a few $100s for Harmony. Now, you're not going to get a Control 4 for that. But like you said, at $1,100, you're like, but people get scared because they see the big price, but they're always talking the whole home system.
Right. Exactly.
Most of us are running our Harmony to just run our theaters anyways. So what the heck? Right. Yeah. So to add a Control 4 just to your theater, I would love, I learned a lot about, sadly, and that's why I'm glad you're saying all this, Eddy, because sadly, I learned all this trying to design my new home. If I'd learned this years ago, I have Control 4 in there right now, because I would, but I'm not going to do it now. I'm leaving, and it is $1,100 to put into my son's theater. No, I'm not doing that. If he wants to do it, I'd love to do it for him. But you know what I mean? So it's like, I think that is a misconception. Quick analogy. When I first heard about Zapiti through Nelson, I thought I had never heard of Zapiti. And I did. I had heard about it years before, reading about it. But again, they had their NAS system. It was like $5,500. I was like, that's a non-starter. I can't do it. I didn't know it was scalable. So a lot of people, they don't know that. So I really appreciate that, Eddy. That's like, I mean, people need to know that stuff, that like you can have a quality system.
Exactly. So going back to that, it's like comparison, right? So when the Ava remote was announced, everybody online was like, oh, we finally have a Harmony replacement. We finally have a Harmony replacement. This is it. This is the remote to have. And okay, so when it comes to, let's say, price to get into the system, right? So the bundle for Control 4, it's $1,100 plus whatever your installer integrator charges to do the installation. Same thing with the Ava remote. So the Ava remote is $1,400, I said. Does not include, by the way, they have a separate little hub like the one you just mentioned if you want to do infrared, right? So that's an extra $300. So that's an extra $300. So now you are $1,700 for the Ava remote, where the Control 4 processor comes with built-in infrared ports in it, so you can just have them. You can just connect it to whatever all components you have.
Yeah.
Now there are completely different systems. There's no doubt about that. There's completely different systems. But the reason why I bring up Control 4, and we're talking about it because you're thinking about doing it, and then Martin, who by the way just was there in the yeah, Martin, if you want to jump in, please go ahead, because I would love to see what it is that you want. Yeah, I would love to see what it is that you are thinking about, because a lot of people use Home Assistant, right? And you can get better than free. Like you can get more, like free is free, but I don't know anything about Home Assistant. I don't know what it's capable of doing. And Martin was thinking about okay, so I'm sorry, I'm going to address that question.
Okay, sorry.
Adding devices, it's only part of the programming to do the system. Control 4, you can add as much as you want to the system itself. Adding devices is just a matter of telling your integrator, I need to add these devices to the system, and that's it. It doesn't, it's whatever time it's going to take. And let me tell you, there are programmers out there in forums such as c4forums.com, where they have like programmers doing like side jobs who do programming for people, and for especially for DIY.
Well, now that it's especially for DIY, you can do a lot of remote stuff now, right? And that's what's actually helping bring the cost down. So let me just read Nelson's question. Nelson asks, like, $1,100 is not a bad price, but what would it cost to add 20 devices? And it's Brett Bjorkquist and I talked about this maybe over a year ago, where it's like he got into Control 4. He actually took the classes and stuff, but it's like the price on it is coming down, because it used to be, if you needed to say you got a new piece, they had to roll a truck, get a guy out there, redo your system, and that costs money to get somebody out. Now they can do it remotely, and it's pretty much which saves you a ton of money.
Let me give you an example. Let's say, for instance, that you let's say that you have a system in your theater, right? You have a small Control 4 system. You have Lutron. Let's say that you decided to do Lutron lighting because the Control 4 lighting was too expensive. So you did Lutron lighting, whatever. Let's say, for instance, that you need to do one more switch, right? You buy the switch from Amazon. You install it yourself, because I know you know how to do that. You install it yourself. You add it to the Lutron system yourself, because the Caseta is a DIY system which you can program yourself for those who are tech savvy. You shoot a text message to your integrator, hey man, I just put a new light, it's in the dining room, it's called chandelier. It will take in literally no time to add it. You know what I mean? And remotely, he doesn't have to come over, he doesn't have to do anything. He will just add it, refresh the system, it will show up in your system immediately. And okay, so going back to getting into the system, this is the part that I love about Control 4 for the DIY community. So the system does have to be commissioned by a Control 4 dealer. What people don't know is that Control 4, to my knowledge, is the only company that offers the software that we use to program that system to consumers. But
they do?
But hold on, there is a but. There is a but.
There's always a but.
There is a but. All right.
Poor Eddy just went dead. Like,
No, and believe me, like all those Home Assistant guys, this is like heaven on earth. Yeah. You cannot add.
There's a lot of Home Assistant conversations going on now in the chat.
Which is fine, and I totally understand.
No, they're like, do I need this? Is it better? Oh man, but go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, so the new let's say, for instance, DJ, that you purchase a system, you get the software. The software that you get, it is exactly the same that I use. The only difference is that you cannot add devices to it. You lose the ability to add devices and make connections. So what do I mean by connections? So what I mean is this. You add a TV to the system, and you tell the system that the HDMI 1 is connected to the ABR HDMI 1. So that is adding devices and making connections. You cannot do that. That is the only one thing that your integrator needs to do. With that being said, 100% of automation you can do yourself. All the stuff that Martin was talking about today, like I want to come into this room at 3 o'clock in the morning and set the lights to a certain percentage, but conditional, if like all this stuff, you can do yourself with the software. Let's go to the kaleidoscope system. You want the lights to go up like slowly in a 30-second, delay when the credits start rolling. You can do it yourself. I want the shades to open when the movie is over. You can do it yourself. Think about the automation part of the system. You can do it yourself. You have full control. The same control that I have as a dealer, you do have as a user. With the exception, Eddie, like I said, like adding devices and making connections.
If you keep talking, my son's going to have a Control 4 system because I'm dying to do it now. It's like, why don't we? I'm frustrated for the consumers. I'm frustrated for people. Like, because here's the thing: there are so many DIY people, and we're not DIY people. Well, we are, but I was going to say we're not DIY people because we like doing it, but we do like doing it. But I think most DIY people, we do it because we can't afford any other way. So we're trying to get what we can't afford for ourselves, right? But then you have the manufacturers, your Control 4s, your Cresttrons, your Zapitis, your this and that, your Kaleidoscapes. Look at Kaleidoscape. Like, we got this 88 terabyte system that's $30,000. And be like, I can't afford that. And it's like, but they advertise the high end, but then there's people like us going, I can never afford that because I know they want to sell the high end part. They don't really care about the DIY guy, but the DIY guy is the one that's going, damn it, I could have afforded that all along. Just like that's a PD situation. I'm like, wait, I could have just bought this little player and done it myself on the other side. So I mean, it's not like I'm ignorant to home theater. I've been around a long time, but you can only do what you can only pay attention to what you want. And to be fair, Eddie, I mean, I know you're an integrator. You're doing all of this. I totally appreciate this stuff because I think that we are the DIY person is a huge part of the market that doesn't get touched because it's the money from somebody like yourself. It's a lot easier to have the guy that just like, I got $100,000. Can you build me, can you integrate my home? Perfect. Absolutely. I love you. Whereas I'm like, Eddie, I got 1,000. What can you do for me? I need 100 of you to make what I just made off that guy. I understand it, but it's that we get kind of like screwed.
Yeah, I know. And it's interesting because when you invited me to the stream, I thought about, okay, I would like to talk about the current state of home theater and post-COVID, right? And what it means for the person that now it's going out there and buying the product and the process of buying a product and the research involved in buying a product, right? Because we all do research. I'm a consumer myself. The way that I found your channel, I was doing research and your channel kept popping up until I finally decided to click on it. And here we are, right?
And what did it say? This is all wrong. Don't do what this guy says. Just it's like the George Costanza. Do the opposite, gold.
Don't buy a micro LED TV. Get a processor.
Yeah. Paul Hurt. This conversation
get a projector. I'm sorry.
Gold, by the way. Yeah. So thank you, Paul.
And this is one of
appreciate it.
This is one of the thank you, Paul. Thank you. This is one of the things that they not get talked about very much, right? Like I obviously I browse YouTube all the time, and everywhere I go, it's like Control 4 is too expensive. Martin said it this morning, it's too much. Okay, so let's define what too much means, right? You get an Ava remote, like I said, it's $1,700. You get a Control 4 system, entry level, it's $1,100, and this thing will control pretty much everything. There's nothing that it won't control, and it gives you the flexibility that the program. So it's not just if this then that kind of programming like everybody else does, like like Home Assistant does, or like set them up a schedule. Like I want my lights to go on at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. No, it's way more than that, right? It's like a full automation in which you can have so many variables and conditionals, and you can just basically just like you can have it turn on your lights through Control 4 when you press the pause button to blue to red, whatever you want, right? So it's the interactivity between all this system coming together that makes it such a good system, right? And I'm not trashing anybody else. I don't know what Home Assistant does. I'm no idea, but I think that when it comes to Control 4, there's plenty of research, there's plenty of content out there about home assistant. We all know what it is, and we all know it's a cool system, right? But when it comes to systems like Control 4, there's definitely a misconception, because you don't have to spend $100,000 to get something to control your home theater. And the fact that you can add your Caseta lights, your Philips Hue lights, your Nest thermostat, and you yourself, if you like to do that kind of stuff, which I know you do, DJ, you can program automation 100. I don't even have to do a piece of automation for you. I would just make the connections, deploy the system, and you say, here, you do all the automation as you please, as you want it. All you have to do is learn the software, which is not, it's like everything else. You just learn how to do it and then apply some logic to it. Like how would I do this automation? What are the steps necessary to do this automation? And then, actually one of my to-do lists, like we always busy, but one of my to-do lists is to start a channel, YouTube channel, where I basically help educate people with Control 4 programming, because even though Control 4 it's a high-end system, you start to hear more about it online, which wasn't the case before. Like nobody knew what a Control 4 system is, and they still have that reaction from people. Like customers call me and say, hey, we need a smart home system. Okay, I do Control 4. What is that? People call it Connect 4 all the time. So, but now it's getting to be a little bit more popular, like I was saying, like this morning, obviously, watching you and Martin got me the idea that I wanted to talk about these misconceptions that there are when it comes to these systems. And you can expand from there. You can slowly just expand it to your whole home if that's what you want. So, it's.
So we have, let's bring Zach in here. How we doing, Zach?
How are you?
I'm doing great.
How's it going?
So great. Zach in the chat, and I starred your question. You said, Eddie would love to talk to you about the automation I've got going. I'm doing my DIY system, and I'm like, I wanted to say to you on the air, but I didn't want to throw it and you're on in about 10 minutes, right?
I didn't want to jump in too early. Everyone gets their time, right?
So this was Zach a little earlier. I'm like, Zach's going to be on. I'm like, and now I'm looking at my schedule going, oh no, maybe he's got the wrong hour. Pretty funny. So yeah, Zach, talk to. Go ahead. He's right here. Eddie, do you got some time? I know you're up at the hour, but you got a few minutes? Everybody in the chat is like, this is amazing.
Yeah.
What do you got?
Let's do this.
Absolutely. No, Eddie. I mean, I think this is great because I had an experience with an integrator. We recently got done doing a home build. I talked about that a lot with DJ last time I was chatting with him. And so obviously doing that, everything was on the table and we're thinking about doing as much as possible. But now where I start to run into issues and it's hard to say, like, was it the integrator or is it me as a person knowing that I like to do a lot of things myself? I feel as if it has been tough to get Mr. Integrator to come back and tweak things, kind of, touch things up, tighten things up a bit now that we're in here. All of it was done, based on my thoughts at first. But obviously now that we're here, it's a little bit different. And it's been tough to get that person back. But what I'll say is that's really pushed me to try to figure it out myself and do it myself as far as I can go. But I feel as if, from my point of view, some of the things I've started to do go beyond kind of like the typical use case, which all the Control 4 systems or any other automation system, in my mind, I think it nails that stuff probably perfectly. Of you want the TV to turn on, it's going to do that every single time.
Correct. Yes.
But if you want to do like some kind of weird, like wild stuff, so like for me, some of the stuff I have is like when the credits start to roll, things happen in the theater. When you walk into the room and you turn on the lights, it also starts playing like theme music from the movies and things like that. And that's been the piece that's always kind of held me back from doing one of those systems of like, it's more of a, if I did it, it would really be more of an alleviation on myself, but it wouldn't really necessarily add more functionality to the room, but it would do something that I wouldn't have to worry about, which would be making sure the TV actually still turns on each time someone presses the button.
But think about it. What you just said is the actual definition of automation, right? Like it's just about the convenience. It doesn't add anything to your system. It's just like the automation is that cool part that you know. I have a client that has a home theater. We did a home theater for the client. We didn't design the room. We just did the equipment and the sound system and the projector. And he has a lobby just coming to the home theater, like a concession stand, right? So he has a full-blown control for system, lighting, everything. So he has a button out there. So when they making popcorn and stuff like that, he just presses the button, turns everything on in the theater, it starts warming up the projector and dims down the light, and it just gets everything ready for him, selects the source, right? So did it add anything to the system itself? No, but you know, it's just part of what automation is, right? It's just the cool thing about automation. And other, like I was telling DJ, other than doing the connections and adding components to your system, everything else falls within what I call automation, right? Like the things that the system does based on what you want it to do, whether it's a push of a button with time of the day or whatever, whether you enter a room if you have motion sensors, right? And Control 4, like I was saying, to my knowledge, is the only one that will let the end user take care of that. You can do it yourself. Like all those little things that you have. And sometimes we think about things to do that are cool. And then when they happen 3 or 4 times, we're like, oh, this was not what I thought it was going to be. And you know what I mean? Yeah. And I need to turn this stuff off right now. And instead of calling
didn't
the
we
integrator,
talk about that? Like, didn't you have a video play at the... Is that you or something? Like, well, like this seems like a great idea. Like I've talked to a few people about it. Like they'll have their own cinema and they'll have a video play before every movie, and you're like, this is great. And then 3 or 4 movies later, you're like, I know I'm in my theater. Stop.
Right.
That's the stuff I have a switch for it. I turn it on when it's like somebody's first time, and I ask them like, do you want the full experience or you just want to watch the movie? And if it's the first time, give me the full experience. And that's
right.
It's I have like a custom intro screen. I got like a couple of like the like the Dolby Atmos like pre-play stuff, shakes all the subs, like gets it all going. But every time that's in a couple trailers if you want it, right? But that's like again, it's your first time here. If we watch another movie tomorrow, like I'm turning all that stuff off. And it's gonna be it.
Now, do you call that the Savage experience?
I do. It's part of the Savage cinema.
And you know, and by the way, in Control 4, you can do that. You can have like a button or something in your screen that would be like a demo, kind of like a demo setup, right? So you have a demo setup. And it will pick like everything that you want from. If you have a kaleidoscope system, it will play, it will do whatever you want. It will do the lights, it will do all these fancy things that you want it to do, but only because you press that button, not necessarily because you turn it on, turn it off. And then for your everyday watching, you just turn on the TV, the projector, and the lights, and just do the basic stuff that you want it to do. So you can have that demo kind of like setup that you want to show your friends, and it could be just only when you want it. It does not need to turn it on and off. And that is the beauty about systems like this, right? That you can just have dedicated, I call it buttons because they are buttons, either in the app or physical buttons on the wall that will do things only when you want it to do. But going back to what I was telling you, right? When something gets old very quickly, you know, you can yourself, you can say, oh, let me just get rid of this in my Control 4 system. I don't want it. You go delete it, and then you just do whatever you want it to do, right?
Yeah.
And you know, I think the thing for me that's been the challenge, and this is probably just because I was telling GJ last time, like this has been a very like it's been a hobby of mine for a very long period of my life, probably like 15 years of really trying to go for it. But throughout that, it's like part of that's college time, right? Part of that's like meets and other things. So it's
a lot of it's in your head, right?
Yeah.
And it's like that's what I'm going through right now. You went through building your house. It's like you might not even have a theater, and that's why I say to people, I don't care if you have a theater or not. If you might just be watching on, like I have a guest coming on tonight that he called me up. He's like, I want to add speakers. He was watching hundreds of movies a year on a TV through the TV speakers. But it's like, if you're listening to this channel, you don't need a theater. You just need the passion to want something else. And it's like, are you walking around going like you, Zach, like you and I talked about, it's like the fun is going on up here. And like, that's why I think this part of this conversation has been so exciting for everybody, because we're like, what could we do? Oh, there's the new possibilities that are opening up. And the fun is up here. Once you implement it, all right, I solved my Control 4 problems. Guess what? Up here is still like, now what's next? Right?
Yeah.
What else can we do next?
Yeah. And I think... sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just saying, I think the piece that has been the challenge that I've leaned to stuff like Home Assistant for and other things, there's really just been, it's been a quick way to easily integrate things together from different platforms without having to adjust anything else as a part of it. So, and again, this is the case of, this is my knowledge and this is where I started from, years ago. So it's kind of just built on itself. And it's always been the case of I can keep building. So I haven't really had that, like, I've hit a wall, I have to go find something else because I can't do what I want to do within the stuff I've stood up so far. But also, again, like, if all of this disappeared overnight, I don't know if I could put it back together because some of the code that's in there is from a decade ago and it still works. And I've tweaked it, tuned it. But like, as a part of it, something I've done is that I've tried to set this up as much as possible so that you don't have to touch any technology to start playing a movie when you walk in. And by that, I mean, you would press a button on the wall. And so that button, it's a Lutron system. So it would obviously turn on the lights and take care of things that way. But then it'll also send a command to Home Assistant, which would then flip a toggle. And that's what gets like the theme music stuff going. And there's another button there that then sends like a REST command, HTTP command over to Roomie Remote, which is actually then what starts to turn on the stuff on the wall. So it's been, again, from my point of view, the easy way of I can take this Lutron button, which really is just meant to kind of do lights, way the system's set up now, maybe some Sonos stuff, and then get a ton more out of it as long as I can talk to it over like an HTTP call. So that's the stuff where it's, if I was to start from scratch, like, again, maybe it's all set up now within the Control 4 piece and you can do that. But for me, it was a case of, it was just my time and a little bit of Googling to try to figure it out versus, needing to say, I got to like get some new technology or, again, try to rework what I've already done to try to fit something else in. But I will say when I was setting up that room, obviously a lot of people were telling me it's like, just do the Control 4 single room solution. You don't have to worry about that stuff. And, it's still in the back of my mind, but also it's gotten to the point of my kids can come in and turn on a movie and not have to reach out to me. And to me, that's a huge win for my system, even just a couple years ago, where it's several remotes, or you got to get, which I don't like, is using the touchscreen remotes. I don't like those. I feel like I always do the wrong thing. I really like being able to feel where the buttons are and push it that way. And so this has been able to kind of bridge that gap. But if you want to pause the movie, you still got to go grab a remote at that point. So it's not perfect.
Well, having a touchscreen interface in a home theater situation is not something that it's not practical at all. You know what I mean? Or even for nowadays, any TV watching, like now we all are dependent. Like this is me every day. Look, like doing YouTube, right? Like if a remote doesn't have a D-pad, an enter pad, a pause button, and a play, it's not even an option. Like at least from for personally being an integrator, I have to see products through my client's eyes, right? It's not about what I think about it, right? It's not about whether I like it or not. It's about like, okay, if I put this in my 75-year-old client, will he be able to figure it out? And nothing beats a remote with buttons in it. And touchscreen is just not an option. And I don't think I have any client at all who would say, oh, I just pull my phone to control my home theaters. Like it's not happening.
Yep.
It's not
I like the tactile buttons much better than
going
to my remote. Do you remember when the iPhone came out? What did everybody hate about it? You didn't have the tactile QWERTY keyboard.
It doesn't have the
keypad. I'm never going to be able to do that. And and for a couple of years they made the. Remember they made the I love it.
So this they call the tactile remote. So they have two versions of this remote, the tactile and the touchscreen. I personally like this one better. As you can see, has the key, has the D-pad. It has the for those who still have cable, and then you have 3 buttons on the top. It's hard to see. Let me see if I can get it. They have these 3 buttons.
I gotcha.
That you DJ can program it to do whatever you want, and you label it on top with actual text on it. And these 3 buttons will do whatever you want it to do. And from here, you can control your lights, you can control your thermostat, you can control pretty much everything, which is not necessarily something that's incredibly useful, but it's there if you want it. And yeah, and just the touchscreen idea for a home theater is something that nobody should even consider. It's just not practical. It's just not practical. And and the thing is that when you go outside, systems like Control 4, like if you do a home assistant, for instance, like, so it leaves that gap, right? Like, what do I do for a physical remote? Like, what is the options, right? Like, there's not very many options. Up to now, we had the Harmony. Now we had the Ava remote coming out, but the Ava remote does not mean it's going to work with home assistant. So it's just like you still have this bunch of subsystems trying to work together, make things work together, where something doesn't work, then the rest of the chain doesn't work. But when you have something that is more like, you know, concentrated, like everything in one system, like Control 4 system, things are, you know, might work better. And it's also the two-way communications, like, you know, DJ saying he has some components that are like infrared. And obviously we know that infrared, it's not a two-way communication. So the remote has no idea if it's on and off. So you might turn it off and it might actually come on because it's using the same infrared system as signal as a toggle button. So it has no idea the state of it.
Yeah. Where
nowadays, even for home assistant, like everything is IP based, right? So everything is two-way communication. It knows if it's on, it knows the lights at 30%, it knows that the K system is playing a movie, it knows that the shades are down, and it just it's aware of everything. So that way, if you turn something off, it will do what it's supposed to do and not just toggle a switch, not knowing the state of the device, right? So that is the beauty about.
I think that's like the key difference in my mind is like, both systems would work. I think the Control 4 one sounds like it's more geared for this particular purpose of actually controlling media, whereas Home Assistant it gives you all the options and gives you access to everything the API has, but it doesn't know how you want to use it. And so it's just going to say like, hey, here you go. You can see all your blinds open. Hey, here you go. You can see your lights. You can see your projector. But it's not going to actually try to tie that stuff together to say, oh, if you turn on your projector, maybe that means you want to dim the lights. You got to do that.
I see. Yeah. So there's so it has there's no control. There's no actual control of the devices, like in terms of like a macro. So that's what we call a macro, right?
Oh no, you definitely can, but it says you need to build that out yourself. It's not going to start to put that stuff together for you. And honestly, maybe that's not even necessarily the Control 4 piece. That's just more so that's you coming in knowing, hey, if I have these parts of the system here, I know that the consumer, the user is going to want to do these things with it. Home System just kind of throws it at you and says, okay, cool. Like it can show me my projector. I can see it. I can tell its state. I can tell a lot of stuff about it. Like even down to like what's the refresh rate on the display. What am I going to do with that? I don't know. But it's there. If I wanted to do something with it. And then from there, you can tell it to do more things if you needed to, but it's not going to make that code there for you. You got to figure out, like me putting myself in my shoes, I want to use it this way. You have to build everything out. And that's the piece of, in my mind, like, once you get the integration there, it has all these connections, it's all IP based, but you got to take it to that next step to actually make it all work. So like I mentioned, like for the buttons, even for the Lutron buttons I have, it presses the button, sends the command, great. But then I also have to be the one to program in the light on the button to make sure the light actually turns on after something occurs. So it's the touch of, like with the Lutron piece, hey, if you press that button, it knows you want that light on because you know this scene is set. Like you have to program that knowledge in within the actual Home Assistant bit of it to actually make all that stuff work. Or at least that's been my experience. Maybe there's something else that's out there that makes that more automated. I did not see it when I was setting it up. So it was more work for me, but I kind of enjoy it. So it wasn't like a pain, but also I know most folks are going to look to say, I want to integrate and I want it to work. And I don't want to have to think through like turning on lights on the buttons. I just want it all to work and to like look cool and be cool when I use it.
Yeah. Well, the press of a button requires programming, no matter how you slice it, right? Like even in Control 4, like if I press this button, what do I want it to do, right? Now, I have seen YouTube. I don't have first-hand experience with Home Assistant, but I have seen some YouTube videos. And if I had to tell you from a personal opinion, it seems to me like Home Assistant can get a little complicated, especially when trying to figure out how to do things like you're saying, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, definitely. And where the Control 4 software, it's more, what's the word? It's kind of like icon driven, and it's easier to find things around. Like for instance, if you want to have conditionals, right? It's very easy to know what the conditionals are. If this, then that kind of thing, or even to create schedules and things like that. It's a lot easier. So I would say like for the community, a DIY community, which is this community, they will have no problem programming automation and control 4 system. It would be so easy for them. It's like you just spend like 20 minutes, 30 minutes or whatever it is, getting yourself familiar with the software. And from there, obviously there's a lot of trial and error, right? Like everything else, you need to learn the software. And if you figure out very well, believe me, you will be able to do like amazing automation. And the other thing, the reason why, one of the reasons why the end user cannot do connections and add in devices is because those connections and those devices is what keeps your system working, right? So you turn on the TV, it turns on the TV, it switches to the Apple TV, it sets the volume to 20%, right? So that needs to work. The assumption is that in the hands of an end user who doesn't know how to program the system can break it, and then things will stop working, right? So now, okay. So we clear that we have a system program to work the way it should work. If I press the Apple TV logo, it will do everything that I wanted to do. TV, surround sound, volume, everything, lights, not the lights. That's not part of the initial setup. Just initial setup. Turn on the system, turn it off. Turn on the lights, turn it off. Okay. Once it's established and it's working the way it should, comes automation. The end user has 100%, and I'm not even kidding you, 100% control over that automation. No matter what you do, you cannot break it. Because if you type 10 lines of code in the window, programming window, and something screws up, all you have to do is delete it. And the system is still working the way it was originally programmed. Understand? Yeah. So my automation didn't work. Why it didn't work? It doesn't matter. Just delete it and start over again. And that's it. There's absolutely nothing that you can do to break that system. You cannot alter the connections. You cannot alter the devices. You cannot do anything that it will break it. The thing that you could do is probably go mess with the device itself and get it offline, right? So that the control system will not see it again. But when it comes to automation, it is so simple. It's a window with lines in it. It says, if this light is off and the time of the day is between 3 and 6, do this. And if it doesn't work, why it doesn't work? I just delete it, start over again. And the system, it will not have any effect in the system whatsoever. The system will keep working the way that it was originally programmed without automation, just control. And that is the beauty of it, right? Like you can play around with it like as much as you want. You can do whatever you want, and then you can learn how to like do variables and conditionals and whatever you wanted to do, and change colors of lights and whatever it is, right? Like the credits at the end of the movie. And if something doesn't work the way you want it, or it doesn't work because you screwed up something in the codes, it's just a matter of you self-delete it and start over again. And you know, you can play with it as much as you want. And that's great. Yeah. That's great, because your integrator doesn't have to be involved in this unless you really like, you know, like you ask him, hey, man. Yeah. Oh, well, you can just like a quick text, right? Like my phone is always blowing up with texts. You know, hey man, so I'm trying to do this. Like, how do you think I would do it, right? And then I would tell you, okay, do this, do that, do this conditional, and do this line code, and I'll tell you where to find it and how to do it. Yeah. But if you because it's graphical based, right? The software is graphical based, so you can go explore all the conditionals, you can see all the variables, and you can see all the things that are available within the API, like you just said, Zach, the API, right? So every driver has an API. In that API in Control 4, you can expand it and you can see everything that is available. End credits, play, pause, whatever it is that you want to have an action for, you can find it there. And if you don't see it there, it's because the API was not implemented in the driver, or the API doesn't exist for certain things. But for the most part, when Control 4 or third-party developers develop a driver for Control 4, they try to incorporate everything in the API. And most of the times, limitations are not because of Control 4 or Savant or Crestron, it's because the manufacturer decided not to release the entire API. They limited the API. And case in point, we were talking about Sonos yesterday. Sonos is one of those companies who doesn't want anybody else to control the music. So the integration with Control 4 and everybody else is very limited. You can only have access to favorites and that's it. You cannot browse music. You cannot do anything in Control 4, only favorites. So you have to open up your Sonos app, save a playlist, save something, whatever you want it to be, into your favorites, and then they automatically will show up in Control 4. And then in Control 4, when you go to listen, they say in the kitchen, listen to music, and if it is a Sonos music system, you only have access to those favorites. They will not let you do anything else with it. Where the Control 4's music server has access to everything, right? You can browse music, you can browse albums, artists, whatever you want, Pandora.
And that's for the music. That's like if you have that Control 4 component, right? Like that's a separate.
No. The system that I'm telling you about that I was discussing with, you can add let's say that you want to add a Sonos component to your receiver in your media room. Let's put it into the system. It will appear. You can add an entire system to this. Like I said, once it starts growing too big, like if you expand it beyond the home theater, like you can add probably a couple more rooms. But once it starts expanding to like beyond the home theater, then you might consider wanting to upgrade the processor. And this is how upgrades work. The way the upgrades work is like you get the bigger processor that could handle the whole home. You connect it to your network. The integrator will come in and transfer the current software from that processor to the new one. Nothing will be altered, nothing will be touched. Your system will keep on working the way it was. You don't have to start over from scratch. You don't have to do anything. Just basically move the software from one to the other one. And that little one that you removed, you can still have it. You can still use it as a secondary processor if you want to, like maybe have it like in other part of the house, or for whatever reason you need a second processor. You can still, or you can just remove it and sell it and make some money back. You know, it's up to you. Yeah, it's up to you.
This would be interesting because I feel as if, so like you talk about there's like the Control 4 processor bit of it, and I feel like I've kind of created that same thing with a bunch of Raspberry Pis, like screwing about the house, like doing different things and connecting in and other things. And I feel as if there's, from what I'm kind of hearing, a lot of the stuff, even like the Sonos automation bit, right? Like I have some things set up in the house are like almost like little like Easter eggs. So one of them, as an example, is if you tap your phone, I have like a bunch of NFC tags around the house. You tap your phone on a particular picture, and it'll start to play some music out of a Sonos speaker in the room. And it's like there's a reference to it. One of them is the fight scene from John Wick 4 that happens around the Arc de Triomphe. It starts playing that music. I have a photo from there, so it's like if you tap it, it plays the John Wick music, stuff like that. But for me to make that happen, it was I had to I have a Docker thing that's running. It's waiting for like an HTTP call coming into it, and then from there it reaches out to the Sonos thing. So I need to have other components like running in the house.
Right.
But for me, it's like a little fun, like silly thing. If it breaks, it breaks. It's not critical. It's not like turning a light on. And
that's what I'm referring as an automation, right? Like this stuff that you can automate. So once you add these devices to your system, you can automate it any way you want, and it doesn't matter. It will not break the system no matter what you do. It might, stuff might act weird if you did something like you put the wrong, let's say for instance that you put the wrong light in the programming, and you wanted the kitchen light to go on, and instead your bathroom light's going on the second floor. Things like that. You can just delete it and start over again. But that's the automation part of it, where it's just fun, and that's what it is. It's tons of fun, tons of convenience, and it's just cool, and it's just it just works.
Yeah, I think that's where a lot of my focus is shifted to in recent years. It's been like, this has all been like the basics work, but also a lot of my rooms, aside from my theater, like the like my living room television, honestly, that all just works if you grab the Apple TV remote or use your phone. Like I just let the Apple TV kind of handle it. It kicks it on through CEC, turns it off, controls the volume.
Exactly.
I tried to not complicate it specifically for that stuff, just to make it very clean. And so it's like it's tough to break. And the only piece really in the theater is just making sure you get like the AV receiver on with it, which again, it's such a simple command for that piece of it that's always covered. I'm not worried about that breaking. It hasn't, honestly, that's worked pretty well since I've moved into the place. That has not been an issue so far. But then it's where my mind goes is always okay, what's next? Which is, again, I think leaning into the entire automation side of things. And that's where things start breaking. But again, I don't ever try to set up to where it's something that's a critical, like if this automation doesn't work, then you're not watching a movie kind of a thing. It's more of you might have to do a couple more buttons or go through like the old school way of going through the menu.
But it all still, like you said, to your point, it all still works. But I also know too that it's always risky every time there's an update for something. Like I don't know if
everything.
That's a problem too. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's another issue. Yeah,
it's like this is a breaking change. You got to update this. You have to change this port, which just happened to me for another application. And it's fine, but it's just sometimes when I hit update, I want to get like the feature or the security thing. I don't want to have to worry about like, am I have to reconfigure this now to get it to work again? Which I know for a system like Control 4, that stuff is all thought through or people know about it. It's like versus the home assistant piece. One guy who updated your component over here might have not spoken to the other guy on the other side of it who's using the other end of the automation. But you in the middle, you need to be aware of that to say, if this updates, you got to tweak what the what the API command is in this other automation. You got to figure that out. And again, the community's great, so it's very easy to find that answer. But sometimes you don't know to look for the answer until something breaks. And of course, it breaks when you got your whole family over, and you're like, "Hey, check this out." And then it doesn't work, and then you're like, "Wait a minute,
hang on, I got to go to the community."
This worked 2 hours ago. And now I'm scrambling.
I promise. Let me show you some videos.
Eddie, just I gotta tell you, I had somebody. You started listening just recently, right? Probably a few months ago, or if that.
A few months ago, yeah.
So I had an integrator on here, and he was great. And I loved his business model. I love everything he said. We talked for like 2 hours. I was gonna look it up and see when he was on, but it's a Takeover Tuesday. Scroll back. But one of the things that I'm like amazed by what you brought today is it's you brought it to our level. And the idea of like, when we talk to integrators, a lot of us are like, oh man, like it's $100,000 for this or $30,000 for that room or something. And for you, and like I said earlier, talking to you, it's like, it's the money, you integrators like yourself, you have to make the money where you can. And like, there's not enough information for guys like us. Right. And like,
exactly.
Everything Zach's saying is Zach's way smarter than I am, and he's got Raspberry Pis going. He's tapping pictures and all this crap, and I'm like, I would love that, but oh my god, I'm lucky. But Eddie, we're having you back. We got to do a Takeover Tuesday. Who knows how long that one will go, right, Zach? How long did we go, Zach?
I mean, Zach. It was like 3 official hours, but I think we were like chatting.
Yeah, you and I talked. Yes, exactly. It's like. When I do these Takeover Tuesdays, I'll record with people. What you hear is what we put out, but then there's always the after show, and it's like, because the beginning, especially in Zach, this is Eddie's first time on the show. He hasn't done it. He's one of the few people that's never been on the show. There's one other, I believe, later today that has never been on this show. Two others coming up. But he, I was like, yeah, come on, let's do this. I've seen him in the chats and stuff. But yeah, we talked for like 2 hours afterwards. And it's like, that's why people are asking me, can you do this? And I'm like, everybody, it's like, if you haven't been on my show, I'll start recording with you depending on where you are in the world. At like, say I recorded at like 8 o'clock at night, and I'm like, I'm rolling into bed at like 2 a.m. because I finished recording at 11, and then we just chat because that's what this is like. And so like, this is easy. So Eddie, I can't wait to have you back. I know the listeners can't. Let me show you some of the stuff. It's like, I know, and that's the other thing I appreciate too, Eddie, is I know this is what you do for a living, but we're talking to everybody. Yeah. We're educating people all over the world. You get no monetary benefit out of that.
Absolutely. It's just the way it should be, and it's just, it's just this way it should be. I don't know, Zach. I think Control 4 might be too boring for you.
I'll say this. I mean, like I said, it's one of those things where I've been building up for so long. It's been the case if I haven't had that real compelling reason to switch. But if I was starting today, and I mean, take this, it's starting today, 2 kids, all right, full-time job. I would not be starting this from scratch with the time that I have available to myself today. So it's a totally different situation than when I started and got it all stood up. I could spend, 6 hours into the evening, maybe into the morning, right? Or the full weekend trying to figure this out, get it to work to the spot where it's at now. But I mean, I kind of mentioned this JJ before. I have this whole server thing that's running. Like if all that disappeared and I had to start over, I don't know if I would take the same approach I did, because everything's come so far in integration and how things are working. And I feel like the Control 4 bit hits a lot of what I would want from I don't want to just be stuck within one ecosystem. I want to be able to use as much as possible and get like the best product from here and the best product from there. And
absolutely.
But for me personally, right now, it's the case of I can do it all today. We'll see how that changes. But right now, that's also building on one, just the willingness to go break stuff and be okay with it being broken for a bit, knowing that it's me. If I break it, it breaks. But also like building on a foundation that was already there for the past years that I know is still rock solid. And I've been able to keep up with.
Which kind of Lutron system do you have?
Ra 3.
Awesome! Forget it. That is high end stuff. You can do so much with it. It's amazing.
Well,
I love that system.
That was the reason I went with that one. It was very easy.
It's amazing.
I looked into it and I figured as long as I can get the button press commands into Home Assistant, then from there I can do whatever I want with it.
Yeah, so you can import you can import the buttons from the keypad into Control 4 and do those programming for Control 4 too. So when you press that button, it will do whatever you want it to do, and it's just that's a great like like for money conscious people, I say do the Caseta, right, which is a great system. It's Lutron. Everything from Lutron is just amazing. But if you have Radio Rad 3, it's even better. It's like an amazing system. It's just great.
There was a reason we had to go with that, and I think it was a little bit of it was like right on the cusp when we started having the conversation.
It was
starting to roll out.
It might have been the limit in devices because Rack can do 200.
We did full house with it. So every light, every switch. Yeah. Because what I did in my last witness was I went through and I replaced everything with the Z-Wave switch. Yeah. So I figured and we got used to it and we liked it. So it was a case of, because we like doing the voice automation, like we're lying in bed, we say something, all lights go out. Like we got used to that to where it's like I'm not getting out of bed to go turn off lights anymore. So that was like on the list when we were building this place.
That's the beauty of it. That's exactly what people enjoy. Like let me tell you, like very quickly before I leave. I was telling a DJ yesterday, 100% of the work that we do is for people who don't know anything about automation, whatsoever. So all our clients are not tech savvy. You'll be amazed on how challenging something so easy as to press a button can be for some people. Given the case that if you have a regular switch on and off, it's so easy, right? You turn it on, turn it off. The moment the aesthetics or the looks of that device changes to a 4-button or 5-button keypad, suddenly people don't know what to do with it. It's amazing.
Panic.
Exactly. And it was such at the beginning of when I first started doing this, it was such an awakening to realize that the simple task of pushing one button could be challenging. At the beginning, of course, they get used to it, but at the beginning, things are not working because they will press it and keep their finger on it. And in Control 4, that means that you want to dim it, right? So if you Control 4, you hold it, it means that you dim it. And then the lights will like eventually start dimming down, and they will just like stare at the lights, not understanding why the light's behaving the way it's behaving. Or they will just not press it, right? So, and the only difference between that and a regular Home Depot switch is the fact that this one is fancy, has the name of the light on it, it has 4 buttons in it, but other than that, it's just like the same thing, right? So so we have to like design, like I am the designer, obviously. I have to design systems thinking that my customers are zero knowledgeable when it comes to technology. Like they don't know how to quit the app in the phone and things like that. So when you present them with a smart system like Control 4, it's a full-blown system with thermostats and everything, like the objective is not to be intimidating, right? Because I don't want my customers to just see like, what do I do with this, right? That's not the point. But anyway, my point was that once they live with it, get used to it, like within weeks or whatever it is, they're really, really, really happy with it. They really, really enjoy it. And I haven't had a single client in over 10 years that tells me I regret doing this, not even one. And as long as everything works, it's just fine. And systems do go down like everything else. Something will stop working. It could be either the Control 4 processor, it could be the projectors went offline, or whatever it is. IP can be very complicated, and this is something we were talking about last night. Like now we integrators have to build networks, right? I'm sure you have yourself a home network where like there has to be something that is robust and reliable, because everything is being controlled by IP nowadays. Like I don't think I have a single job in the last couple of years. I haven't done a single job where we install an infrared emitter. Zero. Yeah. Everything has been IP 100%, and you know, and now you have everything running through the network, and it has to work. Obviously, you know, obviously these devices have to communicate with each other, but that's beyond the scope of home automation.
Yeah.
All right, guys. So
Eddie, before you get going, let me read some of these I've highlighted here. So Nelson, Nelson says I would definitely like to add Control 4 as long as I can add and set up all my buttons, which we said yes you can. But then later in the chat, Nelson's also saying, get me his information. So anybody wants information on Eddie, just email me, dj@brightsidehometheater.com, and I'll put you in touch with Eddie, anybody that wants that information, because Nelson's not the only one. There's like Paul Hurt, my buddy over there in England. He's like, you guys are selling me on this. So it's, I think, then we have Stephen at, does Eddie venture out of Queens?
I do. As a matter of fact, we have clients in Jersey and Florida, and I have a couple of systems in California, and you know, all this stuff can be definitely serviced remotely. So that's the beauty of it. So we can definitely do that.
And Chris also saying it, you know, Control works with Hue if you're a fan of Hue lights and stuff.
That's right.
So
that's right.
That is one thing I saw at CEDIA. A lot of this, that's what's so great about Hue. And what amazed me is because I'm like, you see these $1 million systems and they'll have Hue lighting. And I'm like, wait a minute, I have Hue lighting. It's like, but I guess, I'm like, wait a minute, why do they have what I have? You know, so, but yes. So Eddie, thank you so much. Can't wait to have you back. And I think, I mean, the listeners and Zach, we're all just like,
Eddie, I'm glad. I'm glad we got to overlap. This is
Zach. Very nice to meet you. Let me know if you have any questions. Always happy to you know, answer anything or you know, whatever you guys want. This goes to everybody in the community. Like I you know, like DJ said, I started watching this channel a few months ago because I really love it. And every week I see the same guys, you know, coming in and be a part of the community, and that is so awesome. And when DJ invited me to come over, it's like, there is no way I'm passing on this chance to be part of this. There's no way. So anyways, thank you, DJ, and I'll talk to you guys later.
Thanks, Eddie. Later, buddy.
Okay, bye, guys.
See ya.
Oh, no, I got a few other things going on in here in the chat. Let's see. Double A. How's it going, DJ? Have you eaten yet? No, I don't. I only eat once a day. I do. Everybody's like, oh, you know, that fasting thing. It's, I've been doing that forever. And it's like, I eat, and I found that from what I do for work. So like when I work, I'm outside, if it's a hot summer day or it's a cold winter or whatever, it's like, if I stop to eat, it slows me down everything after that. So what I do is I just eat at the end of the day. And then I come to find out, you know, years later, you're like, hey, wait, people are doing this thing called fasting. I'm like, that's what I do.
Yeah.
And it actually gives me energy to just keep going like that. And then when I do eat, I literally, like, if I sat down and somebody in the chat after that said, hey, oh no, that's what it was. It's Todd asked me, sent one saying, yeah, he goes, do you want a pizza? And I'm like, no, that wouldn't go well. And then somebody said in that, I think it was Chris or something, said turkey dinner. Cause I'm like, tryptophan, you know. No, I have some snacks here, everybody. I haven't opened it yet, but I got my hot and spicy Cheez-Its, not a sponsor of the show or anything. And I also have, instead, I wanted popcorn, but I figured that'd be too messy. So I got popcorners.
Oh, yeah.
White cheddar. They're delicious, but they're like popcorn, but it's in a whole chip.
Yeah.
So. But yeah, and then I just got my water. So that's pretty much what I'm going to go with for the 24. I'll be fine. Cause Sunday is my day for my big dinner. My wife and I, we go out to dinner.
Nice.
I eat whatever I want. And then I come home and we usually have a Sunday, I'll have, you know, and that's my day to just go crazy. And then I literally just go comatose. But Paul in the chat, this gets to you. He's like, very happy to know it's not just me doing the full experience.
Oh yeah. No, I love it. It's great.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun. And it was one of the things I was able to do, like, prior to actually getting the theater set up, was to kind of learn a little bit about Blender and After Effects and like make my own custom intros for the theater. So it's something you can really get into. But also it is, if you see that every single time, that same intro, you're kind of like, all right.
Yeah, well, that's just it. And it's great to know, like, now, have you set that up that you, like you said, you have a different button, right, on the wall or whatever, or you have a different button to do a different thing?
It's the way I'll do it is I'll do it within software. So I mentioned last time I have everything running through Plex. So Plex has like a pre-roll feature. Basically what I do is turn it on or off for the library ahead of time. So I'll ask them if they want it. If they do, I'll go check that box, which will make sure all the pre-roll stuff plays. If and then usually after that, I'll just go ahead and turn it right back off. But it's all there ready to go. I don't have that automated just because, or like to a button press, just because it's not that often where I'm actually turning it on. It's really for new people who want to actually watch a full movie. Most people, when they come by, it's been a stopover. So it's been, we're just going to watch a demo scene or two. So I don't even mess with it then. It's just, hey, you can watch, usually just Ready Player One, you watch this clip for a little bit and then, and then back to it. But I will say, even with that, it's been usually when you press play, movie starts playing, music stops, lights go out. Most times, some of my friends will do like a little like, woo, because they're not expecting it.
Yeah.
They're expecting me to have to go turn a switch or something else is going to happen. So it's just, it's fun to tinker with it in that way.
And that's what it's all about too. And that's why like this community is growing and everybody's so excited, is because we want other people to talk to about this, right? And so when you get to have somebody in your theater, I know for me, I spent the majority of my life, this is just entertainment for me. Like, I can't wait to go watch a movie and watch the lights dim.
Yeah.
Yay. And it's just us.
That's it.
But so if you get somebody else in there, you'll be like, that's what, you should never put a lock on your theater door. That wouldn't be good, because you just lock people in and be like, I'm going to entertain you.
Yeah.
I don't care if you're not entertained. This is what I'm doing.
Yeah.
So
watch this pre-roll I spent 4 days working on. Look at it. Look at all 10 seconds of it.
That's not the snack bar over there. That's survival food. You're not leaving for a while. We got a couple of super stickers. So Joe Hoetzl, as I'm learning to pronounce it correctly, Joe Hoetzl super sticker for $9.99. And then we also have Stephen at $1.99 super sticker. So thank you, everybody. Really appreciate that. Really cool. So flying along here. And then Todd Anderson, anything I can send your way? Nope, I'm all set, buddy. You started this off. You dared me, but you didn't. And here we are. So all you can send my way is, I don't know, nothing. Nothing. Thank you for the inspiration of doing this, to be honest with you. So yeah, let me get back to the live chat, because when I star a bunch of people, now I'm out. But so you have a Kaleidoscape, right?
No, not yet.
I thought you did.
No, that was we were talking about it a little bit before of like, is it the time to do that? I've still been doing the ripping stuff into the server, but it's steep entry fee. I mean, even more than like doing the Control 4 bit, and I haven't done that yet either. So it's been the case of I think when something breaks, when something stops working for me, then I'll start looking more into it, because I know out of all the platforms, that'd be the one that I'd want to use, because I definitely do notice the the streaming quality on like the streaming platforms like Apple TV and stuff. Like, it's very good, but when I do the AB type thing, I definitely see it compared to a actual Blu-ray disc. And then obviously the compression on the audio streams, notice that. And if I put this money into these subs, I want them playing as much as it possibly can. But it is on the list for when that conversion time comes to start looking at that platform and take a look and see if it'll work out for me.
Yeah. I was just thinking, because like, if the way you have such integration already on your own, and being able to like, all right, you want to do a demo scene, you'd hit a demo, and then it would bring up the demos. Because I just learned recently, when I got my MacBook, there's an actual program like I can from Kaleidoscape that I go in, and it gives me my entire library. And you can like, and I found this through the Roomy Remote app.
Yep.
And I started using, do you use that, or have you toyed with it?
Yeah, no, I got really lucky with that because I saw they changed their pricing model, and I got it when it was still like a lifetime license that you can get for it was pretty pricey. It was like 300, $400 or something. But that's what's getting the command when I push the button on the wall. It's sending the HTTP command to Roomy Remote that then is basically just launching, the open or turn on the theater stuff that way.
Yeah.
And then I can obviously use it across multiple devices, but it's been great for me.
Yeah, and Ralph Potts uses it from AVS Forums. He writes for them, and I talked to him about it, and I love it, but I need to, because mine's mostly IR based, and that's all IP, right? So I had to actually start changing stuff over, and what ended up happening was I was getting so into it, and I'm like, I'm not going to be here, and I need to put my energies into the new place. But it is something that, like, I saw the possibilities, and I actually went into the app, and when I hit Kaleidoscape, it brought up my entire library, and I'm like, oh my God, I can do this. So like, I'll be in the middle of watching a movie, and I'm in Kaleidoscape on my phone in the Roomy app, and I'll be like, oh, let's go to this movie, and I'll say I'm watching Thor: Love and Thunder, but you know what? It's been a while since I saw that lightsaber, my favorite lightsaber scene in Star Wars. Boom, just hit the button. It's like screen goes black, and then here comes that scene. I mean, it just does it. So I was like, imagine the possibilities, what you could do with like a Control 4 or with your knowledge of what you do, and be like, hey, oh, you want to just do a scene here? Boom, you hit one button, and then all of a sudden there goes your demos reel. I was like, oh my God. I was like,
I'll show you something. I brought them because I figured just in case. You never know with the live stream. You always want to bring something just in case. So I know last time we chatted, I think it was like my next steps were done with buying things, but more so tuning, tweaking the system. One of the things I think John had the same guy come tune his system. Brandon Hill found him, on the Facebook group. So he did like a remote tuning. Thing sounds awesome now. Big difference from actually having somebody who really knows how to get into the like what audio waveforms actually mean and what all those results are. So he came and did that for me. But then I was thinking, and I've seen this is like I mentioned, I have 2 young kids, one who's actually really kind of getting into movies, but I feel like the piece I've lost with all of the digital side of things is like he doesn't know. With everything being fractured nowadays, he doesn't know how to, like, he can turn it on now because of the button, but to get the remote, navigate to the right spot, he knows how to point to something and knows like what it's going to be, like what the app's going to open. But trying to navigate to something like, let's say if he's looking to try to watch, something on Disney Plus, he's not gonna be able to navigate through that menu. So instead, what I did for him, and this is going off of my Plex server, and there's a ton of these, is I started to make these NFC cards. And so now what these do is, and he gets this, and even my 1-year-old gets this as well, is that you take the card. Let's see, what is this? Cars 3. I turned off. It does a feature of like playing the theme music, but I turned that off just so you don't get any strikes on YouTube for copyright infringement or anything But you take the card, you can tap it to your phone, and it'll like have you open up the NFC bit. I don't know if you can hear it.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yep. So it's like it finds the movie, and this is running off my Plex server, but then it will bring up this menu of options. And so from here, you can like play the movie, you can play trailers, you can listen to reviews from the movie, hear technical information about like what, like if this is like 4K, if it has Atmos, DTSX, anything like that. But the reason you made me think of this is because you also said to check for demo scenes. I have a button here for that, which would do a search against another library I have in Plex to see if there's any demo scenes that I've made for the movie that'll also pull that up as well. And so then if you do all that, then if you like pick one, it'll know what room you're in based on either the device or you give it like a bit of a command ahead of time, and it'll just start to play on the screen. So the thought is that this, if like my kid knows how to, he can go look, but kind of browse through like an old school like Blockbuster style, like these are all hanging up in the theater. You go browse through, he can pick out his movie or pick out a stack of movies, bring them over, and we pick one, and then it's just tap it, and then he can navigate this bit a lot faster than he can try to navigate like getting into a menu and finding something that way. So this has been something we've been working on a bit, but it's at the point now where it's my kids kind of like they're getting very used to it, and I keep thinking of more things to add onto it. And I think last time we talked about how you kind of handle your movie nights of like, you guys all write something into a hat and you pull something out of the hat.
Yeah.
But build something in here similar where it's like you tap a bunch of cards, it adds it to a list, and then you say pick from list, and it'll pick a random movie from that list, load it, play the theme music from it, and then you can like, navigate through it and check everything out that way. And then if you want to actually watch it, obviously you just hit play and it'll start to play in the theater. So we're trying to, right now it's all built within like Apple shortcuts, which is super slow. Like it's awesome that you can do it and take it this far. But I started to build out like an actual iOS app for it, and I've never programmed iOS before. I started to build that out. It is so much faster, but it is taking me the longest amount of time to figure out how to replicate the code that I have within the shortcut into an actual iOS app. But the idea is that it's going to be an app, like a custom theater app. So then you're somebody who's new, you can turn on the theater, you press a button on the wall, turns it on, or it can do it from the app as well. You tap a movie. If you have no idea what the movie is, you can hear a review about it. Even for Cars 3, if I hit, where is it? Reviews, it does like a little intro one. Let me see if this works. It takes
there. 69% of critics liked the movie, while 69% of audiences enjoyed the film. Additionally, this movie is currently trending on social movie watching networks.
So there's some code in there to figure that out, but it'll tell you like kind of like the Rotten Tomato stats, basically.
Yeah.
And then it's like, okay, hey, like I hadn't seen this movie before. Seems like people like it. And then from there you can just hit play, and it'll start to play in the theater. And the one other thing that I think is a bit of me taking it way too far is
such thing.
There's two things you can do with it now, and this is where I like to say my theater is now powered by ChatGPT. Is if you don't know what you're looking for, but like you're looking for a type of movie, but you don't want to like necessarily go through the wall, you can go press a button. It's like an AI search, and then when you press that button, you say like what you're looking for. You say like, I want to find scary movies I can watch with my kids, and I was doing that a bunch because it was Halloween season. Then it'll get you a list of up to 10 movies that is recommended based on whatever ChatGPT can find. You press one of those buttons, and then it kicks off the whole thing of like, okay, it treats it like you just tapped it. So you can go, start to play the movie, hear more about it, do anything like that. And so it's been like growing and growing. I keep thinking of more things to add in as a part of it. But that's what I feel like that's been the piece of like everyone can get like the theater that turns on with the remote, but how many people have a card you can tap that then starts to play the movie and the theme music and all of that and hear reviews about it as you are getting things loaded. So that's been taking up a ton of time. But we're making a ton of these cards.
Oh my God, it's so funny because Eddy said it a little while ago. He goes, "Oh, geez, Zach, your Control 4 would be boring to you." It's like, I mean, that's part. But I have to get to this. This has been sitting there for like 2 minutes. Todd Anderson, $49.99 super sticker. Come on, Todd. Thank you very much. You did not have to do that. Your inspiration enough to do this was amazing. So thank you very much. But 49. Now I got to split this with John and Steve. I'm saying thank you very much, but next time just send me the cash.
On the side, Venmo.
He's laughing. Thanks, buddy. That's awesome. Thank you so much. I'm embarrassed. That's embarrassing. That was awesome. But yeah, listening to you talk about that, it's like that's the fun, right? Oh, yeah. You don't want that. You don't want that solved. For you in particular, guy like me is like, Zach, could you solve that for me? It's like, and it's like, but that's part of the fun. And like I said earlier about like when I was talking with Eddy, and I'm like, Eddy is like, cause he's like, oh, last night he's like, oh, you want to be future proof and do this. I'm like, yeah, but part of the fun for me is the future and solving the problem. Now I've solved a lot of problems in my life that I thought I was really smart at solving. And then I went and looked it up and it had already been done. I just didn't know about it. But then I solved it all by myself. But then I'm like, well, that was stupid. Somebody else already does that. And but that doesn't take away from the fact that it was fun for me to go through the process. And it was fun for me to learn that. And it's like, I'm getting to a part of my life and with Eddy, it's like that Control 4, that rocks. My parents are going to be living there. And how much can how much can I make this rock solid for them and easier and stuff? And like you said, it's like you're having fun doing it. Your kids are getting older, and it's like your time away from that is going to be greater. So maybe the Control 4 would enable you to maybe still do what you like to do, but now simplify it so you don't have to do it to be able to get what you want. You know, I mean, it's
always been a balance. And at least right now, it's kind of like the piece of it, at least at this point, because I've gotten the flow down and like the app coding, it seems like that's all pretty solid. You know, it really is just a matter of, at least for the card bit, just making the cards, which it's still been fun to still go through and do. But the reason that really prompted me to do it was the fact that I feel like the more and more things get digital, it's not even just for like my kids, but also for guests who come over, like, you know, they don't know. And my library started to grow over time for so long with, you know, I've been doing this for years. So it's a case of like, I don't even really know necessarily where to tell them to look, but what I can do is at least kind of curate things a bit for them with the cards. So it's, you know, for Halloween, we had some like, you know, a bunch of horror movies that were out on the shelf. My kid has his shelf of his favorite movies. You know, coming up for the holidays, we'll do the same thing. I'll put like a Christmas section out and then like new releases and stuff like that. But the thought is yeah, if somebody just comes over, they're not going to want to start scrolling through a list of movies, and they might not know what it is they want to even watch sometimes, right? Like somebody said, I want to watch a movie, but then sometimes that can trigger a 20-30 minute conversation of like, okay, what's it going to be? Like, what are we in the mood for? And it becomes this whole thing. At least this way you can kind of try to hopefully narrow that down of just like, everybody, just if you see something, just grab it, take it off the shelf, we'll tap it in, and we'll just let the system kind of handle it from there. So we'll see how this works out for the holiday season, but that's what I'm shooting for.
Now I'm just thinking ahead. Why do I not? I imagine that in the Savage household, there's eventually going to be a kiosk.
It's been considered.
And you'll be like, you'll have a kiosk outside just so that people can choose, and then. Because like you love to entertain, you love to have people in, and like you said, there's many people trying to make choices. How long before you have multiple kiosks and be like, all right, you guys fight, and like, what are we watching today? And it's like, I mean, it's
the voting system has been considered. Haven't implemented that quite yet, but the ability to like somebody taps it and then it's presented to everybody. It's not random. It's like here are your three choices. Yeah. Everyone votes for their top one. I imagine that like once my older kid, like once the kids start probably bringing their friends over more, that might be something they'd start to leverage and say when it's like these massive groups of people.
Yeah.
And there's no decision.
Kaleidoscape. I think Plex does too. I've never used Plex. Kaleidoscape has a feature like that, a shuffle. Zappiti, I think does, but Kaleidoscape will actually, I turned it off. I go alphabetical. But Kaleidoscape has like, so say you went in the middle of like First Blood, right? You put that up on your screen. It'll populate all the movies around it would be similar type, action movies like that, right? So you could do that. So you could even do something like if you get a Kaleidoscape someday, you could be like, okay, here's the genre. We're going to go and like, how does it populate? It can do stuff like that. And it's all fun stuff, but it's oh my god, what you're doing though, it's like what do you do for a living again?
Information security. So I've been like tech tinkerer for my entire life, so that's where I think it really comes from.
Jeez. Information security. So
yeah. Well,
oh my god,
it was funny with when Eddy was on there. We had the conversation with the guy who was putting the Lutron lights and stuff about how he likes to handle his systems, and they like to put in their own switches and routers, and I was like, nope, you're not with me. I'll let you get access to whenever you want, but it has to be my hardware. I can't just let you have unlimited access.
Yeah. Paul Hurt, Zach, I think you're me, just 25 years younger. Yeah.
Aging quickly here.
Yeah, we all are. And that, what's funny is I get that. I've thought that me and Paul are like that. We both have huskies. I think we all think that. It's like everybody that I meet, I'm like, you're me. Oh my God, you're me. And then the next person, oh my God, you're me. Because we all have that little aspect. It's like, oh my God, it is. It's like, oh my God, Scruffy, what is this? DJ, each hour when you bring on the next guest, would be cool if you played a gong to welcome. Like somebody comes in, go bong.
There we go.
That would be funny. That would be funny. Next time I'll have sound effects for when people come into the room. It's, oh my God, this has been, it's so funny, but yeah, it's, so how old are your kids?
Almost 4, almost 1.
Oh yeah, so you've got a few years to go, and you'll I'd say you've got a few years before you start getting busy with them outside the house, and then you'll have a few years, and then all of a sudden they'll be in the house with their friends.
Yep.
And now it's when you'll be like, you got to take care of that theater. No silly string. I think I told you that one already.
Yeah, on the screen. That's right. Yeah. No, it's at this point now where it's like it's been pretty contained to weekends so far are busy, but that is creeping in. I'm sure they'll creep in very quickly into the weeknights. So yeah, it's like, I'm doing what I can now, and then it's probably going to be a very hard stop on all of this for a good amount of time.
Yeah.
And it's just going to keep it up, keep it maintained, and then it'll come back in full force when I have more time on my hands. And when they start getting their own requests for things. But then hopefully at that point, I can at least tell my oldest, do it, figure it out. I'll tell you all the passwords. I'll tell you I'll show you what I built so far, but help me if you want to do something in here. Don't just tell me to do it. You figure it out.
Oh yeah. Yeah. It's, I gotta check who's supposed to be on next.
Sure thing. Do you have to do the switch over?
Yeah. And he's the one that was going to do it with me. Maybe did he go to that one instead? Let me see. I can look and see if he's there, because I gave him both
links just in case.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because nope, he's not at that one yet. So yeah, the switch, but we have plenty of time. So
okay, cool.
Yeah, because you can go. That's why I did it this way on purpose. You can go 12 hours with on one stream. So I have obviously I have I have 4 hours to go.
Yeah.
So let me see. Hang on. Hey, and you'll see who it is when he shows up.
That's interesting. I'm seeing, Edward, I see in the chat, you're talking about some of the, are you saying that there's no DTSX for those things? On
yeah.
Got it.
On certain titles, they have some, like Kaleidoscape will have some titles that don't have Atmos that like if you buy it physically, you have Atmos.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I was gonna say I definitely got the height effects going in Jurassic Park. I'm pretty sure the version of that I have was the 4K Blu-ray. So I think it came with the object based on there.
Yeah.
It's interesting though they wouldn't have it on Kaleidoscape. I thought that was the whole thing. It was this is the best digital copy of it that you can get.
Yeah, so what we found interesting, so the most recent Jurassic Park movie that came out, Dominion.
Yep.
That one actually came out with I believe it was Atmos on Kaleidoscape, but on disc it was DTSX. Okay. So I bought the disc, I did the ABs, I did all this. Nelson did the same thing, and we were like, but then there's movies that'll come out, and it's usually an older movie that'll get upgraded to Atmos on disc, but Kaleidoscape you'll get the DTS Master Audio or the Dolby Surround, high def, whatever.
Okay.
And what I've found is, this is just my theory, I have no idea. And we know that, we know that the studios provide everything to Kaleidoscape. They don't pick and choose what they can have for audio or picture or anything. So the studios give them that. And what I'm starting to realize or speculate out of experience is that even though say we get an Atmos version of a movie from 1995, is that really it? They didn't go back in necessarily and remix it in object based. It's just upmixing it similar to what our systems are already doing when we take a DTS master. You know what I mean? So they're you're skipping that part. They give it that container and say it's an Atmos track, and it's already, this is how it's going to play. But how much different is that than playing the DTS master audio and upmixing it with Neural X in your system anyways and utilizing all the channels? Mm-hmm. On one way or the other, the processing is going on. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if the studios are you already have this is what we're giving them anyways, and they're going to upmix it on their side anyways. So I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just speculating.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, I definitely know there's some movie. I mean, I think I saw you guys were chatting about The Exorcist a couple weeks back. I mean, that one was one that's like, all right, somebody did some work on this. If not, like a bunch of people did some actual work on this to make this like a true modern like audio bit. But I do wonder, like, you know, every Netflix show says it has Atmos, and almost every streaming thing says it has Atmos on it. But it's just, I feel like to really do it, like it takes, I mean, I know it takes more time because they're adding in a whole nother level of sound. And it's like, are people who are putting out some of these TV shows, are they really going through that effort to actually really utilize that? Or are they building, like you said, are they building it to like a standard? Maybe it's just 2-channel. Like maybe they get the 5.1, the standard, and they just say it's Atmos, and that's the way they're delivering it.
They put,
it really is no different from.
They put it in an Atmos container, and then it's basically processed on their end the same way you would have processed it on your end. And again, this is just me speculating. Okay, I don't want anybody to get upset and be like, no, that's what I'm like. I'm just speculating because our process, it's all the idea of object based now is they don't actually use the overhead channels when they're making the track. What they're doing is they're looking at, when they do it object based in the studio for like the newer movies, they're looking at a room, right? And that it's a cube. So you have all the cubic footage of that room, and they take the little dot and go, this track here, this explosion, I want it to sound like it's coming from here, and they'll move that dot to that spot. It has nothing to do with the speakers.
Right.
Then the processing after the fact goes, these are the speakers I have in the room. How do I make that sound like it comes from that spot that they told us to do? Right.
And I guess
now,
sorry, go ahead.
Now, if you take a movie from 1995, do they go back through and move those sounds? Or do they just put it through a processor and call it Atmos?
Right.
And I have a feeling that they're just doing the processing on most of them, but something like Psycho and DTSX, they may have put the time, money, and energy into actually going back and redoing and remastering that entire audio track. You see what I mean? So it's
absolutely. And I mean, I think again, I work in information security. Like, I'm skeptical of everything that happens everywhere. And this could be me having my skeptic hat on, but I am thinking, like, just because you put something in an Atmos or DTSX container doesn't mean you actually put in the work to have it warrant that container title. So my thought is, like, I know, because and I know this stuff scales. So it's like, it's an Atmos mix, but if you don't have, an Atmos capable receiver, it's going to play in its static bed mix or whatever it is, 5.1, 3.0, 2.0.
It's 7.1 supposedly. Yeah,
whatever it comes
7.1 is the bed. Yep.
Yeah. So like whatever it comes with, that's what it'll give you. So I'm curious for some of these, if they put it in the container, but what they're actually mixing in the studio and what they're still actually putting into that container is just your true dedicated channel mix of, like, it's still just a 5.1 mix. They just happen to say it's Atmos. And again, this is me being skeptical of the streamers saying now that what they can say is, hey, we put out every new release in 4K HDR, Dolby Vision, and Dolby Atmos.
Dolby Atmos.
But is it like, do you actually have somebody who's really in the studio truly making it, like, in my mind, worthy of the Dolby Atmos sticker? Or are you just kind of sticking it on there? And technically, yes, your receiver will say Atmos, but you're not really getting much out of it. And maybe you get like a plain sound overhead. But if there's something that's actually truly critical to the story that happens, like, that doesn't get mixed in because they didn't really take the time to think about it more than that. They're just kind of putting in the ambience. That's easy, but they're not really putting in the actual work to truly integrate it with the story. And again, use the technology that might have existed, that didn't exist when the movie was first released, and make it more modern now. Which, again, I still think back to The Exorcist, because that was one of the more recent ones I watched, where it's like, yeah, this technology did not exist then when they were making this movie. But I feel like the way they brought it in within this new release makes it so it's like, oh yeah, that's like, this sounds like a modern movie. At least I know we're talking about, the look of it might not be as modern, but the sound of it at least felt like, yeah, it's using all these speakers, and it's using them well, from my point of view.
And done tastefully, right? Not like over the top, like crazy, but just popped in. I don't have the gong sound. I don't know if Jiles, if you were listening. That boom. There you go. Giles,
Perfect.
did you hear us saying that?
Now and do it for the next. Yeah, you got yourself locked in for the rest of the stream.
I gotta save that. I could do it with my Rodecaster here. I could actually have him do it and record, but I don't want to screw anything up. But Giles, thank you, buddy.
Yeah,
thank you for joining.
Welcome. How's it? You sleepy yet?
No, come on, buddy. It's only what time is it? It's 2:10. It's only 2. Everybody in the world, it's like, are you sleepy at 2:10 in the afternoon?
I am.
Oh, okay.
I could take a nap right now. Sometimes I stream that, and those are my best streams.
Yeah, exactly. That's funny. We've got to switch to the other one. We have somebody waiting, so I got somebody dropping in. So Zach, thank you very much. Thank you so much. This conversation was amazing. The same with, you and Eddy this is so much fun. So thank you. We'll have you. Well, of course. We're definitely having you back because, damn it, you smart.
I just tinker a lot. I don't know.
Hold on. Zach's leaving? If Zach's leaving, I have no point in being here. He's the whole reason that I came on.
Oh, there he is. Never mind. I was going to, he was on the other one. Shane, buddy.
What's up, guys?
How are you doing? Oh,
that smooth voice coming in.
Holy crap. I'm out.
DJ's like, no more. We don't need this anymore.
I'm done. What's going on? Holy crap. I saw you pop up in the other window, and Giles and I were going to do the switcheroo over to there, but then look at you. Tech savvy Shane popping in on this window.
Yeah, I saw the 2 links. I was like, okay, well, I guess he's going over.
Yeah, going over, going under. I gave out one time. My second day starts off great. Todd and I hit it right at 6 a.m. And then the next person that was supposed to up, my buddy Martin, I'm like, 7 o'clock. I'm like, Martin, where are you? He goes, I'm in bed. You told me 8 o'clock. I'm like, oh God. And so after that, everybody was like, everybody's going to be off by an hour.
That's okay.
So,
look at
my God.
Look at the Zach's Boca back there. Creamy.
Oh, yeah.
Zach's cam.
Using what is this, a Sony A7
Yeah.
4?
Okay.
Yeah. Complete overkill for a webcam. I use it when I do most of my corporate Teams calls. So
yeah. I like it.
Extra
Jealous.
sauce on it.
I'm jealous.
Oh my God. There's all these professionals here. So, but yeah, thanks.
You forgot the
I really appreciate
you
the
put this around
professionals. No. That's what I put around me. I'm surrounded by professionals. You guys don't get air quotes. I do.
Sometimes people are like, and today we're going to have Giles on the show.
No, that's my name. That's like, no, you don't put quotes around that. That's my name. No, I'm a car painter. No quotes. I am a car painter. You guys are the professionals in this industry. And Zach is, you're redesigning. I love what you're doing in your theater and redesigning and the passion.
I would not be surprised for my whole NFC thing if at some point it goes the way of like a lot of the modern games do now of like, you go in, you buy the box, and it gives you a code to interact with it digitally. I could see that being the in-between of physical and streaming of you buy the card and it can get access to it that way or something. But
yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So, all right. Zach, thank you very much.
Of course.
We'll have you back soon. Later, buddy.
Absolutely. See ya.
Talk to you
later.
Bye. And Shane, thanks for dropping in.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, I was about to edit some videos, but then I figured, hey, I would stop in really quick, see what's going on.
Yeah. I've seen you. I hit you up this week. I'm like, you've been popping into the chats. I've seen you in my videos and stuff. And I'm like, all right. And I was like, we have never met.
I've been getting the recommendations. They're like, bloop, new stream. I'm like, oh, let me see what this stream is all about. I was like, oh, okay. Well, you guys are talking about.
And you actually came back.
Every time I open YouTube, it's like the first thing every day. It's like one of your video pops up.
Yeah, well, I am on a lot.
Show you guys something.
What's that? Oh, what is that? Chicken?
It's my ramen.
Oh man,
it's just noon here.
It's noon there.
That's
yeah.
Right.
Well, I just told this is what my dinner is tonight. Spicy Cheez-Its.
That's painful.
What do you got going there, Shane?
I just went and got me a pumpkin latte.
Oh,
Ooh, you guys got pumpkin spice.
Pumpkin spice. That's it. Yeah.
It's holiday time.
What's the topic today? You know what? I did a live stream.
There is none, Shane.
Oh, okay. I did a live stream last night for like 2 hours, and I had this guy on there that tried to convince everybody that pirating was legal. As long his reasoning was, I've never gotten a takedown notice from the FBI or from my provider, so it's okay to share. Oh, sorry, they don't call it sharing. They call it leeching. It's okay to leech off of each other.
Leeching is the worst.
Yeah.
They call it leeching?
Yeah, if you're in that subculture and you and you like to pirate, right? Leechers are the worst of the worst because they don't provide anything.
I have no idea what the difference is.
So what? Yeah, but that's the thing. It's like robbing banks is okay. Nobody's ever caught me yet. Well, so you're a fast runner and it makes it legal? Like, no, that's not how it works.
I told him, listen, I said, I feel sorry for your life. If this is the worst thing that you're doing right now, obviously you're doing other illegal things in your life. So I feel bad for you.
Well, like I said, Jiles and I talked about this a few weeks ago when Zapedi first did their thing. And Shane, I watched your videos too. And I loved your video, Shane, where you're like, I don't know if it was a video or you were on a stream with somebody, but you were like, our evolution, what's going on here? No. What was the one? Oh, where they put out the someday this might go under, but you'll be covered.
Yeah.
I was like, I saw your video and you said that, and I was like, oh my God, that's exactly what I'm thinking. I'm like, when your company, your new company, which is a mirror of the company that just went under, but the new company comes out and says, don't worry, if we were ever to go under, you're covered. That's not a good opening line.
Yeah, why would you put that there, guys? Come on.
Yeah.
And it's like, hey, do you want to review this? I was like, I don't know. I feel a little bad reviewing it because you're already off to a bad start already. So it's like, I already kind of promoted Zapedi at the beginning. They kind of just blew up.
Yeah,
now they're gone. And then it's like, hey, do you want to check out our new stuff? I'm like, I don't know. You're already forewarning us that something could possibly go wrong already. So I would feel bad if I was just like, yo, this is the best player. All of a sudden next year you're out of business again. So
yeah.
The trust has been eroded for our evolution, however you want to say it. Yeah, I have concerns. I agree.
Yeah, but and like we said in that when we were talking before, Jiles, it's like I think it also that trust eroding kind of permeates to the other platforms as well. Like Zoom, because now you're like, what if it happens to them? Not that those companies want this to happen, but it's like, how do you, like what we were talking about before, it's like, how do you make it so that this doesn't happen? And that's what's so shocking to me about our evolution is they're doing exactly what they did before and got them in trouble. Whereas like we were saying, like Zune and stuff like that, like they're not doing what they don't have the ripping machine. Kaleidoscape, they worked with the studios, so they're okay. Plex is kind of doing their thing so that they can still manipulate. But then our evolution goes, all right, we learned our lesson. Here's our name on this product again, a different name on the. It wasn't the name that got you in trouble.
Well, there's more to the story too, right? So,
is there?
Yeah, there's two pieces. So, the one piece is. The NAS, the ripping NAS that was on the market in the United States and then got pulled off, right? And that was still available in other places.
Right.
But apparently, and I don't know the full story, Shane might have more detail than I do. There was some internal strife with the company with the owners or the stakeholder. I'm not sure what the structure of the entity was, but there was some kind of issue there. And the way that it was resolved is that owners XYZ kind of went to do one thing, but they retained the Zapedi name, and then owners QRS, they were like, well, we're going to start our own company. It's going to be called Arvolution. And this has been apparently known about for a very long time because it's long enough for them to build product, right? Have it branded and build the new software stack, however new it is. It might just be rebrand of the old code, or there might not be much difference at all. But there, all of this stuff has been coming long enough that they were able to say, okay, hey, look, it's all coming in. Hey, guess what? You can go buy our stuff right now. So this This wasn't anything shockingly new for anyone. And I don't know what all those details are, but there have been shenanigans on the back end for their corporate entity or whatever. I don't know how things are dealt with in France, but and then there's apparently legal battles and other stuff going on. So it's a mess.
Yeah, he was kind of telling me about some internal stuff with one of the owners. I don't think I'm at liberty to say what it is, but I know where there's some financial stuff with the previous owner, so they moved on from him.
Okay, so that's part. So their entire issue might not have been the copyright issues and all that. That kind of what we're saying, or is that just a complication of it as well?
Yeah, I think it's like an all grouped together type of thing.
Yeah, it's a big nasty ball of whatever nasty balls are made out of.
I'm sure selling a device that breaks DRM and ripping it and selling it to the masses in America was not a good idea either.
Yeah, but yeah,
it was a hugely stupid idea.
Yeah,
it's funny. So I don't know. I just rather not keep on going on that road.
Yeah, I mean, if I put a patch on and I look at that product, I'm like, it's the best thing ever.
Oh, jeez.
But from a I want to run a business point of view, if they have any kind of legal counsel, which I don't, well, maybe they do now.
Yeah.
That's a non-starter, right? It blows my mind.
Yeah. I got a question for the two of you. Do you want to do that over on the other side? You want to both that way? Because we have to switch to the other stream. So because YouTube only allows so many hours. So let's do a switch here. And I'll ask you, here's the question to get all the viewers that we have here to switch over. The question is, like you said, Shane, I don't necessarily want to review that product. How do you reconcile that when a company comes to you with this and you're like, or are you like me? And it's like, I'll tell you how I handle stuff like that, why I'm okay with what I'm doing. So let's pick that up on the other side and both of us can switch over because I'm already there. Let's actually both of you let me add it to that stage. There we go. I will, let me go live over there. So I'm over there. As soon as you guys grab your links, because you should be able to do both over there.
All right. I'll see you over there.
All right, I'm over there now, and Shane's over there now. Shane's over there now, right now. There we go. Look at that. All right, they are over there. I'm ending the first stream now. Jiles is just joining in over there. So Jiles is over there. I am over there. Thank you, everybody, for the first part of the three-parter. We're ending that stream, and I will see you over on the new stream. So you just go. You'll see where it is. See you there. And all right, let me end.